What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Today is a very, very special and important day. As always, I am Goalie Greg. Happy to have you back here again for what is going to be a delightful tournament. Welcome to the April 2026 Go Lounge Tournament. I am your host and your caster for the day. We have an exciting amount of battles ahead of us. There are, wait for it, 67 participants in today's tournament. Yes, obligatory 6-7. And we'll be doing 7 rounds of Swiss. So for anyone that might be new here, let me explain to you the rules and how that all works. It is a show 6, pick 3. That means that each of our trainers have registered 6 Pokemon. And they can only use those 6 Pokemon for the entire tournament. The moves they put on that Pokemon are locked in for the entire day. Trainers will be paired off against each other and will do a 3-on-3 battle. Best 2 out of 3 wins. You can pick any of your any 3 Pokemon from those 6 that you've registered. You can switch them up. You can change the order. You can bring the exact same ones if you wanted to. But at the end of the day, you can only pick from the 6 that you registered. Once you have selected your 3, they've selected their 3, you battle it out. Whoever wins 2 out of those 3 battles wins the whole round. Make sure you do all your battles though, because this is Swiss. That 3rd round, win or loss, might end up determining if you move on to the top cut. We're going to do 7 rounds of Swiss. So if you lose your first battle, that is okay. That's not a problem at all. Because you still have many more battles to go. You can still win the next 6 and move on to top cut. Someone remind me again, what is our top cut today? How many are making it beyond once the Swiss is completed, once 7 rounds are over? We're looking for a top, what is it? 8, 16, 304? Somebody, anybody, let me know. I'm looking at every chat I have possible. This chat, that chat, a 3rd chat. I would assume 8. I also would assume 8. We're looking for our top 8 contestants. The 8 trainers that do the best in this Swiss are going to end up advancing on to the top cut, where it'll be single elimination, boiling down to one final battle, where one of those trainers is taking home $100 in cash prizes. We have so many amazing battles today. And it's already time to get started. It is 9:03 and we are ready. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to switch on over to our battling section. As soon as our trainers are up and ready, once they start sharing their screens, I can start getting this going. I'm excited for today. Let me see. I've got Ovi chat. I'm just going to open this up, have this ready. Make sure I have one of our fantastic judges and co-host and co-admin to the Go Lounge, Ovala Raikou. Gonna give him a call real quick. He's coordinating these. Give him a second, guys. He's a little shy. There we go. All right. Ovi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Whenever you are ready, please have the contestants share their screens. Once their screens are shared, I can switch on over to the battle page.
Okay, cool. Yep, I'm gonna have Sparkle come in and we're gonna put him in right now.
Perfect. I'm gonna leave this call open indefinitely in case you need to get a hold of me. You can always just jump on in.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Popping out.
Popping out. I'm excited, everybody. Who's excited to see some amazing matchups today? Gonna make sure I have this bracket up and going as well, just so we can share it when needed. The rules are simple. Battle and don't stop battling. Keep going until you win. And whatever you do, do not shake the table. Those are some very hard rules. Oh no. All right, trainers, Give me 1 second. We're getting our first contestants ready now. Give me just 1 moment, everybody. Dog was laying on the keyboard again. All right. Make sure we're right here. We're excited. So many amazing new followers. By the way, I don't know if you noticed here on the Go League Greg stream, we just kicked over 1,000 followers, which means sometimes next week we're doing our 1,000th follower celebration. You're not going to miss that. It's going to be a good one. This dog is just too excited to be here, to participate to some degree. Oh, Bucky. What are we going to do with him? He's sitting on the keyboard. He's knocking down the barrier. He just wants in. He wants in on this tournament so bad. He should have registered. And I hope you did too. I hope you are all registered, ready to go. And if not, I hope you're ready to watch a great, great battle. Contestants. Let's see, while we're waiting for that, let's see if we can see what our participants are going to be looking like today. Ready. There we go. All right, trainers. They're sharing. We're going to head back to... Shark or we riot? Absolutely Shark. All right. While the trainers set up, we're not going to share their screen. We're not going to expose them, but I am going to see if we can get Zygarden up. Just to see if it can be shown. Okay, there we go. In fact, let's do this so we can see it a little bit better. We got some amazing matchups today. Some amazing contestants. Oh my goodness. Right here, round 5. That's going to be a fan favorite. We've got Dink versus Spellbringer. Now that's a battle I'm excited to see the outcome of. Who else do we have in here? Anyone else that is a real big... Oh, look. Fern versus C10. That's going to be an interesting battle as well. Jay the Underdog versus Two Turd Ferguson. We have a lot of amazing trainers, not only in this tournament, but matching off in round 1. That's not to say that the rest of these matches aren't going to be great. That's just to say there are a lot of notable trainers going up against other notable trainers in the first round. Who else is here? There we go. We got one of our fellow admins. and co-hosts of the channel, Crispy against Trainer Thomas. I've seen Trainer Thomas's name a lot lately. Been kicking my butt in the Go Battle League, that's for sure. Wow, look at all these amazing battlers, amazing trainers. And Spider Boss Man Superboy with the bye. Shout out Superboy. It's going to be a great, great day. I'd say we can even zoom in a little bit more. We are still waiting on our trainers to be ready. In the meantime, we're making sure we have all the tools we need to have the most smooth stream possible. Dez, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. How long we have for matches? 15? Yeah, I think 15 was the rule. That sounds about right. One of these things is making a lot of noise. Gotta be that one. Okay. Perfect. Still waiting on our trainers. As soon as they're ready. Am I missing something here? One of the trainers stopped sharing their screen. There we go. All right, we are back. Sorry, guys, the first round's always a little bit clunky, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's gonna be all worth it. I see we got Tigers Oni and CO getting ready to square off. Right over here, you'll see them right at the top. Tigers Oni and CO are picking their teams. They're getting ready. What if there's a way I can do this? To show you those teams right now while they're getting ready. Without, of course, messing up what we're looking at. Jack, welcome to the stream. Let's see. Teams. Here we go. Windows, Teams. There it is. All right. Let's see these teams. 6, 7 participants. Let's see if I can make this a lot bigger, actually. That should be good. Somewhere right about there. While we wait for them to be ready. Now let's see if we can find where these contestants are. We are looking for Tiger. There it is. Tigers Oni, Feraligator, Licky Licky, Shadow Fortress, Grumpig, Togekiss, and Shadow Quagsire. Going up against CO. CO brought to the game Shadow Swampert, Shadow Altaria, Shadow Toxicroak, Clefable, Gourgeist, and also their own Licky Licky. I'm still waiting for the battle to be brought to the screen. But I wonder if I can clip these two things real quick. Just to have them here. If I can keep this here and get the other one, that's exactly what we'll do. Hello?
What exactly are you waiting for? They're sharing the screen. They need you to put their screens on their screen.
My screen is on their screen. I'm waiting for them to get the battle going.
I'm looking at your Twitch and there you go. Okay. So now click watch stream for that one.
I did. This is them in the chat. I am watching their streams.
Okay.
So yeah, I've been waiting for them this whole time.
Alright, they thought they were waiting for you.
Oh.
I need to coordinate better with Sparkle.
No worries. No worries at all. All right, sounds like our trainers are ready. There was a little miscommunication on who was waiting for who. But don't you worry, guys. We're here. Let's get the chat back up here. I don't know why the chat wasn't here to begin with. Where did that pesky chat go? There we go. Chat's up. Chat's ready. Players are up. Players are almost ready. On the left, we have CO. On the right, we have Tigers Oni. Two incredible trainers who are about to face off in the first casted battle here on the April 2026 Go Lounge Tournament. I'm going to go ahead and once again click away just for a second while we wait for the contestants to get ready. We don't want to show their screens. They're resetting their apps. Once we have that going though, oh man, it's going to be a good time. Who's excited? I want you guys to put in the chat right now. Who do you think is going to win between Tigers Oni and the CO? Pokey Pete, thank you so much. Thanks for being a follower. Welcome on in. Oh, I see one trainer's ready. Again, I'm not going to switch on over until we have them both ready to go. All right. Oh. Hold on. Can't be throwing anybody on the bus here. They're still choosing teams. They're getting ready. Slash prediction. Yeah. Thought you were already a mod, but now you're a mod for sure. Everyone from the Go Lounge should be a mod. Even you, of course. Okay. I see one trainer's ready. Another trainer is... Looks like they're still... There we go. Finally, we got two trainers who are ready to go. And this battle has now officially begun. We have Clefable against Togekiss. The fairies are squaring off in the first round. An immediate swap on over to Grumpig. I think Grumpig's going to be incredible here. Choosing to farm all the way up. And going for that Meteor Mash. Now, Meteor Mash is an incredible move. It is constantly doing spammy damage from that Clefable. I brought one myself to the Houston Regional. It looks like we're having a little bit of connection issues for one of our trainers. But they still got their full Shadow Ball. Unfortunately, coming from the trainers' end, they are having a little bit of connectivity issues. Choosing to take this Meteor Mash, we could see. And then going on over to their Licky Licky. But here comes out the Togekiss. Togekiss versus Licky Licky. This is an interesting matchup because the fast attack damage from the Licky Licky is super effective against Togekiss, while those spammy Aura Spheres are going to do heavy damage if they make contact with the Licky Licky. Licky Licky going for the Body Slam. Are they going to block? falls for the bait, does block the body slam. That's going to get Licky Licky ahead in energy. And that is the exact advantage Licky Licky's going to need if it wants to make it out of this unfortunate matchup of charge attacks. Togekiss farming up, but goes for the over. No, goes for it. Wins the CMP. And so Licky Licky blocks. Wants to get off that extra. Doesn't want to lose that damage. Is able to switch on out. We have another swap into Feraligatr. And look, there was a huge lag there. I think the Feraligatr stopped swinging. We might have to review that. I believe one of our trainers is experiencing a lot of connectivity issues. So we'll see how the internet bad. I can see that, absolutely. They still are able to get the farm down on the Clefable. Back comes out the Licky Licky and immediately goes for the body slam. This is a great place to get charge energy farmed up because those fast attacks, those Shadow Claws for Alligator aren't going to do anything. But as soon as you see a Hydro Cannon, it is almost over for Licky Licky. That is going to be some heavy, heavy damage when it makes contact. These Hydro Cannons do not come to play. They come to win. Licky Licky, though, is a very bulky Pokemon. It is able to hold on. We see that weak connection for one of our trainers. And Feraligatr, as mighty as it is, does go down to one more body slam. This is going to take a lot from Togekiss. Togekiss would need 2 Aura Spheres here to take out the Swampert, and I don't think they have it. I think Swampert is at a move. Swampert is at a move. Swampert's able to throw the Hydro Cannon to finish out the Togekiss. And I believe that brings this match to an end. We're going to let these trainers figure this out real quick. We're going to pause for just a moment. We're going to click away from our trainers. Let them figure out. One of them is having some pretty serious connectivity issues. In fact, let me go ahead and do this real quick. Closing that out, and let's get some titles over here, because I don't know about you guys, but without the names underneath, I was also losing it just a hair. Just calling out the Pokemon names, not knowing which Pokemon was where. C-O-S-A. Trainer left. Give me 1 second. Trainers, we're going to make sure that we can tell who's who. I think that's pretty important. C-O. Let's put that right there. No. C-O-I-S-A. Beast. 757. Okay. My screen. So that trainer is going to be over here. And then to our screen. Oh boy. There we go. Much better. Get a little bit of breathing room for that one. And then we have over here trainer right, who's going to be the trainer Tiger's Oni. 17. Much better. Much better. Now we can see who's who, what's what, where it's going, and what's it going to be. Keeping all eyes on all chats. Once both trainers are ready, we'll be able to go in again. They're still sharing their screen so I can see once they'll be ready to go. Oh, don't do that. We want this to be about the same size as this, so allow me, if you will, the courtesy of Shrinking this down just a hair. Beautiful. All right. Active Jocks, I didn't know who was who either. If I'm being honest, I had no idea which Pokemon, which trainer was which. All I knew was there were some good battles happening. We're waiting to see what they end up saying and what they think is the appropriate matters. We did see that weak connection hit the screen, and we saw that the trainer was not only having struggle with their gameplay, but with their broadcast as well. So we apologize for any technical issues, but we are here and we are ready to fix that however we can. In the meantime, we're going to have the trainers reset up. What do we think about that first battle? It's hard to really talk about it because of all the connectivity issues, because we never know who was lagging and who wasn't. But it looks like our trainers are getting ready. Hopefully we have solved issues connectivity-wise, and we can get these battles back on track, because I know, just like you guys, I want to see some amazing, amazing battles. Looks like Tiger's Oni is locked in and ready. We are just waiting for CO. Once CO is ready, we can go ahead and get this next round started. Here we go. Our trainers are ready. Our trainers are locked in. Let's see what they end up bringing. Oh, looks like connection issues again for Tiger's Oni. But here we go. The battle started. It is Shadow Altaria versus Feraligatr. Now, Feraligatr is running Ice Beam, which is going to be exactly the moveset you want to have up against an Altaria, but it looks like we're seeing more connectivity issues. Trainer is farming it out. We're going to have to go just off of CO's screen. Trainer farmed it out. CO switched on over to Licky Licky to get those those resisted, double resisted Shadow Claw fast attack damage. So Tiger's Oni switched on over to their Grumpig. It looks like at least their battle's going a lot more smoothly from what we can see from CO's, but their broadcast is struggling. Going for the Dynamic Punch, that is some heavy damage. Both trainers have taken super effective charge attacks onto their Pokemon. And it looks like Tiger's Oni is going to give up the Grumpig in favor of keeping their last shield. We see once again this Togekiss versus Licky Licky matchup. We saw this earlier, even though we had a little bit of connectivity struggle. Licky Licky is able to get out one last body slam before going down. It is now back to a 2-on-2. Altaria and Clefable. Where will CO go? CO chooses to bring out the Clefable, trying to get that super effective Meteor Mash out onto the Togekiss, and knowing that they resist the more powerful of Togekiss's 2 charge attacks, the Aura Sphere. Tiger Lily switches on over to their Feraligatr, goes for the Ice Beam, thinking that he's going to catch a swap on over to Altaria. Instead, CO stays in, shields on their Clefable, and chooses to throw the resisted Meteor Mash. Now, it's still going to do quite a bit of damage. Feraligatr is not that bulky, but Feraligatr is going to survive long enough to get out one more charge attack, but not get up to that second one. I think that was CO's plan there. They want to make sure they got the Ice Beam out of the way so Altaria can come back in safely. Not have to worry about that super effective Ice Beam that would end the game because they are out of shields. Here we go. The first Sky attack coming from the Shadow Altaria. Tiger's Oni chooses to shield this one. They kind of have to. One's going to be enough to take them down. But Tiger's Oni has not one, but 2 charge attacks loaded with a third one almost on the way. A double throw here would take down the Altaria, but it doesn't need it. Tiger's Oni decides to go for the farm down and save that energy for this Clefable. We now have Clefable versus Togekiss. The fairies are once again duking it out. And by living on just a few HP, CO's Clefable is able to hold on, get out that final super effective Meteor Mash, and win the match. What an incredible way to hang on in the end. Switching back over here, making sure that we're not showing our trainers picking their teams. What a great battle. What an incredible battle. Both trainers gave it their all. They made sure they had plenty of energy going into each fight. I think that maybe the only thing I would have possibly changed was if Tigers Oni didn't throw their Ice Beam onto that Clefable, they might have had a chance to have 3 Hydro Cannons instead of the 2, because they did go down with about 3/5 of a Hydro Cannon, and those extra swings would have possibly made the difference and turned the tide. Man, what incredible battles. Trying to see if that was considered round 1 or round 2. I know the first round had a lot of connection issues. Was that round 1? Redo or round 2? Oh, our trainers are ready. We're going to find out in a moment. Here we go. The next battle is up. We have once again Altaria facing off against Togekiss. Unfortunately, again, connectivity issues with the broadcast on Tigers Oni, but we can still kind of follow along with CO's stream. We see that Tigers Oni is at least 1 charge attack. They're going to farm up for a little bit extra, possibly getting ready for the catch. And there's that catch. There's the exact swap that Tigers Oni was ready for. They didn't want to throw prematurely. He's McDonald's Wi-Fi. We're going to see a Psy Shock come in and do some pretty decent damage onto that Clefable. Now, Togekiss from Tigers Oni has to look out for that Meteor Mash. It's going to do so much damage, so Tigers Oni decides to swap into their bulkiest of Mons, Licky Licky. Choosing not to shield, taking the potential Moonblast, but took a Meteor Mash instead. It was a good shield call by Tigers Oni. CO is trying to make sure they maintain this Clefable, waiting out the timer, trying to get out so they can keep all this energy and save it for their Togekiss opponent. But decides to throw the Moonblast. Is this going to be enough to take out Licky Licky? It is! Licky Licky goes down to an incredibly large Moonblast. And that's a lot of energy lost for Tigers Oni. Getting out 1 final charge attack. If you can only throw 1, might as well throw the big one. Going for the Moonblast. Again, Tigers Oni choosing not to block and taking a full Moonblast. That's going to do a lot of damage to that Grumpig in this now 2-on-2. Altaria comes back out. It's seen a little bit of damage, but it has a little bit of energy. In comes a Shadow Ball from Tigers Oni's Grumpig. CO choosing to shield that. That's a good call because that would have done a lot of damage. They thought about it for a moment, but they had to make sure that they saved this Altaria. They didn't want to go into a 2-on-1 and lose all that energy. Shadow Altaria from CO getting out this Sky Attack. Tigers Oni taking no chances, shielding up immediately. And the swap to Licky Licky. We've seen this Licky Licky versus Togekiss before. We have not yet seen it without any shields. This is going to do quite a bit of damage from the Togekiss on over to Licky Licky. Licky Licky is able to throw in there Body Slam, but yeah, by Licky Licky indeed. There is yet another Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere takes out Licky Licky. 2 is all it takes to take down this big bulky mon, and while CO is trying to get up to that final Sky Attack, is unable to do it. Tigers Oni takes the win yet again, even though they're having some pretty bad connection issues. Wow, some great battles. 2 Aura Spheres right to Licky Licky before it can actually get ramped up and do any kind of damage at all. That brings us on over to our third game. I believe that means we're 1-1. I'm just trying to make sure that we, from the first battle, what our current score is. It's 1-1 right now, correct? We're 1-1. Yes, we are. Just want to make sure. We are now 1 apiece. Trainers are getting set up for that decisive game 3. The winner of this battle is going to win the entire set and take that first streamed, casted win in today's tournament. We have many more battles to go, though. I'm very excited to see what these trainers choose to bring, who they're looking at. I want to see that Shadow Toxicroak hit the field, but given the team that Tigers Oni has, I don't think we're going to see it today. All right, one trainer's locked in. CO is locked in. Tigers Oni is locked in. We're heading into a decisive game 3. Or on this stream, sometimes we like to call those deciders, but it's a little different today. We have Shadow Swampert. We have Licky Licky. Let's get into this battle. Now, this is the Pokemon that Shadow Swampert wanted to see in the lead. It resists those rollouts, and it is quite spammy, but chooses to switch on over to their own Licky Licky, trying to catch a Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball, unfortunately, was not caught, so Tigers Only switches on over to their Grumpig, an interesting choice, because these Shadow Balls, as we saw earlier, are going to do not only just super effective damage, but heavy damage as well. Tigers Oni, realizing that, chooses to use their first shield here. They're trying to get to their Dynamic Punch. I don't think they want to show just quite yet that they have that Togekiss in the back, but if you notice, CO also has brought, once again, their Clefable, and that Clefable is going to be scary news for that Togekiss that Tigers Oni is trying to protect back there. CO's Licky Licky getting out, yet another Shadow Ball. This one makes contact, but it does look like Grumpig is able to farm down, giving Tigers Oni that switch advantage. Who is CO going to bring in? Are they going to show they have the Clefable? Are they going to go back to Swampert? They do show they have the Clefable. All cards are on the table for CO. Here comes that Shadow Ball. Yet a third charge attack from the Grumpig. Grumpig is a very spammy Pokemon. I don't know what that is, but it needs to get off my screen. Okay, interesting. Anyway, back to the battle. We've got Clefable now taking a Shadow Ball from Licky Licky. And the swap from CO back to their Shadow Swampert. If this Shadow Ball connects, it's going to be quite heavy damage. So CO goes ahead and uses their final shield. The only one with the shield here is Tigers Oni chooses to not shield their Licky Licky. He's going to take this first Hydro Cannon. Licky Licky can take 2 Hydro Cannons, but it certainly cannot take 3. And I think that's what CO's after here, is they're trying to get to that third Hydro Cannon to ensure that this Licky Licky does not make it to the next round. Tigers Oni chooses to sacrifice Licky Licky anyway, saving that shield. Wants it for that Togekiss that does have full health. Knowing that Sludge is going to be super effective. Knowing that Meteor Mash is going to be super effective. Tigers Oni is in a predicament with these charge attacks. Chooses not to shield. Thinks they're calling the bait, takes some heavy damage Sludge, and immediately comes in the Clefable, trying to get the 2-move double hitter. This announcer is looking so dapper. This announcer is looking like he's excited for these battles today. Tigers Oni throwing a charge attack. It is unable to knock out the Clefable. Clefable holds on yet again, but that might be to the disadvantage of CO, because now Tigers Oni gets 1 extra swing in. These fast attacks are doing nothing, but the charge attacks is everything he needs. CO is able to get off that, is not able to get that Hydro Cannon. Tigers Oni gets out the Aura Sphere instead, and down goes CO. Tigers Oni's Togekiss holds on just long enough to win the battle. Wow, incredible, incredible. That was so well played. That came down to split-second decisions and just the most minor amount of energy. Both trainers did phenomenal. I'm getting choked up just thinking about it, apparently. What a great battle. This is Rocket League? No, no, no. This is Pokemon Go. We're having a great time so far. So that means our first battle, our first streamed match goes to Tigers Oni. We're going to make sure that we are setting ourselves up for the next trainers to come on in. I'm going to wait and find out who those are going to be. But while we're waiting, let's take a look at the score. Let's see if anyone has done anything significant yet. Who we can see has already faced off. We got Meta Manipulator beating Ox King. We got Spooky Mafia taking a win. Executor 87-87. Risha, we got Spellbringer, who took the 2-win against Resift against Dink. Looks like Dink was unable to join for this match. It's a shame. D-Flow going ahead taking the win as well. Took the 2-0. Not going to read these all off out loud. Fern is another 2-0. Shark Boy taking the 2-0. Danley Pro with a 2-0. A lot of 2-0s. A lot of upsets here in this first round. Man, so many great battles. Wish we could have seen them all. There's another one, Main of the Hour, also known as Will Cujo. He was able to get that round 3 win. Crispy as well with the round 3 win. Let's see. Tap You Infinitely, also known as Katie. Katie took the 2-0. Wow, some amazing battles here. And of course, our good friend, Spider Boss, also known as Superboy, taking that 2-0 because he had the bye. Some great battles across all of our trainers. I really want to say that, I wanted to see that Shadow Toxicroak. I want to see what it could do, but unfortunately, this was just not the battle for that. So maybe we could see it later on if CO does come back on stream. We can see that Shadow Toxicroak. It was an interesting pick. I'm excited to see all these other spicy picks. I know that we've got quite a number of them. Let me see if we can pull some of them up real quick. Let me shorten this so I can see what's going on. There we go. Much better. Where are our teams? There are our teams. Okay. Let me see if we got any other interesting teams in here. Anything that's really out of the... Nope, didn't ask you to go that far up. Anything that's extra out of the ordinary. I'm looking for things that you wouldn't expect to see in a show 6. Here we go. Dink had the Meowscarada. I know he's a big fan of that one. Trying to see if there's anything else that's really like, wow. Our first Aegislash. I'm personally an Aegislash believer. So I'm excited to see if Aegislash does make it to the screen. Shadow Ninetales, another popular one, or on the rise at least. Here's an interesting one. Excadrill. I've always thought about Excadrill. It's quite the glass cannon, but I'm not sure how it would play. Well, also paired with a Bastiodon and an Aegislash. This team is disgusting. I want to see it on stream immediately. Jay the Underdog taking that bird that our good friend Arrow kind of made a little bit more well known in the last regional event. Let's see. Anything else that's really noteworthy down here? A Shadow Tyranitar. Oh my gosh, this whole team from Fern Dog is quite interesting. This is one that's either going to be exceptional or just at least fun to watch. Let's see. Anybody else with any interesting choices? Interesting choices in here. So I go, that's interesting. Crispy bringing the Golbat. As you know, Crobat is his favorite Pokemon. Sorry, I was reading something real quick. So, bringing the Golbat is not something we wouldn't expect to see. Ogon with the Shadow Sableye. Now, he brought that to one of the tournaments. I can't remember which one it was, and it can do some pretty decent damage. It is a bit glassy, but it is also quite the cannon if you let it get going. If you can get in front of something that isn't giving it fast attack damage, just going to avoid the fairies, and you're going to see it run. Spacebar, testing out some of their NAIC Pokemon I can see, and also... What? I've never seen this Pokemon used in a show 6 before. That's another very interesting pick. Let's see. Anything else? A lot of Pokemon you've seen plenty of times in the meta. Let's see. Anyone else? Shadow Murkrow. I was a big fan of that one when it first came around. Sceptile is definitely interesting. Let me see if I can lower this, because I'm down here. Alright. Where were we? Sceptile is definitely interesting. Servine's interesting, but there are a lot of water and water ground types, so I get the interest in ground. A Belly Bolt coming down from Ultra League and into Great League. That'll be an interesting matchup to see against another Show 6 team. What's we have in here? Shadow Dragonite from Danley Pro. Shadow Dragonite used to be the absolute sauce to the Go League Greg stream. So, I wish that they wouldn't have nerfed Dragon Breath like they did. I probably would have brought Shadow Dragonite to every single regional tournament I've been to if they didn't do that. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I miss him. I miss my Shadow Dragonite. We see a Noctowl. I haven't seen a Noctowl since the Houston Regional Tournament. Where... Hold on, where's our mouse? We still scrolling? Yeah. Haven't seen a Noctowl since the Houston Regional Tournament from Isari, who ended up taking 9th place. So maybe there's something behind this Noctowl that we just aren't seeing. Anything else that's really going to stand out? Not that I can tell. Not at least yet. Love a good Pangoro. Always want to run Pangoro. Wishcast. That's going to be an interesting one. And Super Boss with a Nidoking. Can't wait to see how that plays out. I'm excited to see all these trainers battle it out. Looks like we're getting our next trainers ready to go. Let's see. Oh, they're sharing screens. Gonna let them get all set up. Making sure we're all good over here before we get started. Stop doing that. All right. Gonna head on over. Make sure these are added here. Let's fix the names real quick. Because round 2 is getting ready to start. Let's see. Where is that battle? Here we go. Gonna get these trainers' names ready and going. Versus all right. As our trainers are sending friend codes, and we're going to see if we can get the teams on stream as well. We got Ace versus Junko, what's surely going to be an incredible battle. I'm going to, again, try and see if I can get these up in front for you all so we can constantly see what these teams are and have the names without blocking anything. While the trainers send out their friend codes and exchange, we're going to see if we can see what these teams look like and square them off. There's that one. And then I need one more. Find. Oh, let's see if we can find it. Find the Mega Junko. Oh, go back. Okay. Real quick, while they're still exchanging codes, I'm going to see if I can pull this off. One of these has to be it eventually, right? There it is. We will save that for after the battle, because it looks like our trainers are ready. Oh, looks like one of our trainers is ready. And then we can pull up those teams in just a moment. All right. Trainer number 2 is locked in. Trainer number 1's locked in. We've got a battle ready to go. We've got Ace versus Junko. Ace brings out their Feraligatr, Junko with their Shadow Malamar. Both of these Pokemon are known for being pretty heavy, fast attackers, as well as these charge attacks can do quite a bit of damage. Ace immediately going for their Hydro Cannon. Junko's going to use their first shield here. Interesting that the trainer on the right is again having the broadcasting technical issues, but we're going to see if we can maybe reset our device in just a moment. Ace with the Feraligatr going for that second Hydro Cannon. Junko putting both shields on this Shadow Malamar to be able to farm down the Feraligatr. Junko finally throwing that charge attack, going for the superpower. Ace choosing to take it. Does heavy damage, and then switches over to their own Feraligatr. Now, this is going to take that resisted damage on this new Gigaton Hammer from Tinkaton, but it still does half to the Feraligatr. In comes the Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Annihilate is quite powerful these days with the low kicks, getting to their charge attacks super quick. Plus, the Shadow gives that extra damage to where it's able to really do some hard pressure. Does have to throw the first Rage Fist. Junko is going to have to take that since they are out of shields. But immediately comes in that Shadow Malamar, who used all their time farming up. Both shields were used the Shadow Malamar. Let's see if it was paid off, because here comes that last shield from Ace. And now it's Altaria up against Shadow Annihilate. But Shadow Annihilate is not running its normal close combat. It is running Ice Punch. This +1 super effective Ice Punch is going to do some super heavy damage to the Altaria. Altaria goes down in one shot. Ace switches it back over to their Tinkaton, finishes off the Malamar, and down goes Junko's final Pokemon. Wow, what an incredible battle. That Ice Punch did such devastating damage. Such absolutely devastating damage. We're going to pause for just a moment. We got a raid, Green/29. Thank you for the raid. We're going to pause and see if we can reset this device. We want to make sure that we are properly broadcasting the stream to you. So give us 1 second, guys. Trainers are going to hold off from their battle while we see if we can fix this. Give us just 1 second, guys. Where's that device? We're going to try something else. Give us 1 minute. Give the trainers a second to check out their teams and really decide. Trainers, don't lock in just yet. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Making sure I'm going to reset this whole phone to make sure it's not us on this end. Let me know it's okay. Okay, thank you, Sparkle. Okay, come back over here. Ace over here. And then on this side. What? Oh, I see what happened here. Hold on. Give me 1 second, everybody. Again, we had issues on the right. We saw that the one trainer was having issues with their connectivity, so it wasn't us. But the fact that it happened a second time is enough that I want to make sure that this shows properly for the rest of the stream. I'd rather take the time right now than have it continue on through the rest of the stream. Okay, here we go. Watch this stream. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So now, should be able to come back over here. And yeah, it is my default. Leave me alone. And we're going to bring this in. I'm going to crop it just a bit. Just a little bit. Not a ton, just a little bit. Transformation. Where'd he go? I don't want to alarm anybody, but I've lost my screen. Okay, that was weird. Transform, edit transformation. There we go. Bring this in to right about there. 894, that's too much. Right there, and then from the top. Give us just one more moment, everybody. Again, would rather do this now than have it come up so many more times later on today.
He's just,
I hope everyone understands.
he's just having a little bit of
appreciate your
technical
patience as we
issues
do
with one
this.
side.
I want you guys to have the best
You
experience
should be good to go and walk in the
That's not
room
just
in one
for
moment.
the players, but for the audience as well. So there we go. That should fix it. That should do it. That should be a good look for right now. Sparkles, you can go ahead and have our trainer
Right.
on the right.
Walk in.
Get started. They can hear me on stream? Good. I hope so. All right, here we go. Ace Trainer. Ace versus Junko. We have once again Alligator versus Shadow Malamar. We saw this play out last time. No, again. Okay, so I am now starting to believe that's not us. But I'm still glad we did the precautions regardless. Again, goes immediately for the Hydro Cannon. While Shadow Malamar still goes for that charge, we see Tinkaton once more come in to try to clean up the Malamar. And we see Alligator coming in yet again to be the answer for the Tinkaton. This matchup seems quite familiar. Alligator choosing to take another Gigaton Hammer. Junko finally throwing their Hydro Cannon against this Tink. It's going to do some big damage, but it's not going to do enough. They are going to need a second one. Tinkaton going for that Bulldoze. I don't know if this is enough to knock out from here. It is not, but is it enough for... Oh, the debuff. The defense drop from Tinkaton is going to leave Alligator barely holding on with 1 HP. Taking out that Tinkaton and winning swap. Junko choosing to swap on over to their Shadow Malamar, saving that for Alligator with 1 HP, maybe for a catch later on, but just hoping to clean up this whole thing. Junko using their shield yet again on the Shadow Malamar, saying this Pokemon is too important to lose. But it is taking some heavy damage from that Shadow Annihilate. Junko throwing their first foul play into the Annihilate, and that Annihilate is going to shield. Junko with the ever spammy Malamar is going to throw yet another foul play, eating up Ace's second charge attack. But here we go. A new Pokemon finally hits the field, one that we have not seen between these two yet. It is Junko's Corviknight. Now, Corviknight's another great answer for a lot of these Pokemon, typically, but with a boosted Shadow Annihilate, those fast attacks are going to start hitting pretty hard. And just like that, just like I said, those fast attacks being boosted, thrown in with another charge attack is going to be enough for Ace to wrap this up and do a 3 Pokemon knockout with that Shadow Annihilate. All right. Let me go ahead and, since it's not really us, We should be able to get back into here while we're waiting. And I'm going to see if I can set up those teams as well. I'm going to show you guys have the best experience here on stream. Yeah, go ahead. Log in. Do the thing. Okay. Head back over. Not now. Where did that go? Got all these cables just dropping. What? I think one of my cables evaporated. I don't understand. Got it. Okay. So, just so you guys know, what we're waiting on is that there is a dispute. One of our trainers is saying they had quite a bit of lag. And we're going to have that reviewed by our judges. And while we do that, we're going to get these teams set up for you guys. So, all that extra effort was to say that it was not lag on our end. It was lag on the trainer's end. So while we let them kind of get that sorted out and they stay here, we are going to get you those graphics I promised. Trainer left team. Let's see. What's the best way to go about this? Probably properties. I think this is going to really help everybody, not only for the names, but to know what teams we're looking at as well. We can talk a little bit more about the teams they're bringing and what that could mean, what these matchups could look like. Damn, you shine up like a new penny. Who's... Dink, welcome to the stream. We missed you the first round. That was a battle I really wanted to see happen. I think with this extra space, we can go ahead. Well, the trainers themselves are going to come down a little bit, but that's all right. I think that's fine. When you say so, I would say so. Looks great to me. Wrong team, I know, but still. All right. Where is... Here we go. We're looking for ace. I'm going to hide the teams over here. Put that there. Hopefully my mod's going to be just a second to get this all squared away. Transform, copy transformation, transform, paste transformation. Put that right there. Don't send them in just yet. There's a rematch for game 2. Okay. Hold on one second. Just don't let them go in quite yet. We're going to do one more thing here. Lock this in. Now that we have a second, since we were going over that dispute, trainer rights team. Oh, wrong one. Let me see. Windows capture. Boom. Mega. Okay. Boom. There we go. Show transformation. Copy transformation. And then transformation. Paste transformation. Just like that. Beautiful. There we go. All right, we are ready. One of our trainers is locked in. Ace is locked in. Junko's about to be locked in. Sparkle, when they are ready, we are ready. And it looks like the trainers are ready. Here we go. Squaring off. It looks like we have better connectivity issues on both ends. It's phenomenal. So now we can finally have this Game 2 replay, Shadow Annihilate versus Feraligatr. Now, Feraligatr does have the super effective damage coming from those Shadow Claws, but Annihilate's going to do some heavy damage regardless. Feraligatr is not the bulkiest Pokemon, but it's certainly not the most fragile either. It's that beautiful medium that you want to see. That does mean it's not going to be able to hold up if it doesn't use some shields. So Junko, knowing this, uses their first shield on the Shadow Feraligatr to match the fact that Ace did use their first shield on that Hydro Cannon coming in at the Annihilate. Feraligatr from Junko getting to its second Hydro Cannon, and Ace putting all of their shields in on this Annihilate, but in comes in the Shadow Malamar. Now, we've seen a lot of the shields go to the Shadow Malamar. Are we going to see that yet again from Junko, or are they going to take the very first one? No, they choose to take it. They take the first one. It does well over half damage, and out comes that Tinkaton, who is going to not only resist, or at least make neutral this superpower, but is also doing that fast attack fairy wind damage. This new Gigaton Hammer Tinkaton is something you're going to be seeing a lot lately, not only here in our tournament, but in upcoming regional events as well. It has made a name for itself with its signature move coming to the stream, or coming to the game rather. Junko waiting out the timer, getting on over to their Feraligatr. Ace not taking any chances, throwing the bulldoze. Junko saying Feraligatr is going to go down. Let it go. We weren't going to get to our Hydro Cannon anyway. This is now a 1-on-3. Ace going for the bait of the Gigaton of the bulldoze, and Junko's not falling for it. Does take the bulldoze, but we see that debuff, and that's going to be critical because Junko has no Pokemon to switch out to, nowhere else to go. It is now just going to be stuck with that debuff. Ace brings out their Annihilate, but Junko's able to farm it down. Is Altaria at -1 defense able to take down the remaining Pokemon? Feraligatr gets half its damage taken out with that Sky Attack, and another one comes out. This should be enough to take out the Feraligatr. Feraligatr is unable to get to that Ice Beam, which would have won Ace the entire game. All that's left now is Ace's Tinkaton. Will Junko fall for the bait? Junko does fall for the bait this time, but is it going to be enough? Can Junko get to that Flamethrower before Ace gets to the Gigaton Hammer? Junko going for the Sky Attack instead, saying, I'm not going to risk it. I just want to throw the damage. Does get off the Sky Attack, and this Sky Attack is going to be enough to take out the Tinkaton. Altaria did the impossible. It took down 3 Pokemon with a debuff, making Junko the winner of that battle and bringing us into a decisive Game 3 yet again. 2 matches in a row on this stream, both coming to a decisive Game 3. We've got ourselves a great game here. We got two incredible trainers. So let's talk about the teams now that we can see them. We have Ace with the Stunfisk, Shadow Annihilate, Tinkaton, Licky Licky, Fraligator, and Gourgeist. And then Junko has the Shadow Malamar, the Diggersby, the Fraligator, the Altaria, the Corviknight, and the Fortress. We have seen a little bit of variation from Junko, but Ace seems to stick with that same core of Shadow Annihilate, Tinkaton, Fraligator in a few different ways. Will we see them change up here? I'm not entirely sure. They may bring out their first switch up, but they may just say, you know what, this is the team that's going to be able to take me all the way. These are the three Pokemon I trust the best against this team. I just got to get the right order going. Meanwhile, Junko has a bunch of options. We've seen that Shadow Malamar come twice. That seems to be the one that Junko's leaning on the most. We saw it get double shielded in the first match. We saw it get many shields in the lagged out match that had to be redone. And even in the official second match, we did see it get yet another shield. So that Malamar has been proven to be very valuable if it can keep shields in front of it. But let's find out what our trainers are bringing. They're locked in for our decisive Game 3. It's Shadow Annihilate. It's Shadow Malamar. Who's going to win here? Now, Malamar has the advantage. The fast attack damage is going to be super effective. Ace knows this. Immediately starts into their Fraligator and gets up to a Hydro Cannon, but not before it's caught on Junko's own Fraligator. That's a beautiful catch. And that is going to be resisted damage, but it's still going to do about a quarter of Fraligator's health. So now we have two Fraligators farming it out. Ace throwing another Hydro Cannon. And once again, Junko is going to take this on their Fraligator. Now, you see the main difference here between the two Fraligators is that Junko's is throwing the Crunch while Ace's only has the Ice Beam. Ace knows this, chooses to shield what could be the Crunch, calls the correct shield, and down goes Junko's Fraligator before it can get to a second move. That's a lot of energy lost. Ace under tapping that Hydro Cannon, not taking any chances. In comes that Shadow Malamar, and again, we see Shadow Malamar getting the shields. Junko is making sure that no matter what, this Shadow Malamar lives to see what could be coming down the pipeline. A lot of shields dedicated to Shadow Malamar. Can it pay off for Junko? Throws the foul play. It does take out the Fraligator, and back comes in that Tinkaton. Ace has chosen to go with the same three Pokemon all three times, really leaning on the core that he's built between these three Pokemon and this team. Another superpower makes heavy damage on the Tinkaton, taking out half of the Pokemon, and now we have Corviknight versus Annihilate, because as soon as the swap from Malamar went to Corviknight, Ace immediately swapped out their Tinkaton for their Annihilate. They said, I want to keep this Tinkaton in front of Malamar, unknowing that they now have to battle against this Corviknight that's going to have super effective charge attack damage. We've seen this battle before, and we've seen it turn out in the favor of Annihilate. Oh my goodness. Let's rewind a second. Junko doesn't just have Air Cutter, he also has Sky Attack on his Annihilate, and that's going to be heavy, super effective damage. Can Tinkaton farm down the Corviknight? Unknown, because he chooses to throw into the Malamar, and the Malamar gets that second shield. Malamar has been dominating the shields for Junko, and Junko knows that all he needs to do is get to this final super power, and that will be the end of this Tinkaton and the victory they need to win the entire set. That was pretty great. That was a pretty great battle. What's going on here? Wow. That was crazy. What a crazy battle. I think this one needs the other one. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can fix that in the meantime. But yeah, what a crazy battle. I can't believe that we saw Corviknight with Sky Attack. Corviknight almost exclusively runs Air Cutter and Payback, but this trainer Junko chose to bring Sky Attack, and you know what? It had quite a bit of damage. It came off to be very beneficial for Junko because that ended up taking out that annihilate where Air Cutter might not have done the job. Is there not a delay on stream? I don't think so. Not on my end, at least. Is there a delay on your end? Let me check that while we're doing this. Next rounds are in VC. I don't see anybody in VC. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. No, I mean, there's like a few second delay, but not like a crazy big one. There should be at least a 10-second on your stream so the people who have to stream the matchups can't look whether their opponent is battling. Ah, I see. That's true. And there's a bit of an honor system here, hopefully. But I don't know how to intentionally slow my stream down. I actually just got a brand new computer to avoid any more lag. Let's see. I'll tell you what the delay is. Ready? Let's start doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's a 4-second delay. Or maybe even a 5-second delay. There is a 5-second delay already. It's a saying on Twitch you can change, but you have to restart the stream. There is no delay at all. There's a little bit of delay. No, there's definitely. I'm watching it live here. There's definitely as soon as my message sends, they pop up. Maybe 1 second max. Oh, I see. Interesting. Because the camera has a delay. Like I said, I counted down, and that is what that's what the delay was on this end. But you're right. As soon as you sent your message, it showed up. Good idea for the future. You're right, Jay. Good idea for the future, indeed. Hopefully with no cheaters. This is an honorable game. And we like to keep it that way. Alright. Let me see if I can pull this up. Because this one needs the pop out. Pop out. Copy that. Exit, exit. Close stream. Waiting for our next battles to be in the queue. Brother, that was 40 minutes ago. Oh, yes, it was. Sorry, a lot of things moving on. A lot of things going on right here. I think we are getting ready for round 3 instead. All right, hang tight. Uh-oh. Greg. While we're waiting on our next ones, we're gonna make sure that this chat doesn't keep delaying like it was before. Something is amiss here. March, let me see, February. GN. Oh, there it is. There was an E missing. Authenticator. Who won that last match? Junko ended up winning in the decisive Game 3. Okay. Much better. Much better, much better, much better. Ooh. Put that there. Properties. Wow, that really just keeps on going, doesn't it? Let's make this 500 and 1100. Waiting for our next ones to be ready. Sent to present. Here we go. We're just waiting on one more matchup. All right, one more matchup until round 2 is over, and we can get started on round 3. I think that was the opposite effect of what I wanted. 300. There we go. That's what I wanted. And 1,000. Even less? Crazy. 900. Wow. 800. We're getting somewhere. There we go. So close. 950. Kay Kelsey, what's going on, Kay? Welcome to the stream. Amazing stream so far. It's an amazing game so far. So many amazing battles already. Let's take a look and see who has thus far submitted their rounds and who's winning, who's losing. We have another Executor with another 2 win, but this time wasn't a 2-0. It was a 2-1 against Tap You Infinitely. We're waiting on one more battle to put in their information. Trying to see. Look at all these great battles we had going on already today. Spellbringer with another 2-0. Who else? Who else? Superboy with a 2-0. Congrats to Superboy. I doubted the Nido King, but maybe it was a Nido King game the whole time. Ozito with the 2-0. Dink with the 2-0. Now that he's here and he's ready to play. Some great battles were already done. I wish we could stream all of them. Wouldn't that be amazing? But unfortunately, it's just not possible. Oh, don't do that. We are waiting on one more battle before we get to our next round. Round 3 is going to be where we really start to lock in. Possible. Fair enough. Fair enough. But man, we've had some incredible battles already. Let's talk about the fact that Ace kept bringing the same 3 Pokemon, and you know what? It was a pretty powerful combo. At least I'd say so. We gotta make sure that we have the polls going as well. I'll see if I can get that happening for the next one. There we go. Match 2 winner. Oh, the prediction was already through. I don't know who did that, but my goodness, thank you so much for getting that going. We're still, no, we're good. Okay. Some great battles happening here today. Let's see. Who else could we possibly be seeing come up against each other? Gonna close that one. This is good. We got all the things we need here. We got that ready just in case. I think we're sitting in a good spot, folks. I think we're in a really good spot for the rest of the day. to make sure that we have the most smooth performance going forward. Take a look again at that team matchup. If there's anything that would have been a really notable battle. Ooh, SS Thorn versus Crispy. That, I bet you, was a fantastic battle. SS Thorn taking the 2-0 against our very own Crispy. That just goes to show you that you could be the organizer of the event. That does not mean this is going to be an easy climb to that top cut. Everybody is out here battling for that beautiful, beautiful prize of $100. First place. I think we're still just waiting on that one more battle. Oh, so we got somebody in the chat. Hold on. I think we might have our round 3 pair. We do. We have our round 3 pairings up. And I can see who we have matching off against each other. This is going to be a really good match, I can already tell. I don't want to spoil it, though. I don't want to ruin the surprise. This one's going to be a lot of fun. Who do you think it could be? If you saw all these names, all these possible battles here in round 3, if you had to take a guess, who do you think will be matching off against each other live on stream? Any guesses in the chat? If anybody in the chat at all that's going to guess who you think is going to be our matchups, who are we going to bring on stream? Because there's a pretty exciting one. I am very eager to see how this plays out. Let's see. We're going to go back over here. This one. And then get this one over here. Get this one ready. Our trainers are locking in and making sure that they are ready for this battle, but we're ready on our end as soon as they are. I'm just going to get their information on screen. There's one of them. Come on, work with me here. Boom! And there's the other. We have Shark versus Crispy. Now, this is going to be a fun matchup. Let's go over the teams real quick. Shark has Shadow Celio. Celio is a Pokemon that, believe it or not, you've seen a few times in various different regional tournaments. I've even brought it a few times. It is an underdog. Not a lot of people consider Celio, but if you bring it and you get it lined up in the right spots, it can do some amazing things. It's bulky, it's spammy, it's everything you want out of a Pokemon like that. Gourgeist, Furret. I'm excited to see what that Furret's running, if it's on Brick Break or Trailblaze. We've got the Tinkaton, which everyone has been seeing lately, Altaria, and then Feraligatr again. Wondering if they went with the Ice Beam or if they went with Crunch. On Crispy's side, we have another Furret, which, again, I wonder if that's Trailblaze. I wonder if that's Brick Break. We're going to find out probably. We have the signature Golbat. Crispy's favorite Pokemon is Crobat. So Golbat is not a surprise there. We have the Unnovan Stunfisk. We have Florges. We have, which again, I wonder if Florges is running. Do you think it's Trailblaze Chilling Water? Do you think that there is a what is that fairy move? Can't think of it off the top of my head. A Dazzling Gleam on this Florges. We're going to find out. We have Credilli and then Guzzlord, which Guzzlord becoming more and more of a stressful pick these days due to the fact that there are so many more fairies re-entering. You now have Tinkaton as a problem. You now have Wigglytuff is always going to be a problem. You Pokemon that are throwing fairy moves without actually being fairy types. There's a lot of things that Guzzlord doesn't want to see. But if a Guzzlord can avoid the fairies, it can really start doing some damage. There's a lot of people throwing some dark moves as well, or ghost moves. And the fact that Guzzlord can resist both of those really puts Guzzlord in a good spot. So it's one of those Pokemon that if you bring it, you better make sure you line it up correctly. Jack, I would agree. This is going to be an insane game. Two really powerful trainers with so much history of being great battlers. We've seen them at regional tournaments. We've seen Crispy on stream every single day. He is known to be the TikTok streamer for everything Pokemon Go. So, yeah, we're just getting the trainers all set up. And as soon as they're ready to lock in, we're ready to have them on stream. Some things to look out here. That Gourgeist is going to want to avoid the Furret and the Guzzlord. But from there, everything else is a pretty okay matchup for that Gourgeist. Let's see, what else is really looking for? Obviously, the Guzzlord wants to avoid the Tinkaton. The Altaria, I'd say it wants to avoid the Florius, but again, unless he's running Dazzling Gleam, that's not really that threatening. It resists both the Chilling Water and the Trailblaze. And then Golbat, without a doubt, is going to want to avoid that Celio. That Celio could end up being a huge problem for Golbat. Even though it is taking that fast attack damage from the Thunder Shocks, it's going to want to not get too comfortable with the Stunfisk, or Stunfisk is not going to want to get too comfortable with the Celio. And then also, Credilli's going to look out for Celio as well. Celio is coming. I also believe that Celio is going to be a great choice for Shark Boy. And Guzzlord as well. Guzzlord is Dragon. This Celio has a big sweep on Crispy's team. He has to know Celio's coming every time and then plan his best ways to avoid that Celio damage, because those ice moves are gonna hurt. Gonna hurt the Guzzlord, gonna hurt the Credilli, gonna hurt the Stunfisk, gonna hurt the Golbat. 4 of his Pokemon do not want to see this Celio. And no, nothing resists ice at all. Right now, Crispy's best options against the Celio is the Furret, whether it's on Trailblaze or Brick Break. Both of those will be super effective. And the Florges, so long as it brought Trailblaze. If it didn't, you're looking at some issues here. Sure, Stunfisk is going to be able to get out those Thunder Shocks and those Discharges, and those are going to do some heavy damage. But this is a Shadow Celio as well. It's going to be doing some heavy damage from its fast attacks, not only its charge attacks, but its fast attacks as well. This is an uphill battle when it comes to Celio for Crispy. And on Shark Boy's end, he's got to make sure he protects that Celio, because you have to know that Crispy's going to be bringing all of his defenses and offenses for that Celio. And if he can break through that Celio, he can then start breaking through the rest of your team if you build that core strictly around your Celio. I'm very interested in seeing when the trainers, what they're going to bring. As soon as they locked in, looks like we got one that's just about ready. Another trainer that's still kind of deciding which way they want to go about it. Hold on. Before we lock in, mods, is Shark Boy having issues? When we saw his teams, the Pokemon that were the names didn't really look like the right Mons. And he looks like he's kind of like lagging. Should we address that ahead of time? Visual glitches. Yeah, is he good though? If he thinks he's good, we can lock in. They're good. All right, give us 1 second because it looks like Shark Boy is streaming off of a different device than the rest of our trainers were. So, oh, we're live. We're going. They're going for it. We're going to do this. We'll fix that in a minute. For now, we have some visual glitches on Shark Boy's end, and that's going to be interesting to watch. But we have Celio versus Furret. This is the matchup that Crispy wanted to have. You want to avoid that Celio on any other Pokemon. And we just have a blank battle on Shark's side. So, looks like we're going to have to just watch from Crispy's end. We don't... There is just a shadow, an empty Pokemon throwing a Surf right now. The Brick Break is going to lower the Celio's defense. Celio is a bulky Pokemon, but it is Shadow, so that defense is 20% less than a regular Celio would have. And Shark Boy lets this go. Shark Boy gives up the Celio early, which is an interesting call. Sometimes when we see a trainer that knows that this Pokemon, that one of their Pokemons is going to really dominate, we see them protected a little bit stronger, but Shark gave it up. Now we have Tinkaton versus Stunfisk, a huge catch on Shark's end. He catches this Mud Bomb on the Gourgeist for that not very effective damage, but out comes the Golbat. This is a very dangerous choice for Crispy to bring his Golbat, knowing that Celio was there, but he chose to bring it anyway, and it has paid off for him. That was a huge catch on Shark, and for sure, that damage would have done numbers to Tinkaton. Crispy throwing on good timing, making sure he gets all the energy he possibly can out of this Gourgeist for his Golbat, and Shark choosing to use his first shield on this Gourgeist, knowing that he wants to get the charge attack, but Crispy gets to another Poison Fang first, and Shark cashes in both of the shields here on Gourgeist because of the CMP. Does Crispy choose to take this? He does. He said, the Gourgeist is already -2. I want to save my shield. I want to make sure I have all the energy I could possibly need for taking down this Tinkaton. Because even though the Mud Bombs will be super effective against Tinkaton, these Bulldozers are going to be super effective against Stunfisk, and he's trying to avoid those defense debuffs. Shark throwing a second Bulldoze, looking for that debuff, looking to get some heavy damage out here. Crispy making sure he saves his shield for in case a debuff happens. Just like that, this Stunfisk is now -1 in defense and in trouble, because he is dry on energy. So this is what Crispy saved his shield for, deciding he wants to use it here, or if he thinks Shark has one more, he chooses to use his shield the very last second. Now, Crispy has to look out for the catch. Shark goes for the catch. And Stunfisk wins that CMP. I don't know if that was CMP or if he threw before he got to the move, before that Incinerate settled. Now, it all comes down to this final Mud Bomb, and Crispy is able to get to the final Mud Bomb and take down the Tinkaton with his debuffed Stunfisk. We have seen debuffed Pokemon with nowhere to go take out multiple Pokemon here today. Not just on this battle, but throughout the whole day. We've only done 3 streams. TikToker for the win. TikToker did win. All right, let's see if we can get this fixed. Deactivate when not showing. Deactivate when not showing. Okay, see if we can get Shark's Shark's battle up here. Okay. Now, there we go. Okay. Trainers, do not lock in just yet. This is a interesting device. Let's do 7:30 as well. I'm not sure what device Shark is using, but we are going to try to accommodate it here. For you, the viewer. that. There's that. Okay. That's a bit better. I'm going to still bring this down just a hair. So they're about the same size. Both trainers are locked in, and we are ready for this game 2. It is Altaria from Shark versus Florges with Crispy. That Celio, who knows if it's there? Because again, it looks like Shark's having some issues. But look, the Florges, like we said earlier, we weren't sure what charge attacks it would be bringing. Did bring the Disarming Voice, throws the Disarming Voice, and is able to do heavy damage on the Altaria with the very first. Shark's using 2 Pikachus, yeah. Crispy, knowing that he can take at least 1 sky attack, does let that go through, goes for a bit of a farm, and in comes Celio. So now, Crispy's going to try to debuff the Celio, knowing how much of a problem Celio can absolutely be. Gets that Ferret back out. This is what Crispy brought Ferret for. He knew Celio was coming. He wanted to make sure he had an answer for it once it came back on the screen. iPhone 7 go burr. Well, listen, as we reveal Pokemon, it looks like they start to show up on Sharks. And in the meantime, these Brick Breaks are coming out against Celio, and they're going to start doing some heavy damage. Invisible attack, more like invincible attack. What a great show. Just finished it last night, by the way. Okay, another Surf is coming through from the Celio, from the invisible Celio, onto Ferret. Ferret's able to take at least 1 more of those. And it looks like Crispy's going to get out this Swift just before Celio can get to its next charge attack. And Shark is once again going to let this Celio go down. We see who that final Pokemon is finally. It's his own Ferret. So now we have a Ferret on Ferret. Both of them brought Brick Break Ferret, which means both of them are doing super effective damage to each other and debuffing them in the process. Shark does take the first one, worried that the second one's going to come through, knowing that they're going to get debuffed, wants to save that shield. Out comes that Stun Fist, that trusty Stun Fist we saw in the last match. Shark wants to get out 1 Brick Break just to make sure that since Crispy is locked into the Stun Fist, that his defense is dropped for the remainder of that clock at the very least. Now, Ferret going for a Stab Swift after a -1 debuff to Stun Fist's defense, and choosing to preserve the Ferret. Uses the final shield because both of Shark's Pokemon are looking a little bit low. Catches on the Altaria, says, I want to put all my chips in the Ferret basket. Shark is going all in on his Ferret, hoping that it can not only take down the rest of this Stun Fist, but still clean up the remaining Florges that Crispy has in the back, but it is unable to get that farm down. It has to go for the charge attack, so Crispy uses his final shield on the Stun Fist to make sure that the CMP does go through. Shark, with no more shields, is going to take this discharge, and it is going to be the knockout of this Ferret that tried its very best to take down the rest of Crispy's team. Wow, great battles. Great battles from both Shark and from Crispy. I was really worried about that Celio. We saw it come both times, but it really just did not do the outstanding performance that we were expecting. When we went into this match, we said, listen, Celio's going to be a problem. When did Crispy become good? You know what? I trained him myself, actually. So that makes a lot of sense. If I can get this to work. All right. There we go. Those are back to normal. We're going to close these out, and we're going to head back over to the Zygarden to see who has already completed their matches and if there's still a lot more matches to go. Sometimes we might do 2 rounds broadcasted in the same. We might stream 2 battles of the same round. So it might be another round 3 broadcast. I'm waiting to hear what our judges say, if they want to do another match, or if we want to wait until these finish out. So it looks like some of them are finished, but a lot of them are still in the midst. I don't see any that were maybe held back, but there's still a lot of battles going on, still a lot of unanswered questions. Let's see. Thorn's still battling. Spell's still battling. Executor is still battling. Me Weedle did a 2-0 against Spooky Mafia. Risha got Coco and a 2-0. Looks like Tigers Oni did not show up for the round 3 battle, which is very interesting. We did see them play in the first one. Main of the hour, Will Cujo's still battling. Junko versus Superboy, and Junko did take the win this time against Superboy. I know Superboy was undefeated going into this. We still got Dark Phoenix and Ace battling it out. We got Dink, who beat Katie in a 2-0. Fern taking the 2-0. Charming in a 2-1. Jay the Underdog still playing in there. Crispy, we know that matchup. We'll see that appear in just a moment. Dan Lee Pro with the 2-0. That just makes sense because it rhymes. That's a lot of fun. Yeah, a lot of battles still going on. A lot of still opportunity out there. Waiting to see what the team wants to do, or we're just going to wait for the next go around. But again, going back to this, Dan Lee is the pro. That's the real thing. AG, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Again, looking at these two teams, we really thought that that Celio was going to be just much of a monster, but it could never get in front of the right Pokemon. Celio found itself in front of Furret both times, and both times it ended up being the death of Celio when Celio had such a strong advantage against most of Crispy's team. I'm tired. I probably shouldn't have stayed up till 4 a.m. and then started this at 9 a.m. Probably the wrong choice, but I did it anyway. I gotta tell you, I can see why it is that there's not only 2 casters, but they also rotate them out. Because at one point, you kind of just run out of things to say for a minute, right? There's only so many things you could say about the last battle without a recap playing, without someone to bounce the ideas off of. And there's only so many times I can scroll through Zygarde and be like, let's look at the teams. So, yeah, this is still a lot of fun, though. We have a lot more battles to go. This is only round 3 of a 7-round Swiss. There's a lot of Swass left. We have a lot of Swizzin left. We had a lot of players. 6-7. 6-7 players. I want to do a fun little segment, but unfortunately didn't have the time to set that up. We are running off of the new what's it called? The new computer. So there's a lot of new things being set up here. Let me see. This can shut down one source now. No. You're a fun segment. Oh, Crispy, you're an amazing battler. Congratulations on your win, sir. Thanks for taking my bribe, guys. What? Yeah, the reason that Shark lost is that his Celio was just too good, so I saw him hit a table about it and had to make sure that was shut down immediately. Good, that stays there. Now that won't go away. Wonderful. This chat can continue to chat the way it's supposed to. The chatting of the chattery. Oh, we got our neck. Here we go. We do have another battle ready to go, it looks like, or getting set up. We have another round 3 battle coming our way. This is exciting stuff. Who's it going to be? Let's see if I can find them. There we go. right. Fell asleep again earlier. That's what happens when you go to sleep at 4 a.m. I'm familiar with that. I also went to bed at 4 a.m. Crispy and Greg, goated duo. Oh man, can you imagine that casting duo? Crispy. They might make you not participate in the next one. They might make you cast with me. Can you imagine us bouncing off of each other? That would certainly be something. 4 a.m. club checking in. If you went to bed at 4 a.m., let us know in the chat. In fact, I want the whole chat to type in what time you went to bed. I've worked at 5 a.m. Does that count? It might. Did you go to bed as soon as you got off of work? Or did you just go... Are you still up from that time? I don't know what time it is in your time zone. My name is Zito. Shut up. Mod, by the way. He sure is. He sure is a mod. So is Katie. Make sure the whole mod team from the Go Lounge is mods on this stream. We have too many great battles to not do that. Let me see if I can fix this in the meantime. There we go. Perfect. Fixed where it's supposed to be. Let's see. Watching the regional, but I passed out. Yep. Oh, we got one trainer who's ready. We're waiting on our second trainer, and then we'll have our second streamed round 3 battle. 2 round 3 battles streamed for you today. I get this to stop shaking. Which part of this is shaking? It's just the whole thing? It's just the whole thing. Wonderful. Big up to Mod Squad. Absolutely. The mods are what make this. Once again, if you are unfamiliar what's happening here, we are doing our April 2026 tournament for our Discord server known as the Go Lounge. Now, the Go Lounge is the #1 place of all Pokemon hangouts. That's not just Pokemon Go, but it's TCG Pocket, it's regular TCG, it's Nuzlocke, it's VGC, it's regional events, it's local events, it's global events, it's tournaments like the one you're watching, and so much more. It's where you'll find all the information for your favorite streamers, such as myself, Crispy, Overlord Raikou, and Spellbringer, and many of our friends as well. We have an amazing team over there. It is the #1 place in all of Pokemon Hangout. I could not recommend it better, especially if you like content like this, if you enjoy tournaments and just being around great people. ! Discord in the chat will take you on over there. If you have not joined the Discord yet, you're going to want to get in there right now. You're going to make sure that you are part of the action, not only for all those amazing things, but also for when the next tournament comes around, because we're trying to do these once a month. So make sure you're in there. Can you DoorDash me food, Greg? I haven't had anything to eat at all today. I got up, I made sure this was set up, and I was here. You DoorDash me food. I'm hungry, but I don't have any casters to tag out to. It is just your one and only caster over here today, Go Lee Greg, and I will probably not eat anything until the whole tournament's done. So, gonna need you, Dylan, to send me some food. I think that's... I'm gonna pull the Uno reverse for Anya. Where's our... Hold on. How do you spell explosive? There we go. Gotta make sure the king is sitting there watching us. Watching over us. As he does. And as he always will. Keep your address in the chat. I'll send you food. Oh, Zito. I'd rather just be hungry. Greg is wearing pants. Who's to say? Who's to say what Greg's wearing? If you were here at the beginning of the stream, you might know the answer to that question. But right now, who's to say? We're still just waiting on one more person from this matchup, and then we can go ahead and get the battle going. Sorry, Cindy, there'll be no more pants checks. We did one pants check at the beginning. You could check the clips because apparently someone did clip it. I'm still looking at it. It's the only clip of the whole stream. We cancel male stripper. Oh, well, hold on. Oh, Zito, let's not make any rash decisions here. All right, let's not do anything crazy and cancel anything like that. Exactly. Listen, there's only so much that can be contained in such little clothing as boxers. I couldn't have the whole stream get banned because of a little slip up like that. Well, not so little slip up, if you know what I mean. Oh, there we go. It looks like our other trainer has joined the chat. We are getting much closer to having this ready to go. I am going to head on over here and see if we can get these. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to do that. I'm learning. I'm learning, everybody. Give me a chance to learn. There it is. And the other trainer is going to be there we go. All right, these trainers are getting all set up. Now that I can see both of their screens, we're going to head on over to the battlegrounds where you're going to see that it is, in fact, Zero King versus... we got Ox King versus C10. I'm going to see if I can adjust these. Waiting for the trainers to get locked in. While we do that, we are going to make some adjustments. So that way in the future, I don't have to worry about none of this. Transform, edit transformation. Crop, show more of the bottom. That's what she said. Less at the top. Just like that. Cool. 280 and 88. Same thing on this one. And a transformation, because I'm tired of that scrolling not working. So it's 280 and 88. There we go. Perfect. We got Ox King versus C10. They're currently working on what team they want to have. We mentioned this earlier, the belly bolt coming down from the Ultra League and here into the Great League. Looks like both trainers are locked in, so we're going to get them on screen. And here we go. Our first matchup is Malamar versus Altaria. We do see that belly bolt, though. It is there, and it is ready to make its debut. Wondering how it's going to play out, though. Both trainers get plenty of farm before they throw their first attack. This isn't a Shadow Malamar, though. This is a regular Malamar. It's still going to do some heavy damage, but it is then able to take a little bit more in return for not being that Shadow. The Shadows just, they are all bite and no defense. But this one is able to take some more of those fast attack dragon breaths without being in too much danger. It's still going to be outpacing the Altaria with its charge attack, causing Altaria to have to cash in more shields than Malamar will have to if it wants to stay in. But no, never mind. Ox King switches on over to the Tinkaton, trying to get a big farm down. This flamethrower is going to be super effective and do some heavy damage, though. And in comes C10's own Tinkaton. We got Tinkaton versus Tinkaton right now. And the smart play is what C10's doing right here, trying to get those debuffs with the Bulldoze. They are going to be super effective. Does get the debuff. Ox King choosing to also throw a Bulldoze, trying to get that same debuff. Can he do it? Is unable to do it. They're not going to be able to farm each other down. They have to throw the charge attacks. And right now, Ox King has that advantage with more charge attacks than C10 does. This is going to come all down to energy control. A big catch on Ox King, able to catch this Bulldoze over on the Feraligatr, who makes its way onto the stage for the first time today. And here's that Belly Bolt. We're waiting to see when it comes out and when it does, what it's going to do. Belly Bolt is much more well-known in the Ultra League or in Specialty Cups, but we're seeing it here in a Great League in a Show 6, and I'm interested in seeing how this matchup plays out. Belly Bolt does have the advantage with being an electric type against the Feraligatr with a water typing. And those parabolic charges are only going to make this tougher. Every time Belly Bolt throws a parabolic charge, it is guaranteed to get a defense increase. I mean, this thing is going to get harder and harder to take down as it goes on. That Hydro Cannon does some decent damage, though, even with the debuff. C10 trying to get out to his Tinkaton, unable to make that swap, no shields left, and this is going to take down that Belly Bolt. Missed the switch timer by just seconds, but now in comes Tinkaton with a clean swap. No need to worry about being locked in this Pokemon. Gives C10 a little more advantage in his gameplay of trying to swap out between Pokemon, because it is still a 2-on-2, but both trainers are looking a little rough. The only one standing that has some decent health left is Feraligatr, and here comes that Feraligatr as we were just talking about, but C10's going to get to that Sky Attack on the Altaria first, clear out the Feraligatr just before it gets to its next Hydro Cannon, meaning that there's now a 2-on-1 in the favor of C10, but it is a Tinkaton. It has almost no energy, but it is doing super effective damage to the Altaria. Altaria goes down, Tinkaton has 1 HP left, and is able to get out the charge attack. The Bulldoze is going to connect on a C10's Tinkaton as well. And with 1 HP in a Dream, Ox King is able to pull off the win. Just barely. Wow, that was... Tank is so cracked. I need some water. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. What a battle. Can we get a 1 HP in the chat? That's an emote we have. 1 HP in the chat. Hold on. Looks like one of our trainers is locked in. That was a crazy battle, holding on with just 1 HP. Matt Tinkaton said, I'm not done yet. I didn't hear no bell. Tinkaton said, I didn't hear a single bell. I'm not out of this yet. And Ox King was able to pull out the victory that way. Both trainers are locked in for this round 2. Let's see what we got going on here. We got Belly Bolt. We've got Fortress. Let's see a battle. Now, both of these Pokemon are throwing electric attacks. The only difference here with the fast attacks is that Belly Bolt is fully resisting these Volt Switches from Fortress. And Fortress is taking neutral damage on all of Belly Bolt's moves. But Fortress does have that Sand Tomb, which did get a boost this season, and is going to do some extra damage, plus it's super effective. On top of that, it guarantees a defense debuff. So these power charges are just getting neutraled out. Swaps on over to Corsola. So C10 brings out their Empoleon. And we're seeing, again, a very neutral matchup between these two Pokemon. Dunsparce in the back does look dangerous. And puts C10 in a bit of a difficult spot once we get into the later game, once those shields start dropping, like we just saw one go down now. C10 used their first shield to preserve the Empoleon, is able to get out another Hydro Cannon on good timing before Corsola can get to another move. Ox King, thinking about it, chooses not to use their shield. Down goes Corsola. Back comes out the Fortress, knowing they can get this super effective damage. Trying to get Belly Bolt back out there. Again, fighting the timer, does eventually get it out, but not before Fortress can build up more energy and get off this first Sand Tomb, which is going to do half of Belly Bolt's remaining energy. Belly Bolt trying to get out a Parabolic Charge. Ox King protecting this Fortress, knowing that it can get out at least one more Sand Tomb if it does, but going to get into that Dunsparce. Dunsparce coming out almost a little prematurely, in my opinion, going for the farm down instead. This will be interesting. I think Ox King's plan here is to try to get as much energy as it can, but instead takes a Zap Cannon on Dunsparce, and that is going to be heavy damage and detrimental because that Altaria has full energy. They both have 2 shields, and there's just not going to be enough Rock Slides coming from this Dunsparce to take care of this Altaria, given the fact that it's so low on HP. That Zap Cannon changed the entire game for Ox King, and a huge catch on C10's end, catching the Rock Slide, knowing that this Dunsparce is basically the only answer it has left for the Altaria. One and throws, gets out the Hydro Cannon. Does Ox King choose to save Fortress? It does. Knows it can farm down this Altaria, this Empoleon, and try to get out some of these Rock Tombs, see if it can make up for lost ground. It is a 2-on-1, but both of these Pokemon are very, very low in energy. Additionally, though, the C10 has nowhere to go. Nowhere to swap into to shake off that debuff. That Rock Tomb is going to drop its attack, but is it going to be enough to make a difference here? Because down goes Fortress. Dunsparce is struggling to get to that last attack, is unable to do it, and Altaria does pull through and takes the victory. Super close battle. But unfortunately, that Zap Cannon from the Belly Bolt made all the difference. Wincon was baiting Sand Tomb, then going, yes, I think you're right. That probably was the best Wincon for that trainer. But the Zap Cannon, as we saw from the Belly Bolt, that Zap Cannon ended up changing the entire game. Taking this now to a 1 apiece once again for what is this now? The 4th battle in a row. We're down to a decisive game 3 here on the stream. Both trainers are giving it all, bringing different Pokemon each time, choosing interesting strategies, and it's coming down to just such little HP and such barely gotten to energy. These trainers are giving it their all. Dez is absolutely right in the chat. That if you shield those Zap Cannon, it was basically free game. They had to respect the energy, and unfortunately chose not to. One of our trainers is locked in. Once the other trainer's ready, it looks like they're going for it. Looks like they have their team. Are they confident on it? They are. They're confident on this team. Our second trainer's locked in. We've got a decisive game 3. It's Empoleon versus Dunsparce. Now, this is kind of an interesting matchup because Empoleon resists the rollouts from Dunsparce, but those drill runs are going to eat Empoleon alive if shields are not properly used here. Hydro Cannons are not going to tickle either, so which Ox King knows and chooses to use the first shield on the first charge attack right away. Does not throw one, goes for the under tap, throws the drill run, and again we see another shield. Trainers have both traded shields, and we're seeing little damage being done by these fast attacks, but the charge attacks are where you're going to want to look out. C10 powering up another Hydro Cannon. Ox King using a second shield. Ox King has gone all in on this Dunsparce, saying, I'm taking down anything back there with this Dunsparce. And so much so, I'm going to swap here. So he swaps with a Malamar, but back comes that Belly Bolt, and it is going strictly for the Zap Cannon. There are no more shields on Ox King's end to protect against that Zap Cannon, and we saw this in the last round. Zap Cannon is going to do such devastating damage. Can he get to it? No. One more foul play is going to get out before C10 can get to the Zap Cannon. Are they going to shield this? They do. They choose to shield, which I think is the right call. trying to get some extra energy out before they go for this Zap Cannon, which should take down Malamar entirely. We have a no shields game left. There's a lot of energy left on that Dunsparce. We can see it again here quickly, and then a throw immediately into that drill run, but that would mean they don't have much left for the Empoleon. We do see that exact move. Out comes Dunsparce. Here comes the drill run. This is going to take down Bellibolt. Will we see C10 go back to their Empoleon, though, or are we going to see Corsola come on out? We're probably going to see Empoleon because that Corsola does not want to get in front of this Dunsparce. It has nothing super effective for it. It really doesn't have anything too damaging for it either. You need the Empoleon to take out the Dunsparce here if you're C10. That Hydro Cannon does major damage, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to catch on the Corsola, doesn't get it through, gets stuck in their attack instead. Here comes the drill run. This is going to be heavy, super effective damage, and it is going to take out the rest of the Empoleon. It is now Corsola against Dunsparce, and Corsola has no fast attack pressure at all. This is looking very much in Dunsparce's favor. Can C10 pull something out? Oh, a swap. Oxking says, I don't want to use any more of my Dunsparce. I'm going to bring out my Tinkaton. It's an interesting choice. I know that this Gigaton Hammer is going to do quite a bit of damage, but I think Ox King's plan here is, while it's still pretty low in energy, I'm going to get out this Gigaton Hammer while I know I can get to it. C10 was trying to get to multiple moves, couldn't get to multiple moves. Ox King with that Gigaton Hammer doing heavy damage onto C10's Corsola is going to bring this match to an end, and Ox King is going to be the winner of this round. Wow. Incredible battles, catches, energy display, so many just great plays for both trainers. They both give it their all. I think they did a phenomenal job each. That Dunsparce, when you look back at it, that Dunsparce really did so much damage to C10's entire team. It wanted to avoid the Medicham, but we didn't see the Medicham come out. What a great battle. Once Bellibolt was out of the way, and those just devastating, absolutely devastating Zap Cannons couldn't be on the field anymore. Dunsparce had so much room left to run, and Ox King let it run. I also think that, yeah, in hindsight, that was a great play. Once you got out that attack from Dunsparce, don't let Corsola get any more energy up. Get on over that Tinkaton, get the Gigaton Hammer out, and get this thing knocked down, because that Gigaton Hammer, if it could find a neutral target, it is going to do some heavy damage. I think 300 is what Gigaton Hammer is putting out. Okay, so that's the end of that battle. Let's head on back over to Zygarden, and let's see if all the battles have been played out yet. They have! That was the last battle we're waiting on. Round 4 pairings are up, and I'm waiting to see who our round 4 streamed matches are going to be. A lot of tough battles. A lot of interesting matchups here. Honestly, any one of these could potentially be the one we see on stream. Looking this over, and you too can go check this out. Someone, what is the command in the chat to pull up the Zygarden page? If my mods could help me out, I'd appreciate it. Bracket. Exclamation point bracket. We'll take you to Zygarden. I want everybody to do me a favor. Go on into that page. Scroll through this round 4 matchups, and in the comments tell me, who do you think is going to be our stream match, or even who do you want to see? Which of these matchups would you like to have displayed here on stream, or do you think we're going to pull? Get your guesses in the chat right now. I'd love to know what you guys think is going to be the answer. Dylan? You think Dylan's going to be on? You want Dylan? You think it's going to be Dylan? Crispy Gaming, Crispy back to back. I don't think we're going to do that. Probably not. Will Cujo, I could see Main of the Hour coming on stream. We've seen him before. He streams regularly, I think almost every night. When I stay up way too late, I get the notification. Ozito, that'd be another great battle too. All these trainers who made it this far, who are continuing to battle and fight it out, they are some incredible battlers. I'm sure we're going to see whoever it is up here giving it their all, leaving nothing left to question and putting it all on the field. Rose Gold, thank you so much for saying that. I'm looking forward to seeing you back here as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of this stream looks like and how the rest of these battles play out. I'm excited. I'm excited for it all. While we do that, I'm going to put us back on Zygarden here at the top. And I'm going to get some water because I'm starting to get a little bit of a hoarse throat. And I'm not supposed to eat horses anymore. My doctor specifically told me to stop eating horses, but I get so hungry. So I'm going to get some water while our amazing judges go ahead and get our next matchup into the queue. This. Oh, we are so back. We are so back. Guys, I've got some really great news. Not only did I find water, but I heated up my coffee and, hold on, wait for it. Pause for dramatic effect. As I fix that. Pause for dramatic effect. And I found some cantaloupe. So I'm going to eat some cantaloupe. We still have our trainers. Big cantaloupe W for sure. Wow, that is so much better. All right, looks like while I was gone, our trainers got ready. So we better get ready too. Let's head on over to the battle screen and get our trainers found. Who do we have here? Let's get this trainer ready. Let's get the next trainer ready. There we go. All right. Give me 1 second. Trainers are getting set up. We're making sure we're set up over here before we get too deep into it. Oh, that is heaven. I love coffee. That is an absolute delight. Okay, 1 second. Checking on my mods real quick, and then we can get started. Then I can start talking about this event, which I'm very excited to talk about. Yeah, me either. Sparkle. Mods, if you can check the chat real quick. Before we can get started with vodka. Christy, never a dull moment with you. Here we go. Professor's typing. All right, we got Ikagra versus Spellbringer, which just confirming that those are the matchups for the day, or for this round. Ikagra versus Spellbringer. This is the second time we've seen a admin and co-host of the Go Lounge showcased on the battles. We saw Crispy earlier. Now we see Spellbringer. Let's talk about these teams real quick while they get all set up and ready to go. We were talking about this earlier. This was our first time seeing Aegislash. We were scrolling through. I'm a big Aegislash believer. I've used Aegislash in the Go Battle League. I find it very useful. I find if you know how to wield the sword, it's a powerful sword. And I think that's kind of... I'm so sorry. I might even get a lozenger. I think that might even be a beauty behind... Yeah, I'm going to get one real quick before we get started. Everybody just give me 1 second. I can feel that. Okay. Whew. Sorry. Camera got a little... There we go. Sorry about that. I wanted to make sure that you can understand me while I'm talking to you. Otherwise, this get a little embarrassing. So yeah, let's talk about this. Aegislash. I can't even get this thing open. Look at this. Halls, right? Try to open it. I'm just peeling off the label. I can't even get the bag open. There we go. All right. Lossinger in. Powers activated. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about Aegislash real quick before they get into it. If you know how to use the sword, then the sword becomes very useful. But you don't know how to wield the sword is not good for you. And I think that's what makes Aegislash not only just an interesting Pokemon in a concept, but an interesting Pokemon in PvP, because it is very tricky to use if you don't know how to use it. Much like swords just in general, in real life and in fantasy, which a lot of this comes from. So I think it's very poetic the way that Aegislash has been incorporated into Pokemon Go. And just look on the other end for Spellbringer. We've seen him using that Shadow Magnezone a ton in Go Battle League. Arguably, it's become his Drift Blimp of this season, and it's done wonders for him. So I'm interested in seeing how it plays out, because we do know there's a lot of ground in this meta lately. There is Quagsires, there are Diggerbee, which we see on the opposing team. But again, there's so many things that then it resists with the steel and electric typing. So I'm interested in seeing what we can do. Whenever the trainers are ready, they can lock in. I think we got Spellbringer, who's just about ready. Akagro is also looking to get their team ready to go. We got one trainer locked in. Waiting on the next trainer. They've been given the green light to go ahead and do it. And here we go. Both trainers are locked in. Let's get into this first battle. Round one of this fight, we have Diggersby versus Shadow Magnezone. Crispy immediately switches. Oh, not Crispy. Spellbringer immediately switches on over to Feraligatr, which was going to do not very effective damage against that Diggersby, but knew that oh my goodness. Akagro is not going to want to have that Diggersby taking any extra energy. If it can get Diggersby in front of Magnezone, that is the main answer that it has for Magnezone. It needs to protect the Diggersby, so it also swapped out, and Spellbringer knew that they would. So now we have Feraligatr versus Altaria. Feraligatr is running that Ice Beam. So there are some opportunities here for either one-shot knockouts or baits. Spellbringer goes for the Hydro Cannon, and Akagro does fall for it and shields the Hydro Cannon. Now, Spell is going all in for the Ice Beam. They get to CMP. Spellbringer uses his final shield on the Feraligatr, knowing that that he has that Ice Beam ready to go to take down this Altaria. And there's no swap, no catch. This Altaria is just going down to an Ice Beam. Spellbringer wins the swap, and that is going to be crucial for Spellbringer, knowing that Magnezone can, under no circumstances, find itself in front of that Diggersby. Diggersby comes back out, chooses to sacrifice Diggersby here, taking some very heavy damage from this Hydro Cannon. Diggersby is a very strong, sturdy Pokemon, but this super effective Hydro Cannon from a Feraligatr is still going to do half of its damage. Trying to get to 2 Scorching Sands throws on perfect timing. This Scorching Sands will take out the Feraligatr, and now Akagro is looking at almost having another Scorching Sands on the Diggersby. Does get to that move and then goes for the swap. So now Spellbringer brings back out that Magnezone. It's now Credilli versus Magnezone. Credilli's throwing Acid, which is going to be resisted by Magnezone, and Magnezone's going to be throwing these super effective mirror coats. They're mirror shots. They're not super powerful, but when they are behind a Pokemon like Shadow Magnezone, and when you do have the super effectiveness that you do when it's being thrown at a Credilli, they are still going to do quite a bit of damage. Magnezone took an attack and did about half damage because these things are extremely glass cannons, but that mirror shot is going to still make contact. And now we're looking at a very tough situation for Ikagra as Magnezone is still alive. Altaria has almost all its energy, and there are no charge attacks taking this Altaria. There is nowhere for Ikagra to go against this Altaria. This is looking like a game over. Just a little bit of energy left on the Diggersby, and down it goes. Spellbringer does take the first win. Absolutely cooked there, you're right. Once Spellbringer was able to rearrange the alignment, he was able to get everything he needed in front of that team. That team was set up to be RPS'd in the wrong direction for Spellbringer. So Spellbringer swapped and was able to win that swap, and winning swap was so crucial to making sure that the rest of the battle went in his direction. Incredible play. Absolutely. Ikagra has to figure out what to do when that swap happens, because they have to know that if Spell's in a bad spot with Magnezone, if Magnezone comes back at all, that they're going to need to be able to win that swap and keep alignment. Alignment is going to be the key of this game with these two different types of teams. When you're looking at Pokemon like Diggersby and Altaria and Magnezone and Aegislash, I'm just listing off random. Like, they both have Altarias. They both have Feraligators. There are so many difficult matchups here. If you don't keep the right alignment, you're asking for trouble. So, trainers are waiting to lock in. It looks like we have one trainer who's locked in. Can Spellbringer pull out the 2-0, or are we going to see ourselves yet again on another decisive Game 3 for what, the 5th battle in a row? Here we go. Locked in. We've got, once again, Diggersby against Magnezone. We saw this played out last time. Spell immediately swapped to Feraligator. Spell brought the same team, but this time Ikagra was prepared for the same team coming back, and now brings out their Fortress, which is going to have super effective Volt damage against that Feraligator. Those Volt Switches are going to eat this Feraligator alive, and these charge attacks are not going to help either. Spellbringer knows that, chooses to sacrifice the rest of Feraligator, giving up Swap. Now, Swap was the thing that won Spellbringer the last battle, is giving up this round. Going to be the same results, though. Are we going to see another case of whoever wins Swap wins the game, or does Spellbringer have something up his sleeve? Ikagra goes for the Sand Tomb. That would be super effective damage against the Magnezone. So Spellbringer does choose to block that and goes for this very heavy damage of the Wild Charge. Now, Ikagra knows that whatever Pokemon comes out is going to get swapped into, so brings out the Diggersby so they could swap into their other Pokemon, which is their Altaria as well. We now have Altaria versus Altaria, both running the same moveset, Sky Attack and Flamethrower. So these Sky Attacks are going to be where all the damage is going to come from out of these charge attacks, and both trainers know that the matchup that's desired by one and feared by the other is Diggersby versus Magnezone. Spellbringer has to pull out some amazing swap tactics here if he wants to be able to maintain keeping that Magnezone away from Diggersby, but I'm not thinking that there's much left that can be done. All shields are off the field. Spellbringer's only choice is to get this Altaria out of here and then get it in front of Diggersby, but is unable to swap before Ikagra gets out one more Sky Attack that's going to do massive damage to the other Altaria, to Spellbringer's Altaria, swaps on in, throws the Mirror Shot against the Altaria, but that's just not going to be enough because this Diggersby is about to farm up so much energy, knowing that it has nothing truly resisting it. If Ikagra can get to 2 charge attacks here, then they'd be able to win, but chooses to throw before being at the second charge attack. A very interesting choice. It leaves Spellbringer with a window of, can I get to a charge attack? But even then, even so, I forgot how low energy Altaria really was. Nothing too bad to worry about. Kagra's able to clean this up with another Fire Punch and just a few more Mud Shots to take down the Altaria. And just like in the first match, we saw the winner of Swap won the whole battle. That was Spellbringer's strategy in the first round. Maintain Swap, maintain alignment, maintain the victory. And this go around, he chose to give it up, which he kind of needed to, right? That Fortress against Feraligatr was not anything that he wanted to see. So, he had to make a difficult call, but in doing so, he did end up losing that Swap, and Swap was everything in these matchups. Oh my goodness. Yep. Got him off screen. Just realized that. As soon as I said it, I went, wait a second. That's weird. Thank you, Crispy. Good catch on that. I also think that Leon, as soon as he lost Swap, he knew it was not winnable. All right, we do have one trainer that's locked in. This is everything here. We have seen so many game 3s on stream today. This one is no different than the other ones. It really is going to come down to which trainer can outwit, outlast, outplay the other one. Welcome back to another decisive game 3 for the 5th time in a row on stream here for the April 2026 Go Lounge Tournament. We've got two incredible trainers who are really trying to win this all. Because remember, at the end of this Swiss, we have a top cut of 8. And those 8 will then single elimination their way down to one winner who will take home $100 as the grand prize. And this stream is brought to you by my mom buying cantaloupe. Shout out to Go League Mom. Now we saw Spellbringer bring the same team twice. Do we think he's going to bring it a third time? Oh, both trainers are locked in. Here we go. It's time for a decisive Game 3. We got Quagsire and we've got Altaria. And for the third matchup in a row, Spellbringer has the poor lead, has to swap immediately. Ikagra is doing a phenomenal job of reading this team and knowing what Spellbringer is going to bring in the lead. We now have Credilli versus Altaria. Spellbringer going for that Sky Attack. Spellbringer has to know that once again, this is a win, swap, win game situation. Kagra going for the first of the Rock Tombs from this Credilli. Spellbringer chooses to shield, but that does not mean that the debuff is not still going to apply, which is why I find it interesting that Kagra chose to take the first Sky Attack. Choosing to take the second Sky Attack as well is such an odd choice for me personally here, knowing that this whole swap is going to, knowing how much swap has meant for the entire go-around. Spellbringer catches a Rock Tomb on the Quagsire. And so back comes out the original leads, Quagsire versus Altaria. This Quagsire is running Aqua Tail, Mud Bomb, I believe. Let's move back to the moves. Is running Mud Bomb. There is no Stone Edge, and Quagsire is now -1 in attack with no attacks, with both resisted charge attacks being thrown at this Altaria. Ikagra's got nothing to worry about with their Pokemon. They can continue to farm and throw at a leisurely pace while setting up for a 3-on-2 and maintaining this swap once again. Quagsire taking heavy damage and another swap. Spellbringer is all over the field here, swapping in and out Pokemon, but not before Kagra can get out one more Sky Attack, which would have done detrimental damage to Spellbringer's Altaria. So now we have Altaria versus Feraligatr. This is a matchup we saw in reverse recently. Spellbringer was the one with the Feraligatr. Ikagra was the one with the Altaria. Now we see the other way around. But all shields are off the field, and that Ice Beam is going to, for Spellbringer, and that Ice Beam is going to do heavy damage if needed to make contact, but I don't think it's needed. I think a Hydro Cannon can take out the Altaria from here. Kagura putting all their energy left into this Feraligatr, getting to 2 Hydro Cannons before throwing the first one. This is going to help finally take a Pokemon off the field and give Kagura that swap advantage that they wanted all along. We now see 2 Feraligatrs duking it out. One of them is taking much more damage, but the other one has a lot more energy. So who's going to make it out is really going to depend on to who can hold on the longest. Spellbringer still has that Quagsire with just a hair of HP. I'm sure Spellbringer is thinking, can I go for a catch? Tries to go for the catch, does not get it. Kagura knows the catch is coming in, fails to catch, throws the Hydro Cannon into Spellbringer's Feraligatr, and now Spellbringer has nowhere left to go to. Has to rely solely on this Feraligatr and the energy it's farmed up. Will one Hydro Cannon be enough? No, instead of Kagura, after calling the catch for Spellbringer, catches of their own onto the Credilli. This is nowhere it wanted to be, because now it's a 2-on-1, and there's just not enough energy left on this Feraligatr for Spellbringer to finish out both the Altaria and the other Feraligatr. This is looking like it is completely over, and that will do it, folks. Kagura wins swap, wins the battle, as we were saying the whole time, in another very close, very powerful, decisive Game 3. Wow. What an incredible battle. We've got a raid, by the way. Running first, welcome on in. Thank you for raiding us. What great battles, trainers. Let me see. Exit out of this. Exit out of this. Powerful, powerful stuff. Running first, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. All right. More coffee. Here we go. All right. So it looks like that'll be the end of that. Waiting to see if we're going to do a second battle out of round 4. Let's take a look at the Zygarden and see what matches have been done and if there are any still in waiting. I think we're getting a little bit better at this, folks. I think we're getting just a tiny bit better at our timing, and in doing so, we're able to see a little more in real time. A lot of these battles are done, but there are a few that aren't cashed in just yet. We might be able to get a second battle out. Spellbringer in the chat. Get that catch. I might have a shot. I think so too, Spell. I think so too. It was a tough call. I think you played your absolute best. Thank you for playing on stream as well, but it's not over just yet. You have been doing pretty well throughout this whole round, through this whole tournament. I think that if you keep battling hard, you could still see top cut. Waiting for our judges to see if there's another battle waiting in the wings. But it looks like a lot of these are finished up unless one was intentionally set aside. I'm not sure. Trainers are really running through these ones now. Also, I noticed that Kagura's win has an asterisk next to it. Would love more information on that if we could get it. But in the meantime, let's keep looking through what we got. Thank you for that shout out for Spellbringer. Thank you to all of our mods that make the Go Lounge so amazing. If you are not familiar already, that is what we do here. This is the 2026 April Go Lounge tournament. The Go Lounge is our Discord server. It's the #1 place for everything Pokemon. I know I said this already, but it truly, truly is. If you like Pokemon, if you ever like Pokemon, if you ever want to be around things that are Pokemon, if you just want to be around the best community in the world, join the Go Lounge today. It was just put in the Discord, !Discord in the chat. It's for everybody. It's for everybody. If you have any interest in Pokemon at all, or if you just like cool people that like Pokemon, it's the place to be. It is such an amazing spot, and you're not going to miss out on the future tournaments as well, because we're trying to do one of these every single month. And who knows, you might be our May tournament winner and get that grand prize. Today, all the trainers are competing for a grand prize of $100. Second place will take $50, and third place does get a Go Fest ticket of their choice. Make sure we're not timing out here. I'm not missing anything. Waiting to see if we're queuing up anybody. Oh my goodness, 100 bits. Shout out to our sponsor. Thank you so much for doing that. It's a pleasure to be able to host and to cast. I feel it's a little clunky today. I feel like I could have done better, but you know what? I had to do my first one to understand what it's like over here and then make sure that next go around it's better. I'm hoping that the group allows me to cast again in May. Might even have a co-caster, we'll see. But when we do, this will be the smoothest production you've ever seen before. Thank you so much for those bits. That is so kind of you for helping support the channel and the community. We at the Go Lounge are just so excited to be able to host things like this and bring our community together in so many fun ways. No game 2 in this round, just working on 2 disputes. Okay, there you heard it from one of our judges. Overlord Raikou is working with Mystic Sparkle. They are our judges for today. So shout out to our judges. We can get a shout out to both Overlord Raikou and Mystic Sparkle for their incredible work today. They're doing so much hard work dealing with disputes and making sure that you guys have content here on the stream while I just get to sit here and yap away and talk about the games and chat with you guys. So they're doing all the heavy lifting. We really love both of them so much. Thank you to Crispy and Spellbringer as well for now being on stream each. You've now seen the entire admin team of the Go Lounge here displayed doing amazing things. Plus, you've seen a lot of our mods as well, like Mystic Sparkle, like Katie, like Ozito. We're just really happy to be able to put on this great thing. What I do, Greg, can we get your opinion on something that's really bugging me? Absolutely. Ozito, what would that be? Ask it away. We'd love to continue to keep this engaging while we're waiting for the rest of these battles to finish up. Because like I said, there's only so many times I can scroll through Zygarde and be like, oh yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, look at that. So let's have a chat. Let's talk about this in the conversation. Can you mention how well I did the last match, Greg? Well, Cujo, how'd you do? Let's find out. Let's refresh the page and see. Where is he? Where's Main of the Hour? There we go. A 2-1 Main of the Hour takes down She Loves Ninetales. Again, with an asterisk. Interested in seeing what that means, but doing really well. In fact, Main of the Hour, let's see how you've been doing. 2-1 in round 1, and then a 2-1 in round 2, and then a 2-0 to our most recent champion on stream. So that's understandable. And then another 2-1. You're currently 3-1 and you're doing a phenomenal job, Will Cujo. We're grateful to have you here. We're grateful to have you as a friend. Yeah, a lot of amazing things going on. Let's see. What was he? Is plain cheese pizza good? Absolutely. I love plain cheese pizza. Listen, if pizza isn't good plain, then it's not good pizza. If you have to have a bunch of shit on it for it to be good, then it's not really good pizza. It's good pizza toppings. The foundation of a pizza is important, right? So yeah, I love plain cheese pizza. In fact, if I'm having pizza, I almost exclusively get plain cheese pizza. And it has to be New York style. Don't ever come at me with that deep dish garbage. I don't want tomato soup in a slice. All right. Do I like fries on my pizza? I don't think I've ever had French fries on a pizza before. Not once. I've had French fries. I've had pizza. I've probably had French fries with pizza, but I've never had French fries on pizza. I would imagine it's still pretty good. Let's see. Don't clip. Andrew, when you on Shago, I'm keeping it, Zito. I'm only gonna be there for one day. I'm keeping it. The poll says that cheese pizza is good. So how are you gonna argue with the poll? Deep dish is so good. Listen, if I need a spoon and a straw to eat my pizza, that ain't pizza. All right. Meat Feast is better? Yeah, you would like Meat Feast, wouldn't you? Ayo! Speaking of meat feast, how's Dink doing? Yeah, spoon and straw. Oh, I know what deep dish is. I'm very well with deep dishes. I'm just roasting you. Ace, welcome on in. Thanks for again being on stream earlier. You did a fantastic job. Just had a turkey sandwich before the next round starts. Good call. Do me a favor, Ace, if you can help me out here, bring me one. I would love a turkey sandwich. I would love any kind of sandwich right now. That sounds phenomenal. While we're waiting to see if anyone's going to bring me a sandwich, which probably is no, let's see if any of these battles are still going on. Winner, 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 winner. Here we go. Dark Phoenix and Fern still duking it out. Any other battles still going on? And then Fern Dog and King Wizard. Anyone Fern in their name is still taking their time. And you know what? That could be a good thing. That could be a bad thing. We have 2 battles left. They both involve different types of ferns. We'll see how that plays out, but we're almost there. Fern left, I think. Which Fern? There's 2 Ferns, both of which have not completed their battles yet. Fern Dog against King Wizard. All right, well, we're going to see because we have Fern 1099 against Dark Phoenix still. We're seeing if that battle is going to finish out. Only 1 Fern left now. All right. For my turkey sandwich cold, I've never really been a cold sandwich kind of person. I prefer like a hot honey ham sandwich with some cheese. Like cold sandwiches are right, but I think hot sandwiches are better. That's why I really don't find myself at like a Jimmy John's or I don't even know where else off the top of my head. Yeah, just cold sandwiches. There's only one cold Subway. If I go to Subway, I get a meatball sandwich, right? You know me. 2 of my favorite things, meat and balls. So I'm going to enjoy those. Jersey Mike's. That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you, Ozito. I've never found myself at a Jersey Mike's. But yeah, I prefer, like, I go to Firehouse Subs and get like a honey ham sandwich with some cheese on some garlic bread. Delicious. That's a good sandwich right there. But if I am going to get a cold sandwich, I don't know if you guys have this all across the world or the country. There's a company called Capriati's. And what they have, their signature sandwich is called the Bobby. It's essentially Thanksgiving on a bun. That's their kind of slogan about it. It's got turkey, mayo, stuffing, and cranberry sauce. And I don't really care for those things individually, right? Like turkey, I feel is kind of boring. Mayo, I'm fine with mayo. I don't eat cranberry sauce on its own, and I don't eat stuffing on its own. When those 2 things are on the table at Thanksgiving, I never touch either of them. But when those 4 things come together, it's like the avatar of sandwiches. Once you master all 4 elements and put it on a bun, get it in my mouth immediately. It is so good. Love it. I absolutely love it. But that's kind of the only cold sandwich I'll ever really go for. No. Osito, no. No deep dish, please. Get it away. Let's head over to Zygarde. Let's see if this is updated yet. Still waiting on that 1 battle. 1 to go. Oh, 1 to go. I don't know what I just said. What? I usually do sandwiches for lunch. I can't do a cup of noodles because a cup of noodles make my head hurt. Well, cup of noodles is usually like actual poison put in your body. And don't get us wrong, I used to eat a ton of cup of noodles, but let's be honest, it's not really good for you, right? It's not good stuff. But sometimes it's good. Turkeys everywhere, just sigh of relief. Rematch was awarded and round should be over soon. All right, Ovala Raikou, our judge, or one of our judges rather, just let us know that the round has ended It should be posted. We should be seeing round 5 here very soon. Oh my gosh. Huge raid. Raiders, welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the stream of the official April 2026 Go Lounge tournament, where one person is walking away with $100 cash prize for first place. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Spell with the clip. I like how every clip today has just been me making a fool of myself, and you know what? I love it. I want all those clips posted in the Go Lounge. If you're not part of the Go Lounge, exclamation point Discord in the chat right now. It's the #1 place for everything Pokemon, including tournaments like this. We are getting ready for round 5 of our 7-round Swiss, where we will then have a 8-player top cut. And someone's going home with $100. I want those clips posted immediately. I want those clips in my hand so I can just look at them and be like, you're beautiful. You're worthy. You matter. Clips. I love you. Right? You know what? I've been doing a lot of the talking today. Let's get some words from our co-host. Koki. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you so much for saying those beautiful words. We are just waiting. We are moments away from round 5 starting and getting our next matchup on this screen. I can't wait to see it. We've said a lot of, wish someone would talk to me like Greg talks to clips. Pizza Burger. I want you to know something. Pizza Burger, come here. I expect, you know what? Pause the music. Stop the music. Pizza Burger, I'm proud of you. I love you and you matter. And I'm grateful to have you around. Bring the music back up. All right. We're excited. We're ready for this next round to get started any second now. I just got to know, what do you guys think of the battles so far? What are your favorite moments? What are some of your favorite upsets? And what Pokemon do you think is going to really make the biggest splash in this tournament? I want to hear from you guys, the chat. What do you think we can see coming forward? We've already seen a bunch of Tinkaton for Alligator. It's definitely Tinkaton for Alligator time out here. That's not what I wanted. Where did that page go? Appears to be gone. So let me see if I can find. I'm gonna scroll through these teams again if I can get it to work. Do. Oh, not that one. This one. Nope. Oh my goodness. So many windows. Too many windows. This is the one I wanted. All right. Nope. Yes. Okay. Let's see. As we go through these teams, I want you to tell me, like, what do you think is going to be a big upset? What do you think we got coming down the line? Of course, we're seeing a lot of the classics, the Quagsires, the Tinkatons, the Feraligators, the Licky Lickies, the Fortress. In fact, this team right here, She Loves Ninetales, that is a perfect example of a super meta team. We got a lot of meta going out here right now. But what do we think is going to be like some real upsets, some real game changer moments for us? My favorite moment was in Crispy 1. He's amazing. Crispy's amazing. Well, I made bad bait. Any kind of bait is a bait worth making. You can try for it, you can. Johnny over here with a crazy team. I'm interested to see what Johnny brings to the table. Would bring some spice? Yeah, I'd love to see some spice. I'd love to see some spice in this. I want to see some things you don't normally see. Spacebar brought an NAIC only team. Where's Spacebar? Did I pass them already? Spacebar. Let me see. There we go. Yeah. They're practicing for NAIC. I think I said that earlier with the Hypno and the Alolan Raichu. They bar your ring 6-6. Katie, don't ever listen to them again. Listen to Mario and listen to Spellbringer, but if it's Mario and Spellbringer, do not listen to that advice. Going over these teams again, I'm not seeing anything that's crazy spice, but I am interested in seeing what is going to be brought and what's going to make big splashes going into these next rounds. Danley Pro, I see in the chat, how's my boy doing? How's Shadow Dragonite doing? That's as far as we can go for now. All right, heading back here. Spellbringer is the GOAT. Spellbringer, you did a great job. Don't let anyone tell you any different. I see you in the stream. We vibing, BB. Oh, we absolutely vibing. Let's see. Zygarden. Are we up yet? Still waiting. Still waiting on that Dark Phoenix Fern battle to finish up. We are itching for some battles. We're having a good time doing it regardless. I'm excited to see how the rest of this tournament plays out. We have so many battles left. And I still have so much cantaloupe over here. What am I doing? Chat, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to periodically remind me to eat. I gotta have some cantaloupe. Throw out the low. Gang, gang. Eat the low. Okay, hold on. Gotta eat some low. We said eat the low. Had to eat some low. Oh, I'm just thinking about some of the battles we've already seen. Some of the close calls, the catches. I'm thinking about that 1 HP Tinkaton that took down the rest of that other trainer's team. We've seen some crazy battles today. So many crazy battles. I can't wait to see what the rest of them are going to bring. Funny story about this tournament. I wasn't supposed to do the tournament since I'm a couple weeks from graduating. I just wanted to relax. Well, Ace, when the call to action rings your phone, you cannot send it to voicemail. You must rise to the occasion and get it done. And Ace, you've been doing exactly that. We're so grateful to have you here. Ox King going all the way. You think so, Johnny? Will Cujo. Will, are you excited? You've been doing pretty well. You're 3-1 right now, Will. I see you out there. Going for that top cut one to make it all the way. Any other fan favorites in the chat? If you have someone that you're rooting for right now, show them some love in the chat. Let them know that you want them to win. Crispy saying, I don't care who wins so long as it's not Johnny. Ace, 2 weeks left and you're out of college for good. Ace, congratulations. Congratulations on graduating. That is such an incredible and monumental accomplishment. Good for you. Oh, Crispy double down. He originally wrote that I don't want you to win. Instead, he said, I really don't want you to win. No Basti. Oh, is that team? Let's go back to the teams. Is that team? Let's find out. There he is. Yeah, Johnny, I want to see this team in action. I want to see this team played out. I want to see Aegislash. I want to see Excadrill. I want to see Bastiodon, and I want to see what an opponent does against that. That is quite a team you put together. That's all I'm going to say. Quite a team. Let's see. Rent's not due. It's the 26th. Rent's not due just yet. That's the most important part, is having fun. Reptilian, absolutely. If we're not having fun, then we're not doing this right. This is a game. Sometimes we forget that this is not something we got to take so seriously and not take all the joy out of it. This is a game, and it's something that we want to enjoy and play. We are amongst friends. We are amongst people that we know and we care about. And we're all here because we enjoy one specific hobby. So yeah, make sure we're having a fun time. That's the most important part. Is someone running quad steel team? Dylan, who's running a quad steel team? Good vibes. We all need someone to root against. Yeah. New school. No particular reason. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, possibly. Utility review yesterday. I have my bills come out on the 1st and the 15th. So if it's not the 1st or the 15th, I'm free to just blow all of my money. On anything. Including Pokemon. Spellbringer just won Prague. I mean, I guess that's cool. Kind of mid, but alright. Kind of like a low-level accomplishment, Spellbringer, but that's cool. Want to brag about I tied my shoes today, you know? Greg, you look hella slick. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I try hard to, look the part. Might be a real caster one day. That'd be pretty cool, right? If you'd ever want to see me actually cast on a stream, go ahead and let your local Pokemon people know. Tell them we want Go League Greg to cast the next regional event. I already got my tickets paid for all the events. All I would need them to do is just pay me and then also give me a free ticket to compete in Worlds, because I'd be giving up points. So, only you have no pants. Well, I got good news for everybody. I ain't wearing any pants right now. I ain't got no pants on. Ain't got no pants on. I ain't got... Let's see. You be so good at it, Pittsburgher. Thank you so much. I don't think I'm doing that good of a job. Again, this is definitely our first go around, and I'm trying to get a good feel for it. I think once I'm able to get through this one, rewatch it, and then, give myself my own criticisms and get things set up here in a virtual sense, for all the things that happened during this stream, to be prepared for everything and to have it set up for all the ways that we want it to operate this go around. I think next time you're going to see the real caster come out. I think right now it's a good time that we be able to still power through and have a great time and make this a learning experience for all of us. But all right, Oval Reich, who just said that round 5 is live. That's a fun sentence. Round 5 is live. Let's see what we're looking at here. We already got some trainers coming in, getting ready. Let's see. We got some good matchups. And matchups just keep getting better, I feel like. They just keep getting better. Like, they keep going and they don't stop going. All right. We saw them all. Now let's see who's playing. Oh, our trainers are getting ready already. Look at this. I know some of these names. I know some of those words. Let me get those set up over here. And over here. Perfect. You guys are going to love this matchup. Since they're here, since they're already in the stream, I'll jump on over to the battle screen where you're going to see we have me, Weedle, versus Dan Lee Pro. Let's talk about these teams. Let's talk about what these matchups are going to look like. So, on me, Weedle's side, we have Stunfisk, Shadow Quagsire, Togekiss, Licky Licky, Galarian Corsola, and Empoleon. All very meta Pokemon. I do that every time, and that's on me. It's M.E. Weedle, and I read it as the words, so I apologize. This is a world champion, by the way, and I just... You ever have that happen with your brain, where you read something and your brain just stays like that? Like, that's the case for me for so many of these Pokemon as well. I had to unlearn the name that my, 11-year-old self just said, oh, enough of those letters equal this sound. There are Pokemon that I still mispronounce because I read it once, went, that's just the name now, for the rest of its life in my brain. But yes, M.E. Weedle, a world champion, versus Dan Lee Pro, one of our regular streamers here on Twitch. Two incredible battles, two incredible trainers ready for an incredible battle. So again, M.E. Weedle's bringing a team of no one surprising. These are all Pokemon we've seen many times over, not only just on this stream, but just in general in the meta and other regional events, such as, like I said, Stunfisk. I brought Stunfisk to Houston. We got Shadow Quagsire, a huge player right now in the game. Togekiss is making a name for itself as well, with the fact that it is just so spammy sometimes. Licky Licky stays in the meta. Galarian Corsola, you cannot avoid it, just stays in the meta. And then, of course, Empoleon is just a fighter. He's an absolute fighter. And then on Dan Lee Pro side, we do have a regular Quagsire, a Shadow Dragonite. I wonder what moves are on that Shadow Dragonite. I'm sure we're going to get to see it very soon, eventually throughout this battle. We got Credilli, again, running Acid, running Bullet Seed. We're going to find out. Gourgeist is a very popular Pokemon, continuing to be on the rise and staying in the meta. Feraligatr is one of the two main staples of the meta right now. And then Fortress, which I have to assume is probably running Volt Switch, since we haven't seen a lot of Bug Bite ever since Tinkaton became that other half of the meta staple. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. A lot of meta Pokemon, really only one spice pick, I would say, in Dragonite. Shadow Dragonite really hasn't had its big day since Dragon Breath got its nerf buff. It's nuff, Dragon Breath does less damage, but it builds up energy faster. So we are ready on our end. We're just waiting for our trainers to be ready. Once they lock in, we can get our first battle started. I'm excited to see how these two incredible trainers battle this out here for the first go-around. These trainers are definitely making sure they lock in. They're going over teams. They're deciding what's the best strategy. And I'm sure we're all doing the same thing on our end as well in our brains. What would you bring? How would you battle? If you were Dan Lee Pro, if you were M.E. Weedle, how would you battle this out? What would you bring to go against the opponent? I would take nothing lightly or not into consideration because both of these trainers are known to be phenomenal. Really can't wait to see what they bring. I'm excited. Prediction is up, by the way, in the chat. Go ahead and predict. Who do you think is going to win this set? Who's going to get the 2 victories out of this set? Even I don't know. But I'm excited to find out. I really am. All right. Trainers are still deciding. They're still thinking about it. They're still wondering. Neither trainer's locked in, and I think that they're both really just thinking it out. While they're thinking, no one reminded me. I'm going to do it myself. Cantaloupe time. You guys failed me. You said you'd remind me, and we've already forgotten. All right. One trainer's locked in. I absolutely agree over the Raikou. I could not agree more. That Stun Fist is going to be the best option. Well, you also have the Licky Licky. I'd say Licky Licky is also going to be very powerful. We got both trainers locked in. Let's see what they're going to do. Here we go. The first battle, Emmy Weedle versus Danley Pro. It's Togekiss. It's Feraligatr. Two Pokemon that are super spammy right now. We have a massive delay coming from one of our trainers' sides in their broadcast. Danley Pro's screen is very delayed, but we're going to see if it catches up potentially here. They're the one that threw the first move. Emmy Weedle's going for the overfarm. Danley Pro also farmed as well. This is kind of awkward being so far behind. It's definitely an output issue from the trainer. I'm going to go ahead, and until that's fixed, we're just going to watch from Emmy Weedle's side. I'm going to keep an eye on it on my end. It's just too confusing to watch them go at different paces. But both trainers using their shields, they don't want to give up this alignment here. They don't want to give up this matchup. But Danley Pro does end up losing the Feraligatr, losing the initial. Emmy Weedle's Togekiss has a lot of energy left, both in built up for the charge attack and in regards to energy stored up with its HP as well. Sorry, it's so confusing watching these happen at so different paces. But in comes the Dragonite. Dragonite catches a Psyshock, and it does a lot of damage. An interesting play from Danley Pro here, especially when they had the Credilli throwing the acid and then swapped out for their Dragonite, because now Credilli has to go against this Corsola, where instead of doing super effective damage against the Togekiss, it's doing resisted damage against this Galarian Corsola. And Galarian Corsola is able to really just get going, because all Danley Pro has left is this Credilli. Taking all that damage on the Dragonite and swapping was such an odd choice. I think Danley Pro's plan was good to try to catch the Aura Sphere on the Dragonite, but Emmy Weedle predicted the catch through the Psyshock again, and that's what brought us to where we are right now. Corsola is able to just keep going. Here comes that Aura Sphere that Danley Pro tried to avoid earlier onto the Dragonite, and it finally makes contact with its desired Credilli, bringing down Danley Pro and giving Emmy Weedle the first win. Before we get to the next battle, I'm going to ask that Danley Pro maybe does a reset of his screen. Should we get him to join via the phone? Currently he's looking from his PC. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sparkle, please have him do that. That explains the delay so much. When you got to bounce through a couple different devices, you're going to see such a massive delay. So we found out the problem was Danley Pro was sharing his screen via his computer. We're going to need him to share the screen via his phone to make sure these timings are aligned. You can tell by the way the screen is moving when he's just operating the app that it is very strongly delayed. So while we wait for that, let's talk about that matchup real quick and all the different outcomes it had. So it was Togekiss versus Feraligatr, which is a very neutral matchup. Both those Pokemon getting their charge attack in 5. Both those Pokemon doing neutral but strong fast attack damage, and both Pokemon wanting to make sure they get out all of their possible charge attacks without giving anything up. Danley Pro did try to go for the Ice Beam, knowing that he was not going to get to a third move after taking one of those attacks. But Emmy Weedle said, I want to maintain alignment. I want to make sure that I keep this Togekiss, which is very healthy, in for the next Pokemon, knowing that you have things like Credilli, like Gourgeist. These could be Pokemon that I could see as potential threats for the rest of my team, for my Corsola, for my, what was the other Pokemon? I forget what the third Pokemon was that he brought, honestly. But just to protect the other two Pokemon by making sure that this Togekiss stayed healthy, blocked the Ice Beam, which would have KO'd, and ended up being a game changer. We've seen this a lot today. Alignment ends up being everything. especially when it's swap, especially when it's something like what we've seen with two Pokemon that have equal pacing in the lead. If you have equal pacing leads or swap, alignment becomes everything. Alignment has been the name of the game today for so many battles, and a lot of trainers are seeing the damaging effects of that. We're waiting to see if Dan's phone is able to broadcast, and once it is, we can get this going. It looks like he's switching devices right now. In the meantime, chat, you're failing me. Cantaloupe time, come on. Hashtag throat the lope. It's so hard to say out loud without just cracking up. All right, let me see if I can do this in the meantime, actually. Now we know who has what wins. There we go. Was that getting confusing for anybody else? No? Just me? Okay, cool. Oh, wrong one. We got the slow burn of this sliding on over. There we go. All right. Boom. M.E. Weedle currently has the first win. How will that end up changing the entire game, though? Will Danley Pro be able to do the reverse sweep? Or are we looking at our first ever 2-0 here on the stream, that is? There's been plenty of 2-0s throughout the entire bracket, but we've yet to see anything other than decisive game 3s on stream today, which just means we have so many amazing trainers. They're making so many difficult calls, catches, energy, predictions. I know, like in the last round, Spellbringer's lead Pokemon got predicted every single time. He had to immediately swap out, not once, not twice, but thrice. Thrice. Incredible work being done by all these trainers. We're waiting for Danley Pro to come back in. Once he does, we can get this going again. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that, let's see if any of these round 5s are over already. If anyone submitted anything. Oh, wow. Dark Phoenix 2-0'd Crispy rapidly. A rapid 2-0. We have another 2-0. Dink coming in with another 2-0. Fern with a 2-0. Oh, there. No. Yes. Haha. We are back. Danley Pro is with us once more. So it's time to Danley go. He's getting everything set up. We can see Danley's screen. We can see M.E. Weedle's screen. We're excited. We're ready. Chat, one more time before it gets started. Throw out the lope. Gotta eat it while it's good. Camera went out. That was weird. All right, much better. Okay, here we go. Trainers are getting locked in. We finally have them both back on the screen on this end, which is great. Once they've locked in their Pokemon, we can go ahead and get them on screen. Also, probably important to make sure I'm charging my laptop so I can see a lot of this shit going on simultaneously. There we go. All right. Trainers are locking in. Trainers are getting ready. What do you think the lead Pokemon is going to be for each trainer? Put those guesses in the chat right now as we're ready for them to lock in and see the actual answers. We got one trainer that's locked in. Emmy Weedle making sure they have everything they want in the right order because they want to make sure that they take the first ever streamed 2-0 in this tournament. Taking no chances, going over all options before choosing to lock in. Ozito says Togekiss and Fortress. That would be in the favor of Danley Pro. Let's see if that ends up being the case. Let's see what they lock in. We've got two trainers. Oh, I thought we're ready. They are ready. Two trainers who are ready. Here we go. It is round 2. Emmy Weedle versus Danley Pro. We have Galarian Corsa. We have Feraligatr. And this is in the favor of Danley Pro. Those fast attack Shadow Claws are going to start doing some massive damage. Plus, Feraligatr outpaces Galarian Corsa heavily to these charge attacks. Galarian Corsa might have more defense, but the offense from Feraligatr is going to be detrimental if Emmy Weedle wants to maintain that lead victory like they did in the first round. Galarian Corsa throws a Nightshade, and Danley Pro takes on the Feraligatr, which leaves opportunity for Emmy Weedle to still finish this out, but chooses not to, gives up the Galarian Corsa and says, I'm going to put my energy into my back Pokemon, use my back 2 Pokemon to farm down this Feraligatr, and then have all that extra energy for the opposing 2 Pokemon. Now, Emmy Weedle knows that this Feraligatr has Ice Beam, so there's no threat in charge attack damage, but even resisted, Feraligatr is able to take out over half of this Empoleon, and in comes the Quagsire. This is the Pokemon that Emmy Weedle did not want to see against this, his Empoleon. This is still going to do pretty decent damage, though. It is neutral Hydro Cannon. Out comes the Licky Licky, which again, those fast attacks are not doing a lot of damage. Danley Pro has the advantage with the Quagsire of taking no fast attack pressure from any of these Pokemon. Fortress is also going to resist those rollouts, also going to resist those Steel Wings, Metal Sound, sorry. Debuff placed on Licky Licky. It's going to be an interesting battle. Here comes another Shadow Ball from the Licky Licky, but it does very little this time. That debuff from the Rock Tomb is really putting in a lot of work on the Licky Licky, and Danley Pro knows that his Fortress is sturdy. It is going to take those extra attacks, even if they are powerful yet non-stab Shadow Balls. Here comes back in the Empoleon, and now Empoleon's looking at a bit of a tough situation due to the fact that those Volt Switches are super effective, and only one more is going to be able to take down the Empoleon, but he switches to a Quagsire instead, farms down with Quagsire. Now you have Licky Licky up against Quagsire. This is a much more challenging match for Licky Licky. For Quagsire, because of the fact that those Shadow Balls are going to finish off Licky Licky. Throws a Body Slam, trying to get that shield. Wait, no, there's no shield. Shield's on the other end. What am I talking about? It's Licky Licky who gets the shield. Knows that 2 Body Slams going to take it down. Wants to kind of preserve some of that energy. Goes for the over. Too many over. Unfortunately, could not get to that exit. And Danley Pro is able to get out that powerful Stone Edge, which does clean up the Licky Licky. Turning this around, we once again have ourselves at a 1-1 for another decisive game 3. There is no doubt, folks. Every trainer that comes on stream wants to say, I am here, I am present, I'm a battler, I'm a fighter, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. Danley Pro having that double resist in the back to all charges, all fast attacks was so, I don't know, exceptional for his gameplay there. It really helped him be able to turn things around and maintain the lead that he desired. Again, I'd like to point out once more that in the staying in with leads or the swap, that ended up being the determining factor once again. Maintain alignment, maintain victory. We've seen this time and time again. Can we see it happen one more time? I'm sure we'll see it again plenty of times, but are we going to see it happen again here now? Oh, he's already locked. He's ready to go. Danley Pro's locked in. Emmy Weedle going over the teams, making sure that they have the right team for this matchup because they know just as well as I do, and you guys know as well, whoever takes this is going to get a huge win going towards that final top cut. We've got 2 trainers who are locked in. It's time for a decisive game 3. We've got Fortress, we've got Licky Licky, and we got ourselves quite a battle. So once again, we saw this in the last round. Fortress taking resisted rollout damage while doing neutral volt switches, trying to get to those rock tombs to make sure those shadow balls don't do as much damage. Danley Pro thinking about whether he wants to take the first shadow ball or debuff first, decide to take the first shadow ball, and it does do over half of the remaining Fortress HP. Here comes that first rock tomb. Emmy Weedle deciding not to shield, immediately said no shield, is going to take this rock tomb, believes in Licky Licky, knows that Licky Licky is bulky enough to handle a bunch of these, but now these shadow balls are going to start doing a lot less. Is this enough, though, to put pressure on Danley Pro? Looks like the answer is no, because Danley takes yet another shadow ball from this Licky Licky, gets to another charge attack, and Emmy Weedle one more time. No shield. We've seen no shields in this first matchup, regardless of the fact that both trainers know that this kind of lead is the difference, and that is why we now see the switch. We see the Galarian Corsola up against the Feraligatr again. We saw this earlier, but this time Galarian Corsola is locked in, has nowhere it can go, and knows that it is facing a Pokemon that outpaces it and does super effective damage to it. This is where shields are going to start becoming very, very important. But neither trainer is conceding their shields. They're both saying, I want to keep my shields. I want to protect what I have in the back. I think what I have in the back is better than what you have in the back. Little do each of them know they both have Quagsire in the back. They're trying to maintain that. And Emmy Weedle says, no, I have to make sure I take down this Feraligatr. I have too much energy here. I know that I can farm you down. I don't want to lose any energy. And Ursula ends up getting that win against Feraligatr, and we see Danley Pro's Quagsire come out. He's going to use one of his first shields. Still no shield from Danley Pro, taking the Night Slash, trying to get the farm down. Instead, out come Emmy Weedle's Quagsire. We have a regular Quagsire wearing a beanie, kind of cool, with a Shadow Quagsire. Emmy Weedle has one less shield, but does have the power advantage over Danley Pro's non-Shadow Quagsire. Danley Pro finally using one of his first shields. Still has that Fortress back there. Could go for a catch. Emmy Weedle has the Licky Licky and the Galarian Corsola, both of which are good for a catch and might even be able to get out a little bit of damage on either of them. This is going to be a bluffing game for sure. Who's going to out-catch who? We have a CMP in favor of Danley Pro. Danley Pro's Quagsire does have a higher attack than Emmy Weedle's Shadow Quagsire, meaning that he's going to win these matchups, and that's going to be important information when you are going into such a strict head-on battle like this. Plus, you have to also remember, Emmy Weedle's running Mud Bomb, while Danley Pro is running that Stone Edge, but this could be devastating damage. Here it is. Trying to hold on. making sure you have all your counts correct. Danley Pro throws on the perfect timing to make sure that there is no extra energy getting out from the opposing Quagsire, but now you have to take down 2 Pokemon that still have some energy in them. Corsola getting out that fast attack damage, and then taking out the Fortress. Emmy Weedle is able to maintain the switch advantage, and in doing so, maintain the victory. We've seen it every single time, folks. Maintaining switch or maintaining that lead lock-in ends up winning you the game. 2 incredible battles, or 2 incredible trainers with 3 incredible battles. But it does give the victory to M.E. Weedle. Congratulations, trainer. That was phenomenal. What great battles. Let's get on over here. What a great time. Man, those were some tough ones. Those were some tough calls from both trainers. Let's see what the rest of the tournament's looking like. If we have any other things that are really hanging on. Spellbringer's still in it. Spellbringer's still battling it out. Will Cujo still battling it out. I think that might be it. Oh, there we go. And Turd Ferguson versus Johnny with that very spicy team. I'm interested in seeing how those play out, and maybe if any of them are going to come on stream. We're going to find out right now if you're going to see a second round 5 battle, or if we're going to let those trainers finish it out on their own. That sandwich got me back the win. There you go, Ace. Got a little something in the tank, right? But yeah, guys, what battles? Not even just a battle. What a collective amount of battles between both of those trainers. Emmy Weedle and Danley Pro, 2 phenomenal trainers, really giving it their all. But Emmy Weedle did show why they are a world champion and why they will squeak that out. Maintaining that switch was everything. Was absolutely everything. It was for all 3 battles. That's why Danley Pro won the second one. That's why Emmy Weedle won the first one and the third one. We've seen it happen with other battles on stream already. We've yet to see anyone lose swap and then win the game still. We're rooting for me. Emmy Weedle, first time chatter. Welcome on in. Danley Pro also for saying the GGs to your opponent. Trainers, you both did such a phenomenal job. I'm so grateful to have you both here and to have joined us for this. It's not over yet, though. There's a reason you 2 were broadcasted. You guys are doing great in the in the whole tournament, and I'm sure we're going to see you continue on. You might even make it to top cut still. Who knows? It's still anyone's game. We're only in the 5th round. There's still 2 more rounds of Swiss to go before we get to the final top cut, where all of those battles will be done here live on stream. You're going to see each and every match, and I'm so excited to have those played out for you. No more waiting, no more guessing, no more wondering. It's going to be such great battles, and someone's walking away today with $100. Listen, if you wanted to walk away with $100, but you're saying, why am I not in this tournament? The reason is you're not part of the Go Lounge yet, probably. So if you're hearing this, you're going, what's the Go Lounge? Or no, I'm not part of the Go Lounge. Allow me to help you. If you type !Discord in the chat, you're going to find out the Go Lounge is the one-stop shop for everything and anything Pokemon. It's Pokemon Go. Yeah, obviously, we're doing Pokemon Go tournaments, but it's also TCG Pockets, regular TCG, it's VCG, it's Nuzlocke, it's regional events, it's local events, it's global events, it's in-game events, it's conversations and scrims and memes and jokes and so many more. It's just so much going on in that because it's the place where the community comes together. It's the #1 community in all the Pokemon. So if you liked any of the things I just listed out, or if you like tournaments, or if you like an extra $100 in your pocket, then let me tell you something. You're going to want to join the Go Lounge right now. Make sure you join us because we're going to try to do this once a month, every month, until the end of time. I mean, I got to get better at casting, right? And how am I going to get better at casting if I'm not here casting for you guys? That's why we're doing it, for the love of the game and to just get better at life. So we're so grateful to have you here. Thank you to all the people that are already in the Discord. You guys are what makes it so special. And we're having such a fantastic time here on our stream doing this April Go Lounge tournament. I'm excited. Can't do prediction because I voted. Oh, do I have to... Choose outcome. Boom. There you go. Those who picked M.E. Weedle, congratulations. You were correct. You won that prediction. Still locked in, waiting to see if we are doing anything else. It looks like there might just not be enough battles for that to be the case. Spells battle just ended. Will Cujo's still going on, and Turd Ferguson and Johnny are probably still battling out as well. There are only 2 left, so I'm assuming we're probably not going to see a second battle here in round 2, or a second match in round 5. We're going to hang out and have fun anyway. Dang, think in the chat. You're acting like the stream producer pulled you to the side and asked you to submit a reel. I'm just trying to have fun with it, you know? No real reason behind that. Is this, deactivate when, yeah, that's odd. That'd be crazy, though. That'd be pretty cool. Let me tell you something. Let me ask you guys in the chat. I think I already asked this on stream, but let me ask you anyway. Let's say the opportunity was there. Would you want to see me as one of your casters for a regional event? I would coordinate it. I would fully not do my battles if it meant I could be on stream. That's fair. I will keep that in mind, Dylan, and I'm sure Overlord Raikou and Mystic Sparkle can keep that in mind as well. You were there? Man, can see into the future. He was there. Do you hear that? There are children playing outside. Children playing outside? Shouldn't they be in school? Sunday school? Get out of here. Out, right? On tourney day? I hate typos. That's what I'm saying. What are they doing? I know. Someone, you know what? Hold on. Hello, police? There are children playing. Yeah, outside. Yeah, on tourney day. That's what I'm saying. All right, yeah. Send them all. Just be safe. Cool. Cool. Okay. I love you too. All right. Bye. Call them a lot. I talk to them pretty often. You know, someone. I try to play it off. These dang kids. Police. Oh, someone mentioned Cantaloupe. Cantaloupe was mentioned. Cantaloupe in the chat. Gotta take a bite. The clips. I can't wait to see the clips from this event. I'm so excited to see the clips from this event. It's going to be great. All right. Let's check in and see how our battles are going. We still got Main of the Hour, Battle It Out, also known as Will Cujo. And I believe the other one was Johnny, who I just saw in the chat. Johnny, talking about the Lope, but not the battles. Johnny, what's going on? Talk to us. Don't apologize for the delay. As long as you're having fun and the battles are going well, that's what we're here for. We understand this game sometimes takes time. That's okay. Dispute cleared. It happens. It happens. That's part of the game. Which is why I'm here to entertain you by pretending to call the police on children. And actually calling the National Guard instead. It wasn't the police. I feel like Mansley. Launch the missile! Where's the giant, Mansley? Name that movie. Someone name that movie in the chat right now. If you can name what movie that's from, I will give you a compliment. I'm broke. I can't be given anything else. The missile's headed for the Giant's current position. Where's the Giant, Mansley? That is a vocal stem in my brain every day. No one knows where that's from? 0.067? Really? Iron Giant, JV Underdog, thank you so much. Someone in this chat is cultured. Iron Giant, phenomenal film. I haven't seen it in decades. The fact that I can even say I haven't done something in decades, plural, hurts. Hurts my lower back, my knees, and my pride. Phenomenal movie, though. I Googled it. Jay. What do you mean? Has no one in this chat seen the Iron Giant? It's been a decade since I've been to Disneyland. Waiting on 2. That's all right, Overlord Crew. That's fine. That's totally fine. Thank you for keeping us locked in and posted. Mystic Sparkle seen Iron Giant. Thank you. Nobody's answering. I know, but that just means no one's seen it. All right, you know what? No more battles. I'm just going to stream the Iron Giant, and in like an hour or so, we'll get back to battles, because that is so much more important. What is the runtime of Iron Giant? Hour 25. All right, so we're going to stream that in an hour 25. Then we'll get back to battles. This is so much more important. What a great film. 1999. In the late 1900s, that movie came out. I do a watch party of Iron Giant with you guys. I do a watch party of all the movies with you guys. I would also do a watch party of me eating some cantaloupe. That was an interesting new follow. All right. I think we're just waiting on those 2 still. Just double checking. Oh. Will Cujo has submitted theirs, and all that's left is Johnny and 2 Turd Ferguson. Once they finish up, ooh, we're looking at getting on a round 6. Can you believe we've been streaming for 4 hours already? Feels like we just got here. And yet it feels like it's been a lifetime with all of you. Lose the. It's cleaner. I hate typos. I got that reference. I understood that reference. To the social, was it The Social Network? Is that the name of that movie? To what? Turd. Turd. That was the word you looked for. To Turd Ferguson. That's also a reference to a Saturday Night Live sketch of Celebrity Jeopardy. From Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald was a reoccurring character on Saturday Night Live's sketch of Celebrity Jeopardy, where Will Ferrell was the host of Celebrity Jeopardy in this SNL sketch, and all the contestants were either just the dumbest people possible or just kind of just fucking with the host. And it's some of the better sketches that have withstood the test of time from SNL. So I get that reference as well. To Turd Ferguson, I get you. I see you. You are seen. You are understood. Your references are known. Unlike mine, since no one in this chat has ever seen the Iron Giant. Except for Mystic Sparkle. We're the only ones with good taste, apparently. Apparently no one's seen the Iron Giant, and apparently I've never been on the news before. So as a kid, I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. Does the machine die? Spoilers, guess you're going to have to watch it and find out. Ozito knows the Iron Giant. Good. Finally. Someone. Anyone. Tired of the Iron Giant disrespect around here. The machine, doesn't the machine die? I don't know. I don't know if the machine dies. Machine might die, machine might not die. You don't forget the loop. Oh! The loop! Of course! Pizza burger. Good call. Get some lope up in here. Good call. Good call. What? Did you just lie to me? Did you just come into this chat? Tell me you love the Iron Giant. And then you lied to me? Listen. There are a few things in this world you don't do. One of them is lying about your love for the Iron Giant. Guys, I'm really excited for the battles. I'm excited for the rest of the tournament. It's going to be a great day. I have beautiful eyes. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. What's the Iron Giant? What? Okay, that's it. Everyone in the chat's punished. Chat, you're punished. All of you. Can't believe I got a disrespectful children. Can't believe it. Hold on. Okay, everyone's getting education today. This is what we're doing. Yep, nope, you asked for this. Oh, but they asked for this. This is the Iron Giant. Okay? From 1999. Incredible film. Here's the plot. In this animated adaptation of Ted Hughes' Cold War fable, a giant alien robot crash lands near a small town of Rockwell, Maine in 1957. Exploring the area, a local 9-year-old boy, Hogarth, discovers the robot and soon forms an unlikely friendship with him. When a paranoid government agent, Kent Mansley, becomes determined to destroy the robot, Hogarth and Beatnik? Dean McCoppin must do what they can to save this misunderstood machine. So, goated movie. That's what I'm talking about. I have seen it. Didn't know the name. Sorry, chat. All right, not Lauren Kelly. You're forgiven. Wait, they made a movie about the thing from Ready Player One. Spellbringer. Spell, you pushing it. You're pushing my Iron Giant buttons. All right. Can't even believe I'm having this conversation. Is it Johnny? You take that back. Or add an A at the end of it instead. Either way, how dare you? Can't believe it. Can't believe it. I ain't watching a movie from last century. It's technically from the 1900s, but hear me out. The premise of the movie is... This is a true fact. I don't know how we got on this tangent, but now we went for Pokemon Iron Giant. The writer of the book that the movie's based off of, his sister ended up, I don't know what words I can say on Twitch, unaliving herself. Anyway, she used a... what words are banned? You know what? Fuck it. She used a gun, right? And she unalived herself. And so the writer wrote this whole story about what if a gun didn't want to be a gun? What if there was a weapon, but the weapon didn't want to be a weapon? And that's kind of like the beginning thoughts behind making this movie, and it becomes this emotional tale and this connection behind this thing that was made for destruction but chooses to be peaceful and consider itself more like Superman than the death ray that Superman stops. It's this whole big thing. Phenomenal movie. Anyway, sounds like we're waiting on just one more battle. Let's double check on Zygarde. Let's see where we're at right now. Get off our Iron Giant tangent. This is different. See what that's all about soon. Anything else not submitted yet? I think that's all we're waiting on. So this was submitted, but then it's been changed. So we'll see. Cindy with the what? That's quite the command you added there. As mid as Johto? What's as mid as Johto? No. I was alive when it came out. Mid then, mid now, Johnny. Johnny, you're about to get the Dandelion treatment, and I don't think you want that. Let's get back to Pokemon. We've been doing a lot of Iron Giant talk. I think we need to get back to Pokemon. Because that's what this stream's actually about. But then we made references, and references weren't gotten, and well, now here we are. So, back to business. I love Dandelion. There was a bit and nothing more. Also, someone said I had nice eyes earlier. I don't know if I said thank you out loud, but appreciate that. Who was that? On the phone with the police for the chatters that haven't seen Iron Giant. Oh, that's great. Typos, you're killing it right now. Typos is killing it in the chat. But thank you. Fun fact for you, by the way. Typo said you have beautiful green eyes. Only one of my eyes is green. The other one's half green, half blue. So, it's reversed. So it's hard for me to tell without it looking away. But it should be this one. It kind of does like a little bit of... How do I do this for you guys? It's so hard to do it. But it's like this side of it. Heterochromia, yeah. Yeah, for real. Here, listen. I'll do this for everybody. I'll see if I can get close enough and hopefully it'll correctly focus. But yeah, one of my eyes, this one, it's got half blue. I don't know if that worked. I couldn't look away to see if it was working. So it's there for 2 minutes. Staring contest? You lose. So Mega Sexy, we get it, bro. You're one of one. Absolutely. I am him. And don't you forget it. Only take you 3. Oh. I didn't get it the first time. Dandelion, it wasn't until Jay said only 30 seconds for me to get what you were saying. And then Crispy said it. I didn't see Crispy's message yet. That's great. Oh, that's so funny. What's really funny about it is that you're doing such a good job. No, we can't be doing that. We're playing Pokemon. This is bad. We're getting into content that you normally have to pay $7.99 a month to get to. It's if this is a Pokemon stream, the mods would. Oh my gosh! If this is Pokemon Go, like the official stream, we would all been DQ'd for sure. Yeah, no. If you want that content, you gotta type !OF. That content's saved for a different time. All battles are done. Let's go. Johnny, almost. There you go. Just kidding. At least the Go Lounge. Gotcha. All right. All battles. We're just waiting for this update to happen. Are you guys typing message deleted? Because I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Why are so many messages getting deleted? All right. No more deleted messages. Click to show. It's getting me though. I'm like, oh, click. I want to see what it was. And I clip. You broke the stream. You broke the caster, not just the stream. I think this was the most fun break we've had so far, waiting for a round to come out. But we are here on Zygarden. Waiting for round 6 to come out. My pizza topic was boring. Snack time. All right. You say so. A little cantaloupe. I'm being told round 6 is live. Let's see for ourselves. It is live. Why did it do that? Round 6 is live. That's a matchup that's going to be interesting. SS Dorn versus Executor. They've both been crushing it through the whole day. And let's see who we bring to the front as well. Look at all these matchups. Exclamation point bracket in the chat, I believe, is the command. And let me know what you think is going to be the matchup we bring on stream. Two-Turd Ferguson getting the bye. Already submitted. Overachieving. We have a lot of great matchups, though. I'm interested in seeing who is brought to the stage for the featured game, for the featured match of this round. Set. Feature set. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. Match, set, game, love. All the good stuff. It's going to be a good time. I'm excited to see who we're going to get. I cannot wait to see who our battlers are going to be. And I'm so excited for after these next 2 rounds, the top cut, and getting to see each battle live on stream. Any guesses in the chat as to who you think is going to be our casted group? In fact, I don't even know. I'm waiting to see myself. Any moment now, they're going to be like, here are your people. And I'll be like, oh, buddy. Give me those people. Give me the people and free my soul. I want to get lost in the rock and roll, honestly. I want to just, drift away. Dandelion with the follow. Oh. After our staring contest, and not Lauren Kelly, also with the follow. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Ooh, we got someone in the chat. We got someone in the chat, which means I can start figuring out who we're going to battle against. It's a great song. Oh, this is going to be a good one. I'm excited. Setting this up real quick. I'm excited for you guys to see it. Listen, getting followed by Dandelion is big dubs. Are you kidding me? Sorry, sometimes and forgot how to follow. I'll follow you. I'd follow you then to the earth. I'd follow you till there was no more tomorrow. So thank you for the follow. Let me get some of these battles set up. So we have our names ready to go. All right, those are all set up. I'm excited. Just getting everybody situated, making sure we're all good before I switch on over to the battle screen. But this is a battle that I have wanted to see. These are two trainers I've wanted to see battle for a while. Oh! Cantaloupe time. That up there. They're queuing up, but I need a little more information. Can't start their battles until we have that information, please. Okay, hold on. All right, cool, done. Cantaloupe, W hair, thank you. I grew it myself. Cantaloupe time. Okay. We're waiting on one trainer to share their screen. Once that trainer shares their screen, we can then get this started. I can at least know that both trainers are ready. Until then, make sure the other trainer is not showing their team compilations, because the trainer that hasn't shared their screen could look if they wanted to. Not saying they would, but they could. The option's there. You can accidentally click on it. You know what I mean? So make sure the one trainer that's sharing isn't on their teams until the other trainer is sharing, so we can see both of them and make sure neither is looking at the other. Sparkle. Can we get a double Eevee on the stream? That would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. I'd love to see that, sir. Hold on. Will exit from your team until the other person has shown. Yeah, stay there. You knew that. Click on the back button, Will. Stay there. Stay right there. Rashab, you can hear me. We need you to share your screen. We're just getting everything situated, waiting for one trainer to share their screen, and then we can get everything going. I'm excited to see this matchup. There we go. Now that we have both trainers sharing, as soon as this loads, okay, perfect. One trainer's locked in already. So let's get on over to this page. We've got Rashab versus Main of the Hour, also known as Will Cujo. So this will be a fun battle for the ages. Properties. Tenderline's going to be a good one. Over Raikou, we're ready to see it. So let's talk about these teams. We got Rashab with a Ludicolo. That's making more and more of a come up in the Go Battle League as of recent. And the rest of the team's pretty standard so far. We got a non-Shadow Malamar, Tinkaton, Diggersby, Fraligator, Licky Licky, all Pokemon you see a lot of. On Will Cujo, Main of the Hour side, you do see Corviknight, Fraligator, Diggersby, Shadow Quagsire, Shelgon, and Drapion. Some of them are a little bit closer to spicier. Drapion used to be more popular, but with how many Quagsires there's been a decent dip. And then before that, the Shadow Marowak, there's been such a decent dip in seeing Drapion. So it's interesting seeing Drapion back again, even though Tinkaton's going to resist those poison things still. It's the main fairy in the meta right now is still not one that takes a lot of damage from poison. So it's still tough to bring it back, even though Mud Shot is down, and even though a fairy is up, it's not really the best time still for a poison type, but there are a lot of win cons still here. That Ludicolo does not want to see the Drapion. Let's see, what else? The Fraligator probably doesn't want it either. It's a very spammy Pokemon. It's a hard damaging Pokemon. There's a lot going on here. So we are all ready. We're waiting for our trainers to lock in. One of them looks like they're locked in already. And we have two trainers that are locked in for our first battle. Rashab versus Will Cujo. But their screen's frozen. Oh, a lot of lag there. A lot of lag on Rashab's end. We do see Drapion versus Malamar. Drapion found its way into the game, was able to avoid that Tinkaton like it wanted to. And there we go. I think we're all caught up now. Rashab putting in their first shield, making sure they protect this Malamar. Both of these Pokemon are fast attack, pressuring Pokemon while getting to their charge attacks very quickly. And in comes that Licky Licky. This is also something that the Drapion does not want to see because those rollout are going to start stacking up. Licky Licky is another Pokemon that gets to its charge attack quite quickly with the body slams. And that crunch lands, gets the debuff that Main of the Hour is looking for. And switches on over to the Diggersby. Diggersby is going to be the perfect Pokemon to counter this Licky Licky. The Shadow Balls do nothing. The rollouts do nothing. All Rashab has is the body slams. Now, body slams, they get spammy, but they don't do as hard hitting of attacks like that Scorching Sand does. goes for the farm down, but Licky Licky gets out one more body slam, says, here, I gotta go, but here's one for the road. Takes that body slam and switches on over to Ludicolo, saves the Licky Licky, possibly for later. This is another case where you're really not in the best spot on either side. Diggersby's resisting those Astonishes from Ludicolo, but both of Ludicolo's charge attacks are going to be super effective against Diggersby. So back comes in that Drapion. This is where Drapion wanted to be all along against Ludicolo, but only comes in to get out one Poison Sting, and then possibly a few more, because Will Cujo on the last second decides to shield. Is he going to make it to Crunch? He is going to make it to Crunch, is able to get out on good timing. Also resisting those Astonishes, by the way, because of the dual typing being Dark and Poison for Drapion. And now Rishab's out of shields and up against a full Feraligatr. But Maniaur still has that one shield and has to use it wisely. Rishab goes for the bait, and Will Cujo calls the bait. Says, I don't want to have to deal with any possible shield negligence or misuse. That was a risky call, but it paid out beautifully because now this Feraligatr has all this energy, still has a shield for when that comes back around, and knows that if it wants to, he could shield here, protect the Feraligatr, and take down... Oh no, but he gives it up. He gives up all the energy as well, because now it's Diggersby versus Malamar, and now the game is completely swapped because those superpowers are going to do super effective damage. Will Cujo has to shield here, respecting what could be a superpower, ends up being a foul play. And the CMP as well, which means that this Fire Punch is going to take out Malamar, but now Ludicolo has so much extra energy, it can take down this Diggersby with just one shot, plus a possible catch on Licky Licky if it wants to. Here we go. Here comes either one of those attacks. It is the Weather Ball. Is one Weather Ball going to be enough, though, to take down this Diggersby? It is a very bulky Pokemon. It is not. Diggersby has a little bit left. Going for the Fire Punch. No catch on the side of Rishab. Now we have a neutral Fire Punch going into this Ludicolo. And it is not enough to get down, but these Astonishes are doing nothing. But it doesn't matter. The Ludicolo gets to the final Weather Ball. Even though Diggersby held on 1 HP, it was for nothing because Diggersby goes down here and Rishab takes that win for round 1. Wow, what a crazy battle. A lot of interesting choices made. I would say personally where the choice, I don't know. I think where it might have gone all downhill for Mane of the Hour, or might have slipped through his hands, is with the Feraligatr. If he had protected that Feraligatr and kept all that energy and lose it, he would have been able to get off so much more attacks and put so much more pressure on that Ludicolo, forced some sort of a catch from the Licky Licky. I think not saving the Feraligatr ended up being something that cost Mane of the Hour that battle. Also, Rishab, knowing what they had left, knowing that any extra energy given up was going to be something they couldn't afford, played out their energy very, very closely, very, very precisely, and made sure that of all their win conditions, they were able to get that win. I think another thing that really kind of determined that battle was, I think Mane of the Hour thought that his Feraligatr could survive one foul play. And when it couldn't, when it just barely was enough, it ended up being the entire game change. Rishab looking like they're having a little bit of technical issues. This is giving, it's very like zombie-like. Like, right? I don't know. It's kind of creepy, actually. Am I the one getting spooked out by this? I don't like it. Chat, where's my mom? Chat, someone call mom. I'm scared. All right. We're waiting for one more trainer to lock in, thinking over their team very carefully, making sure they don't want to get stuck on the wrong side of what we have seen be the determining factor all day long, which is if you lose that initial lineup, or if there's a swap and you lose the swap, you lose the game. And we don't want to see that happen for either trainer. We don't want them to see them throw that away. We want good battles. So I know that this trainer, Mane of the Hour, is making sure that that is not something they end up on the wrong side of. Rishab is frozen entirely. just checked. It is their device, not mine. We'll see if there's any effect. It didn't, like, once Rashab got past the first couple swings, they were able to kind of balance themselves out there. So I guess we'll see if their phone catches back up. Zygar not loading. Interesting. Well, hope not. Oh, here we go. I think. Yes. We have two trainers that are locked in. It is time for the second battle. Will we see our first ever 2-0 stream today, or we go to another decisive game 5? We have Licky Licky and we have Shelgon. Shelgon's an interesting Pokemon, with it getting Twister and just being more meta is kind of a little interesting to me. I get the power behind it. It's more power than it is defense, which is odd to me. It's a middle stage. It gives Charge-a-Bug vibes, but it itself does not have that kind of bulky middle stage that you'd expect it to. It's literally just a shell. It's a shell with legs, and somehow it is not a defensive Pokemon. It is more of an offensive Pokemon. So we see a Shadow Ball go through. We see a Twister go through. Rashab switched over to the Malamar. Mainly Hour stays in with the Shelgon, goes for another Twister. This is going to do decent damage. Takes down about half of the Malamar. So now half of the Licky Licky's gone. Half of the Malamar is gone. But almost all the Shelgon is gone. We have traded a bunch of HP here and a bunch of energy. But we've yet to see anything really devastating. Our first shield goes up. Mainly Hour protects their Fraligator. Goes for the one and throw. Making sure that there is no CMP question. And Rashab chooses to protect their almost dead Malamar in favor of at least one more charge attack. Going for that very powerful superpower to see if this is going to be the thing that takes it out. Huge damage, but it's just not enough. That superpower really relies on the super effectiveness to be the powerhouse that it is. Many hours for Alligator gets to another Hydro Cannon. And Rashab's going to choose not to shield here, which is going to leave Licky Licky with all but 1 HP. We have the Body Slam coming in. Main of the Hour not protecting the Fraligator. So now Diggersby can come back out. Little do they know, it's a Diggersby on Diggersby match about to happen right now. We do still have a bit of energy left on that Malamar, which is where that super effective superpower is going to come into play later on. In this Malavar versus Malamar right now, Main of the Hour does have the advantage. They are up energy. If they keep the pacing correct, they will maintain that energy up. What they really have to be careful for is that Malamar coming through and putting pressure on the fact, or in the sense of a superpower. But oh my goodness, what an incredible catch. Main of the Hour catches on their Shelgon, says, I want to maintain energy up, not just the fact that I already am, but on top of that, I know that your Malamar is back there, and I don't have to worry about that because the superpower is going to be everything. So now that Man of the Hour is still up in energy, going to take this Scorching Sands. No debuff was applied, keeping that energy pacing at the right amount, never being too low, never saying that they don't have a charge attack to throw if that Malamar comes out, while Rashab is making sure that they are keeping standard pressure, looking for that attack. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the attack drop. They didn't want to be stuck with that in case it happened. Maybe Hour did get the attack drop, so Rashab switched out to the Malamar. Rashab uses their final shield, and now they're going to go for that superpower. But no. We have one more Fire Punch coming out. Rashab has no more shields to protect this Malamar. That shield ended up being wasted on the Malamar because now it is open season for Main of the Hour's Diggersby to go after Rashab's Diggersby. They switched an energy advantage, but Main of the Hour does have that shield. Choose to use it on the first one, which I think is the correct play, because if you're throwing Scorching Sands, you're going to want to hope that you can get that attack debuff. Take the one that you know is not going to be debuffed, and then start worrying about the rest. Here comes the next Scorching Sands. I don't think it's going to be enough to take out Rashab's Diggersby. It's not. All Main of the Hour has to do is get to a Fire Punch, while Rashab needs 2 Scorching Sands, and it's just not going to get there. Main of the Hour ends up winning, and we are once again, folks, looking at a decisive Game 3 here on stream. I think that shield being used on the Malamar in that sense is what caused Rashab to unfortunately lose that match that time. On top of the fact that Maniaur got a beautiful catch on Shelgon, knowing that Shelgon really didn't have much left to go, wasn't going to get to another charge attack. It wasn't going to be able to do much extra damage because the Dragon Breath is lower in output of attack as a fast attack than it used to be back in its glory day when Shadow Dragonite was running these streets. So Will was able to recover with all those different things, with keeping the energy on Diggersby, knowing when to use that final shield, catching on Shelgon, an amazing play from Man in the Hour. We've seen amazing plays from Mishab as well in the first round. Now it takes us all to this decisive game 3, where once again, as I've said every single time on this stream today, this last battle is going to determine who wins the whole thing. A decisive game 3 is always a fun time to see. So you want to see these trainers come out and try their all, and that's exactly what they're doing. Who's going to win this one? I don't know if you already gotten your guesses in, but we did have a poll in the chat. I'm excited to see what they bring. We've seen Ludicolo, Malamar. We've seen almost every Pokemon, actually, more than I think about it. There's only like 1 or 2 Pokemon that haven't hit in the field just yet, which is very interesting, of the fact that we had 2 battles and yet only one of each only one of each Pokemon from each trainer has yet to see some action. We have one trainer that's already locked in, waiting for the second one, and then we can get into this game 5. They're making sure they go over all of the options before they lock in. They know that this battle is detrimental, that this battle will determine whether or not they go up or down in points. That's why on this stream we like to call it a decider. little bit of fan service for anyone that comes here and watches the Go League Greg stream. And if you don't, make sure you follow. Shameless plug. Make sure you follow. I stream Monday through Friday, and I go to every regional event in North America. So could be worth your time. Oh, okay. Well, Rashab's screen's completely frozen. So I guess we're locked in. We got Feraligatr against Ludicolo. This is neutral in fast attacks, and for maybe our neutral in charge attacks. But Rashab has that super effective Leaf Storm they can go for. Tries to call what they thought was going to be a Hydro Cannon, takes an Ice Beam instead. Not enough to knock out, but enough to do a lot of damage. This is going to be huge damage. Is Will Kuja going to call it? He's not! Throws the Leaf Storm, takes out Many of the Hours Feraligatr, and one-shots the whole thing. In comes Drapion, so they swap to Licky Licky, and then Many of the Hours swaps to their Bunnelby, because Bunnelby is a great answer for Licky Licky. Again, we went over this earlier, resists the rollout, resists the Shadow Balls. This is where Mane of the Hour wants to find his Bunnelby in front of this Licky Licky to really start doing some heavy damage while building up energy. But yeah, that Leaf Storm was detrimental. Took out Feraligatr in one shot. That's heavy damage for sure. Bunnelby, am I saying Bunnelby? Haha, my bad. Diggersby. I think I've said Bunnelby more than once. Thank you for catching that, Jack. All right, goes for another Scorching Sands. Not me enough to take out the Licky Licky. Swaps into Malamar. And Mane of the Hour goes for one more Scorching Sands on their Diggersby before deciding if they're going to swap or keep on going. Goes for the swap. In comes in that Shadow Drapion, which we talked about earlier. And this Shadow Drapion is going to outpace the Malamar in CMP and also in timing. So Rashab decides to use one of their shields to protect, knowing that there is a lot ahead, and goes for another Hail Mary full send and sends it into Drapion. That is massive damage onto the Drapion. Mane of the Hour still doesn't use any shields, but has taken 2 heavy damage attacks. Now, here comes that shield. Finally, from Mane of the Hour using their first shield, but it's on a resisted foul play. One shield, a little too late on that one. Rashab not choosing, thinking about the shield, choosing not to shield, gonna let their Malamar go down and bring on that Licky Licky, which has built up a ton of energy. It has this body slam. It is one more rollout away from another body slam. Mane of the Hour using that second shield, trying to preserve the Drapion, swaps back to the Diggersby, and in comes the Ludicolo, which Ludicolo has 2 2 charge attacks that are going to do super effective damage to this Diggersby. And all Mane of the Hour has is this Fire Punch. Fire Punch would still be enough to knock out the Ludicolo. So Rashab uses their final shield, protects the Ludicolo. Will one Weather Ball be enough to take out the Diggersby, though? I don't think that it will be. I think it's going to be close, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It is enough. It does take out the Diggersby. That did just enough damage. And now Mane of the Hour has to use his Drapion to clean up the rest of this team. There is still a Licky in the back, which I believe is still only 1 away from a Body Slam. No, correction, it's at the Body Slam, throws immediately, is able to get it in front of this Drapion, and that will be the end of Mane of the Hour's Drapion. That will be the end of Mane of the Hour's team, and that will be a victory for Rashab. Wow. What another fantastic battle. They always take it to a round 2, and they always make it such an incredible battle. What phenomenal performances from both trainers. 10 out of 10. Couldn't ask for more. Could not ask for more out of either of them. But yes, Rashab ended up taking the win. GG's to both trainers. I think in the end, what it really came down to was, again, energy management and knowing when and where to use those shields. Those shields were more important in this match than I think any other match we've seen yet today. It really was just, it came down to single decisions and moments. There were catches, there were over farms, there were all these Hail Marys. I believe that also, if you will, because I personally believe that the 2 full sends from Rashab, the Leaf Storm and the Superpower that made contact with the Pokemon they wanted to be, the Leaf Storm on the Fraligator, the Superpower on the Drapion, were 2 such strong determining factors for Rashab that if those 2 didn't land, that would have been the difference between winning and losing for Mane of the Hour. So sometimes full send is what you got to do there. But man, what great battles. Let's head on over to Zygarden. Let's see if it's fixed now. I know that there were some issues. Nope, Zygarden is down at the current moment, it looks like. So hopefully we can get back to it working soon. In the meantime, maybe some people that are done with their battles but are here in the chat can let us know how they did. We're up on... Oh, it's back? Got to log in. I was never logged in. Hold on. I'm being told that we're back. Was it bracket? Exclamation point bracket? There it is. Copy this. Over to our Zygarden page. Where is the Zygarden? Ah, we are back up. Okay, let's head back over to Zygarden. Oh. Okay, good. Back. We are so back. All right. So, Executor taking the win over SS Thorn. We just saw Rashab versus Mane of the Hour. We got Emmy Weedle taking the 2-0. Let's see. Awesome Austin Go with the 2-0 against Spellbringer. A lot of upsets in here. A lot of big upsets and wins. There's that double Eevee that was requested in the chat earlier. Dink took the 2-1 against Dylan. We still got some battles going on. She Loves Ninetales versus Spacebar still going on. Let's see, that one and this one, who we've seen on stream against Harish. Once those 2 battles finish up, we are on to our final round of Swiss. Our final round of Swiss. PV, you're looking at the bracket. Accurate. Very accurate. But yeah, tremendous effort from everybody. Looks at bracket. Son of a... Oh. camera doing? Why it all blurry? Where your clothes at? Much better. Okay. We have 2 battles left, and then we're on to our final round of Swiss. But we've already seen so many phenomenal encounters today. Catches, energy management, interesting Pokemon, and some full sends that really paid off. Oh, cantaloupe time. Good call, Johnny. Good call. Let's see. Anything? Nope. Okay. Good. I bet Greg's wearing shorts with that fit. Unless you check the clips from this stream, you'll never know. You would never know what I'm wearing. All you could see is me and my suit and my tie and my button up looking real good. Looking damn good, if I may say so myself. Hot pink or purple? Purple is my favorite color, so it wouldn't be a bad guess. But incorrect. Looks like one of those battles just finished up. Let me go check real quick. I saw it end, but it's not posted yet. And then, where's that last battle? Oh, that was the last battle. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the last battle just ended. I saw them GG each other in the Go Lounge, which, by the way, that's where this is being broadcasted from. This is the Go Lounge's April 2026 tournament. We encourage you to join our Discord server, the Go Lounge, for everything and anything Pokemon, including these tournaments, which we're trying to do once a month. And who knows? Maybe we'll host again here on the Go League Greg stream, and I'll be your caster. Maybe we'll host it somewhere else. Maybe there's infinite possibilities. But the one thing you can be certain of is that the first place winner is going to win something very nice. Something very, very wanted. This go around, first place gets $100. That's what everyone's fighting for today, is $100 for playing Pokemon. How great is that? And it was free to enter. It's always free to enter. So please make sure that you are signing up for these tournaments. We would love more and more participants. We'd love more and more of you in the Discord, in the Go Lounge. It is the #1 place for all Pokemon anything if you're hanging out. Expedition Discord, Mystic Sparkle, thank you for doing that. Wait, $100 hairs. Yep. Oh, I counted them myself. I pulled them out of my sister's Barbie personally. 100 of them. And then second place, $50 hairs. Had to get a second Barbie to finish it out, but still phenomenal. Thoughts on James and the Giant Peach? I relate to James because I love giant peaches. If you know, you know. No socks, only Ugg slippers. Buddy, these piggies are free right now. Not even the slippers. You don't have a sister. Those were your Barbies. Johnny, shut up. I told you that in confidence. But yeah, guys, make sure that you are joining the Go Lounge. And while we're waiting for that final battle to be submitted into Zygarden, make sure that you guys are given a follow here. This is not just a channel for these tournaments, but this is the Go League Greg channel as well. Who I am. I'm Go League Greg. Happy to meet you. I stream Monday through Friday. I do my Go Battle League battles here on stream. Now that I have my new computer, we're going to get back to doing our Nuzlocke, and we have some more exciting content coming up. We also just reached over 1,000 followers, so we have our 1,000 follower celebration coming up this week. A lot of big things coming up. Make sure you follow so you can stick around for all of the things that are Go Lounge related. But for now, let's stay focused on this tournament because round 7 is finally up and ready to go. This will be our final round of Swiss before we get to our top cut. Look at all these battles. Take them all in. In the chat, I want you to guess who you think we're going to bring on stream for the final Swiss match. Because there are a lot of good matchups in here. Ooh, there are a lot of good matchups in here. I want to watch all of them. I want to see every single one of these battles. But unfortunately, we're only going to see one, maybe two. Probably just one, though. Exclamation point bracket in the chat for you to see for yourself all these matchups and guess who you think's being brought to the stage. If you think it's someone you know, make sure you're cheering them on. Ooh. Ozito saying, I'm going to 2-0 this person whose name is Bai. Ozito, I don't know. They've been in every single one of our tournaments. They're kind of a seasoned player, Ozito. Could be tough. Could be a tough fight, but I'm rooting for you. I'm trying not to show favoritism as the caster, but I'm rooting for you, Ozito, against that trainer whose name is Bai. Hope your boyfriend goes live next. I'm live right now. What are you talking about? Jeez. Is Op... Listen, they're goated. They are absolutely goated. We're just waiting to see which two trainers get brought to the stage for our final round of Swiss. I cannot wait to see it. I cannot wait to see what we're seeing. The anticipation's killing me. Anybody in the chat want to take a guess who they think is going to be brought to the screen? Oh. Wow. Kira, okay. Good to know. It's breaking my heart. What is Swiss? Party Slashers, I'm glad you asked. So, how it works, and now we have the Zygarden open, I can show you here as well. All of these were different rounds of battle, right? And everyone faced off against someone else in 7 different rounds. 7 Swiss. And so, it's not like in a regional tournament where a double elimination, you're out. If you, let's say you lost in round 1, right? You're not out. The game's not over for you. You can even lose a round 2 and it's not over because it is a culmination of all of your wins across all 7 rounds. Whichever 8 players have the most win ratio at the end of the 7th round will then move on to a top cut. Where from there it'll be single elimination going down to that final battle. But Swiss just means you get paired off against people who have essentially the same battle record as you. And losing once or twice isn't the end of it. You could still come back and win it all. All right, we're still waiting to see who our 2 battlers are going to be. I'll bring this back up again because I want you guys in the chat to guess who is going to... Oh my goodness. All my screens just went weird. Who's going to be the one to win the honor of... The world just happened. That was strange. Anyway. Who's got the honor of battling on stream here today? in the 7th round. Much better. It's very weird that it did that. But yeah, of these round 7s here at the very end, which of these pairings do you guess is going to be here on stream? I already know the answer. I'm looking at it right now. We got our first trainer in the chat. Waiting for that second trainer. Gonna finish this scroll. Scroll back up one more time. I want to see some guesses in the chat. Which matchup do you think it's going to be? I'll tell you, whichever it is, doesn't matter who it is, it's going to be a good one. We have nothing but phenomenal trainers battling today. Stretch that out a little bit. Get this ready. And this. Get these trainers' profiles up and going. All right, who's ready to see what our teams are going to look like, or what our trainers, which trainers are going to be? You know what I'm trying to say. Let's just head on over there. Here we go. Crazy, or am I not on deafened? Ah, that's the problem. I was like, why don't I hear people? So we got Dark Phoenix against Eevee. Let me clear out these victories. No one has any victory yet. There are no victories just yet. But these are our teams. So Shadow Quagsire, Medicham, Galarian Corsola, Empoleon, Jellicent, and Guzzlord versus Umbreon, Licky Licky, Tinkaton, Galarian Corsola, Servine, or Superior rather, sorry, and Stunfisk, Unova Stunfisk. Move this over, stretch this out. There we go. Make sure I can see the chat. Where's the chat? Let's get some chat going. There we go. Cindy, that's good for now. I'm going to have to read that later. But if the other mods say it's good, then I'm going to say that it's pretty good for me. So, some interesting picks. This is the first time we've seen Jellicent all day. Also, I think the first time we've seen Medicham all day. And I know for a fact it's the first time we've seen Superior. I believe this is the only Superior in the tournament. So, very interesting matchups there. That Superior obviously wants to make contact with the Quagsire. Everyone with Quagsire, everyone with Feraligatr, that is the goal. That's the reason you bring a grass type, is because there's so much water. So Superior now looking to make contact with that Feraligatr, with that Quagsire, but also looking to make contact with the Jellicent. That would be pretty decent as well. And Superior normally is running a flying move and a grass move. So Medicham's not the worst, but if Medicham's running Ice Punch, that would spell trouble for Superior. Additionally, you have a lot of the regular matchups, but Umbreon being here, looking out for that Medicham is going to be crucial. But getting in front of the Galarian Corsola or the Jellicent is going to be everything. So Jellicent, now with the two, what do you call them? Spice picks, I guess. Two Pokemon that have a weakness to this Spice pick of Superior. We're going to see how that plays out. If either of them come because of that, or if they're going to get avoided and scared away due to this Grass Snake. We are waiting. Trainers are queued up, but we are ready for trainers to lock in whenever they're ready. Brought some balance of prediction. Oh, was it very one-sided? I guess we're going to see. Here we go. We got one trainer that's locked in. And lagging. Gosh, everybody lagging today. A little bit of spicy. It's a little spicy, right? A little bit of spice. 5K to 10 points. Yeah, maybe a little one-sided. All right, looks like Dark Phoenix's lag has been fixed. And now we are waiting to see once Eevee locks in what it's going to look like. Both trainers are locked in. Let's get on into this first battle between Dark Phoenix and EV75. It's Umbreon. It's Empoleon. And this is an interesting match. Oh my goodness. It's not just any Umbreon. It's Umbreon with the Moon Scarf. Crazy. We love a good costume over here. So, Umbreon is running its classic Foul Play Last Resort. Only can throw Foul Plays because Last Resort's not going to do much. Dark Phoenix is lagging a little bit on there, and I'm assuming you're seeing a Hydro Cannon. We do see the Hydro Cannon make contact, but Umbreon is a very bulky Pokemon. Is going to see that very comfortably. Out comes the Quagsire. A swap into the Quagsire is a crazy play, knowing that Superior could be in the background, and it absolutely is. In comes that Superior, that Spice Pick that's been looking for waters and water ground types all day long, is now finding contact with that. That swap in was a very dangerous move, knowing the type Pokemon that was on the opposing team. I think the call was hoping that Superior didn't come, but here it is, and it is mighty, and it's running double grass as well. There's no flying attack for it, which means that it has no neutral attacks to throw at this Guzzlord. But it is going to go ahead and throw off the first Leaf Tornado. Not very damaging, but does get the debuff. It's not a guaranteed debuff, but it is a pretty predominant debuff. And the attack now harshly falls for the Guzzlord, making this a lot stronger of a matchup in favor of Eevee. Throw that Frenzy Plant. It did so much damage. And then a catch, but the catch is not on the Brutal Swing like you thought it would be. It is the Sludge Bomb, which is going to do neutral damage to this very bulky Umbreon, but still not very enough because it's double attack dropped. It's -2 in attack. That's not going to do much of anything. Now Umbreon is back in front of this Empoleon and can start throwing these Foul Plays. Foul Plays are not a super strong attack coming from Umbreon, but because it's more bulk than it is bite, but it's still doing decent damage. Half of the Empoleon is gone. Here comes in that next Hydro Cannon. It's not going to be enough to get the Umbreon. It is that bulky guy. Umbreon is him when it comes to bulk, and Dark Phoenix knows it, so Dark Phoenix uses a shield on Empoleon, trying to save this. Back comes out the Superior and gets the Leaf Tornado out, just in case the shield comes up, and shield they did. Second shield was used by Dark Phoenix on the Empoleon. Again, gets the attack harsh drop onto that Pokemon. So Dark Phoenix is forced to switch out of the Empoleon into the Guzzlord to take this not very effective attack, but it is Frenzy Plant, and it's still going to do a lot of damage. This could be a lot closer than Guzzlord wants to be. Guzzlord now, with no shields and no energy, really just kind of struggling to stay up. There's only one Pokemon left. It is an Empoleon that has a lot of energy, but not a lot of HP, and has to go up against a bulky Licky that has 2 shields on its side, while Dark Phoenix has nothing to protect with, and that will clean out the Empoleon and all the energy it's stored up, giving Eevee the first win. Those were some tough Pokemon to see in tough situations. A lot of resisted damage, but I think the main thing that turned the tides there was the fact that Dark Phoenix switched in their Shadow Quagsire, essentially saying, I don't think you brought Superior. I think that you used Superior as just a bully, as a bluff to say, oh, don't bring your Pokemon because I could have this, but I'm calling your bluff. But it was no bluff at all. Eevee said, I brought this thing to play. I brought this thing to win. This Superior is going to make sure that your water type Pokemon have a problem, and that's exactly what it did, getting not 1 but 2 of the debuffs using Leaf Tornado. And then cleaning up in the end with that bulky Umbreon, with that bulky Licky. Chose double bulk and water destruction, and it worked out beautifully for Eevee. That was an incredible match, very well played on Eevee's end, but it's not over yet. We have not seen a single 2-0 on stream yet today. Dark Phoenix is looking to make sure that that stays true while Eevee is taking their time choosing their Pokemon to be the first 2-0 broadcasted live on stream. These trainers are taking no chances, though. They're strategically going over their Pokemon, their opponent's Pokemon, and what the best play is. What do you think they're going to lead with? What should I lead with to counter that? What do you think I'm going to lead with? So what should I bring instead? And what is going to be in the back? One trainer is locked in and ready to go. One more, and we can have ourselves a round 2 battle. I'm excited. Ooh, I'm excited. Happy Sunday to you as well. Real quick, while Eevee's still deciding, Cantaloupe. Oh, hold on. I think. Could it be? No. Almost had a team locked in, but changed it at the last second. And locked one in. Here we go. 2 trainers locked in. Will this be the first 2-0, or will we see another decisive game 3? It's Licky Licky. It's Quagsire. And this is where Dark Phoenix wanted to have the Quagsire, because that's superior. Now Dark Phoenix knows superior is not just a metaphorical threat, is a physical threat constantly coming in. Hard swaps into Umbreon, which gets the Quagsire out, and that's exactly what Eevee wanted to do. Say, I'm swapping into Umbreon, I want you to get your Quagsire out of there, because my main goal is to get Superior in front of your Quagsire, but in doing so, I have to sacrifice Umbreon. Medicham comes in for the first time, and these dynamic punches are super effective, and even against a bulky Pokemon like Umbreon, is going to take half of this Umbreon down in just one shot. Dynamic Punch does not come to play, and neither does Medicham. That is going to be detrimental to the bulk of Eevee's team. Bringing Medicham was a great play. Dark Phoenix saw that Eevee brought 2 Pokemon as bulk who are both weak to fighting type moves in the first round, called it they'd see that again, and sure enough, here it is where Medicham can come and start to actually thrive. Taking another foul play and swaps into Licky Licky, and able to throw this Shadow Ball, so Dark Phoenix is forced to shield and save their Medicham from this super effective Shadow Ball that would have been the end of this Pokemon that can really threaten the bulk of Eevee's team. Eevee deciding if they want to use their last shield, deciding, no, I'm going to take this Dynamic Punch. It's going to do, what was that, like 80% damage, an insane amount of damage, knowing that Quagsire is going to come back in. Eevee smart to not use this shield, because the whole goal of getting Quagsire out of that initial matchup was to make sure that this next alignment was in Eevee's favor. Here comes in the Superior, ready to take down a Quagsire. Quagsire being immediately told to use the Stone Edge, its only defensive attack against this Superior. And now just trying to wait out the clock. That's all that Dark Phoenix can do in this situation, is just try to get the clock out of there, or try to get to another Stone Edge. But Eevee's able to get to this Leaf Storm before the Stone Edge comes through, and this will undoubtedly take down the Quagsire. So now now comes in the Guzzlord. Guzzlord's back on the play, and we've seen this matchup before, but I gotta tell you, that Leaf Tornado drop was crucial to this matchup going in favor of Eevee. Dark Phoenix still has a shield. Eevee missed a bubble there, which you really can't do that here in this kind of situation when you're taking on a Pokemon that's resisting you so well. Swap into Umbreon, so a swap into Medicham. Is that final shield going to come up? No, it's not. Dark Phoenix saying, I will risk the Medicham here because I know that Guzzlord has the advantage against both of these Pokemon. Eevee going for one final foul play, and Dark Phoenix chooses to use that shield here on an almost dead Medicham, trying to get to that final Dynamic Punch. Does get to it, lives on 1 HP to throw this Dynamic Punch, which is going to take out the Umbreon. And now, once this one attack hits the Medicham, it is Guzzlord versus Superior, but Superior is looking for that debuff. Superior is desperately looking for that debuff with this Leaf Tornado. It's the only chance it has of surviving. Just a powerful, super effective Sludge Bomb from this Guzzlord. Does it get the debuff? Does get the debuff. The debuff lands, but I don't think it's going to be enough anyway. There's 2 Sludge Bombs charged up on this Guzzlord. It's only going to take 2 to get there, or even 1 and a Brutal Swing should do it. No, Superior's the double debuff. I just talked about this. It is going to need both Sludge Bombs, and that's okay because it got both Sludge Bombs out, and this will take down Eevee's Superior. This Guzzlord held on and said, that last round was a mistake. I should have taken down the Superior, and in doing so, wins this battle for Dark Phoenix, taking us to our next decisive Game 3. We are once again seeing a Game 3 here on stream. There will be no 2-0s in the Swiss on stream. All trainers have made sure that that is the case. No one wants to come here on stream and be the first, let alone the last. And they've given it everything they got. So many incredible plays, so many pivotal moves that Medicham coming in for Dark Phoenix, throwing those dynamic punches, knowing your Pokemon, knowing how much energy your Pokemon has up, knowing how much HP your Pokemon has left, and if it can survive the incoming move, which is exactly what happened. Dark Phoenix used that shield on the Medicham, knowing that it could make it to that dynamic punch, and that dynamic punch cleared Umbreon off the field and left Superior wide open to be taken down by that Guzzlord. A very, very calculated play by Dark Phoenix. Another great play on Dark Phoenix's end with this particular match is that Dark Phoenix chose to lead with Quagsire, knowing that there's a lot of Pokemon in the back normally that don't want to see that Superior. So leading with Quagsire and thinking, playing the game that Eevee's playing and saying, I know you're going to bring Superior, but I'm almost positive you're going to bring it in the back. So Quagsire should be free to lead in the beginning. That was a smart play on Dark Phoenix's end, but it could give Eevee something to think about going into this next battle. Now that I know that you could lead Quagsire, are you going to do it again? Are you going to leave him in the back? Should I bring Superior? I've brought it twice now. Are you going to think I'm going to bring it again? Maybe they don't bring it at all even. Maybe it finally becomes that bluff that Dark Phoenix thought it would be in the first round. But Guzzlord's putting in work, Medicham's putting in work, and we did see the same team the first round as we did the second round from Eevee, just in a slightly different order. We got one trainer that's locked in, one more trainer to lock in, and we have ourselves our final decisive Game 3 here in the Swiss portion of our April 2026 Go Lounge tournament. Nothing can be left for consideration here. Nothing can be left for question. It has to be a full send, lock in, confident in your team. We got 2 trainers that are locked in. Here we go. Decisive Game 3. It's Empoleon and it's Superior. Superior does come in the lead now, thinking Quagsire might come in the lead again. But this time it's Empoleon. It's neutral attacks going into Empoleon, but Empoleon is going to pace faster to that super effective Drill Peck. This puts Superior in a tough spot, and Dark Phoenix knows it, wanting to make sure that it keeps this Superior away from the Quagsire. Dark Phoenix having a little bit of connectivity issue in a lag sense. We can still watch here on Eevee's side. Does go for the shield. We've seen 2 trainers. They're trading shields. But again, Empoleon's going to outpace to those Drill Pecks. Eevee's going to have to do something and something clever if Eevee wants to keep this this Superior in play. Chooses to take this Drill Peck. Knowing he can take 1, but not by a ton. That is a very down and red Pokemon. Here comes the next Frenzy Plant. Dark Phoenix double shielding the Empoleon. Galarian Corsola comes out, but we don't know what other Pokemon Dark Phoenix has in the back. Did they bring the Guzzlord? Or did they bring the Jellicent or the Medicham? We saw the Quagsire. We don't know what the final Pokemon is. The fact they're not switching makes me think Guzzlord is not in the back there. But here comes another Night Slash. Here comes another charge attack from Eevee in the form of a Night Slash from the Galarian Corsola. And this will take down the Empoleon. And look, Guzzlord is not here. Eevee made a very, very calculated call saying, I don't think you're going to bring Guzzlord in this round. It was very risky as well. We saw Guzzlord not once but twice, and it was a determining factor against the Superior. But Dark Phoenix chose not to bring it, and Eevee called that. Made a very risky call, and it paid off so beautifully. Switching into Umbreon, here comes the Medicham, knowing that the switch timers were up, and that if we switched into Superior, that we we're going to see that third Pokemon instead. Still trying to keep that Superior in front of the Quagsire. We've seen this match before. We're seeing it again. There are no more shields on Dark Phoenix's side while Eevee still has one, and Eevee knows that that Dynamic Punch is going to do half of this Umbreon. So Eevee uses their final shield. We're at a no shields game. It is a 3-on-2, and there's a desperate desire to keep type advantage going throughout this entire battle. Corsola wants to find Medicham. Medicham wants to find Umbreon. Superior wants to find Quagsire, and Quagsire wants to catch a break because it's not having fun in any of this. This is going to be a close battle across the board. Who's going to come out, though, on top is the real question. Another foul play hits Medicham. Umbreon one away, but saves that. Switches on over to the Corsola. Corsola is now going for the Quagsire. Quagsire is going to take out this Corsola, but that's okay because that puts Eevee where they wants to be with their Superior, getting Superior in front of this Quagsire. Can this Superior, though, hold on and farm down this Quagsire before Quagsire gets to another charge attack? Or they're going to go Umbreon and goes right for the foul play instead. Umbreon foul play. There was too much farm up on Dark Phoenix's side, so Dark Phoenix is going to lose all that energy. They did not have the count right on Umbreon. This is now a 2-on-1, but the type advantage is in favor of Medicham. This is going to be close. This Dynamic Punch is going to take out this Umbreon, and it's all going to come down to how close is Superior to that Frenzy Plant, but he undercharges and leaves just little too much left on the Umbreon. The Umbreon's going to get out this foul play. Is this enough to take down Medicham? And it is! Medicham goes down because Umbreon lives on 1 HP. That undercharge, unfortunately, just was too undercharged. And that is going to be the end of the battle. That came down to slivers and calculations. So many type disadvantages going against each other, trying to find where they had the advantage. So many split-second moment decisions that changed the outcome of this game and made it where Eevee was our winner. What an incredible way to finish out our Swiss for the day. That is 7 rounds of Swiss. That is more than 7 battles you've seen, because a couple of those rounds we got to go give you 2 battles on screen. But now, as that battle ends and we head into the final tallies of the 7th round of Swiss, we are going to be able to see who our top cut is. Incredible job from those trainers. What amazing battles. I don't think we could have ended that any better than what we did just there. That might have been my favorite battle of the day. Or favorite sets of battles. Both trainers in all 3 rounds were just crushing it. I think that might be my favorite rounds of the day. And that is no disrespect to anyone that battled. That was just so intense and so incredible. What more can you say about that? Umbreon defying the fighting type, pushing through against doing its dark type neutral attacks to that Medicham, living on that 1 HP, energy conservation, and just moments. Deciding where is best to swap in and hit those moves. Is anyone else's heart rate up? I know mine is. GG's, what a phenomenal play for both trainers. Let's see what the Side Garden has for us, and let's see if it is ready. Oh, I don't know why that happened. Let's see if there's anybody left who hasn't submitted their battles, or was that the last one? As we get towards the bottom, I think this might be the last one. I think we're almost at the end. Hold on. It is! All battles were submitted. That was the very last one. We're here. We did it. That is 7 rounds of Swiss. Time to find the top cut, and here it is. Let me see if I can adjust this. Hold on. Top cut time. Who's ready for a little bit of top cut time? Bringing this up because it's top cut time. Top cut time. Top cut time. Make this bigger. There we go. Here we are. Okay, so here's how we're doing top cut. All of these trainers are going to have all their battles live on stream. There will be no more I wonder who won off stream, because you're seeing all of these come to life in front of your eyes. I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm wrong quite often. Round 8 is going to be best 2 out of 3 still, but semifinals and the finals are 3 out of 5s. Is that correct, or am I only thinking of regional tournaments? Please, one of my mods who is smarter than me, which is all of them, tell me if I'm correct. Johnny highlighted a message. Thank you for using some points to highlight a message. Greg, you're an awesome host. Gonna get out of here. Looking forward to seeing who comes on top. Johnny, thank you so much for being here. Really wanted to see that spicy team you had, but you know what? Another day, another dollar. You decide you want to... All of them. All of them. I want to see all of them. If we can, if there's enough time. Hold on. I'm being told we might not have enough time to do all the battles on stream. But we're checking. If there is, we will. If there's not, we're going to do one of the round 8s and then the semifinals and the finals, all 3 of those battles on stream. Waiting to hear back from our esteemed judges and deciding if that's possible or if that's just too much. Would love to see them. Would love to see them, but we also got to be realistic, and I get that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more battles. Basically double the amount of time that we've spent right now. That would be another 5 hours. Yeah, I get that. I'm going to go ahead and say maybe that's probably for the best. We'll be here for another 5.5 hours. That's a good point. Why do players with the same score get placed randomly? Or it isn't random. You tend to get matched up with someone that has a similar score as you. Yeah. We would definitely not be here for another 5 hours. What do you mean? Well, I mean, it took us 5 hours to do 7 battles. So I counted 7 battles. I'm just rounding up for safety. You know? There was a lot of gaps in between. You're right. I don't know. Do you guys think it'd be too much? Okay. I'll do even one better. One of our judges, Ola Raiku, reached out to the contestants and they have determined that they don't want to wait for all of that. So, in respecting our trainers, we are going to do one of these round 8 battles and then the semifinals and the finals. I'm up 3-4. Ace, I got some bad news for you, my friend. I don't think it's going to be enough. I'm so glad you were here, though. Congratulations again, Ace, for joining, for graduating, and thank you again for joining us. All right, this is going to be your top cut. I'm waiting to see who ends up being our trainers that are going to battle, though. Let's see if this does anything. Yeah, we can close this. Trying to clear up some of this extra gunk on the screen. Close that. We only have what we need. Hydrate before you dehydrate. Will do. Thank you. A good call indeed. This flickering's killing me. Oh wow. That changed a lot. The flickering was bothering me, but There we go. No more flickering. Lope! How about just... Cantaloupe. Good call, Beachburger. Vanessa, stop. You make me blush. Anyway. So. Usually. Just coordinate with my judges real quick to make sure we have the right information. Oh, we do have a battle up ready to go, though. Let's get that going. Who won the last round? Evie did. Choose outcome, Evie. Complete. Paid out. So we can get the next one ready to go. And in speaking of, let me get those up and going. You got... Okay. There's that. Keep that going. Let's head on over because we have our trainers who are queued up. And in fact, one of them's even almost ready. But let's head on over to the battle screen where we're going to find out that it is Jay the Underdog versus SS Thorn. Got to put these back to 0. Overlord Raikou. You guys are too kind to me. I'm like mid at best. So I appreciate you guys being so kind to me. Absolutely buttering me up. Okay, so Jay the Underdog versus SS Thorn. Let's go over some of these teams because there's some interesting picks in here. First of all, we see that Dartrix, which I know that Arrow really made a name for in this most previous regional. It did wonders and numbers for sure. And then you have Galarian Corsola, Diggersby. Both we want to see regularly, but Galarian Weezing is a new Pokemon we're seeing as well. That's 2 Pokemon that we have not seen at all here on stage for the first time. Shadow Quagsire, nobody's surprised. And then this Empoleon is Shadow. We haven't seen a Shadow Empoleon. We've seen a few regular Empoleons, but not the Shadow Empoleon. Over on SS Thorn side, you have the Shadow Dusknoir. You have the Shadow Quagsire, a Licky, a Corviknight, a Shadow Altaria, and a Tinkaton. A lot of regular Pokemon you see, a lot of very meta Pokemon. That Shadow Dusknoir is the first time we're seeing that as well. It's been in and out of the meta over the years. I think it's an interesting play right now. I think with it being such a Tinkaton Feraligatr meta, and Feraligatr having that Shadow Claw, it does seem like an odd anti-meta pick. But if it can find something else, that's where the money's at. But you got to remember, there's also always a lot of dark types. There are Galarian Corsolas, which are going to win that matchup because it is a bulkier Pokemon. And then you do have the super effective Dynamic Punch, but you are going against normal types that are going to resist all of those fast attacks. So I think this is a very interesting choice for SS Thorn, but SS Thorn made Top Cut. I didn't. I'm over here talking to you guys. So what do I know, right? All I know is that we got some amazing matches ready to go. As soon as the trainers are ready and locked in, we can get this battle started. I'm interested in seeing if we see that Dartrix. Am I saying that right? Dartrix? It's one of those Pokemon that it was beyond me actually learning the game. We're going to find out. I have to learn what its name is. We got 2 trainers who are locked in. Dartrix? Okay, good. Thank goodness. All right. We do have Diggersby versus Corviknight. And he immediately swaps into that Shadow Dusknoir, who's looking to do that super effective Dynamic Punch into this Diggersby. While Diggersby is eating up those fast attacks and just getting to these Scorching Sands. Scorching Sands is going to do well over half of the remaining energy on this Dustinar. Dustinar is throwing this Shadow Punch. Jay thought he was going to catch a Dynamic Punch on the Dartrix. Instead, catches a Shadow Punch. Was going for the bait. The bait ended up being perfect catch food instead. 2 Shadow Punches is going to put Dartrix into the yellow. Dartrix trying to find a way out of this. Does go for a charge attack. And SS Thorn's going to let this Shadow Dustinar go. So now, if you're SS Thorn, who do you bring in from here? I would imagine Licky Licky, and sure enough, Licky Licky does come through. Those super effective rollouts are going to be good. You are going to farm a lot of energy, but you do have to worry about the fact you're taking this Seed Bomb, but Licky Licky's a very thick Pokemon. It can take a Seed Bomb. It just didn't want to take a Brave Bird, and SS Thorn knew the pacing, knew the count, knew that Brave Bird was not about to make contact there. We now have that Shadow Empoleon, which is going to be a lot more fragile than this regular Empoleon, looking to take on this Licky Licky, taking resisted damage on those rollouts, trying to avoid the Diggersby into the Corviknight, but we have it here yet again. Diggersby into Corviknight, and Diggersby with this super effective Fire Punch is going to put some pressure on Corviknight. Though, those paybacks do end up adding up in the end. Let's see if Jay does not take the bait, does call that this is Air Cutter, very light damage. SS Thorn looking for a boost there. Doesn't get it though. Gonna farm up just a little bit more. In comes the next Fire Punch from the Diggersby on Jay's side. SS Thorn deciding not to block that. Fire Punch puts it in a one more Fire Punch range. Farming all the way up, knowing what the count is. Trying to get out. Does get out. That was a lot of switch timer and a lot of extra farm up. Jay was waiting for the switch. The switch never came because the switch timer wasn't up. And then finally through the Fire Punch just as the catch was available. It was one of those things where each trainer was waiting for the other one to make a detrimental move and no one could because everyone was locked into what they were doing. Here comes Licky Licky throwing body slams. It's all it can do now. Diggersby has a great spot to be in here between none of these Shadow Balls being effective and the super effective Fire Punches going against that Corviknight. So Empoleon has to come back out and start taking damage from this Licky Licky. There's one more shield on Jay's side. Jay is going to use this shield. It is a good call. There was no bait there. In comes that Shadow Ball, but it hits the shield. And now SS Thorn still has one more shield and is trying to get that Shadow Ball. Is unable to get to it before this move comes in. Chooses not to use the shield. Instead, lets the Licky Licky go down here and eat that Shadow Ball, knowing that a payback is going to do just as much damage, and would rather keep that shield for this final Pokemon that is on its last leg, but looking to take down that bunny, knowing that that Fire Punch is going to be the end of it for him. Can he get to another payback before Jay is able to get to a second Fire Punch on this Corviknight? Is unable to do it. Jay had 2 Fire Punches ready to go at that moment. The second Fire Punch is going to take out this Corviknight, and Corviknight goes down, which means Jay, the underdog, is the winner of the first round. Whoo! He might be the greatest of all time. Thorn is phenomenal. Thorn is a great player, and so is Jay, the underdog. Both of them played exceptionally. They had their counts down to a T. They knew exactly where they wanted their Pokemon to be, and it was just a combination of trying to get there and waiting out switch timers and throwing the right moves. I need some water. That was intense. Sheesh. What a battle. All right. And they said, I want more. One trainer's already locked in. The next trainer's also locked in. We have ourselves a game 2. Will this be the first ever 2-0 we see here on stream in this round 8? It's Dartrix versus Corviknight. A Pokemon neither wanted to see against this other one. Right now, the advantage is in Corviknight's favor because it does have that super effective Air Cutter, while Dartrix has nothing to throw at this Corviknight. All Dartrix can do is farm up and maybe go for a double Brave Bird, it looks like, or maybe just a throw and a bounce. Corviknight finds that attack boost on the first air cutter. That is going to be devastating for Jay if Corviknight ends up staying in. The first Brave Bird goes through and chooses to swap and save that Brave Bird for that second Brave Bird for another time. In comes Napoleon. Here comes a boosted payback, but Jay the Underdog does not want to take that, ends up using a shield here. Now, going for the Hydro Cannon, knowing that this is a boosted Pokemon, keeping the counts in mind, doesn't want to have to take any extra damage than what is needed, and SS Thorn wants to preserve this Corviknight, knowing that that boost is precious, uses one of the shields. They're down to one shield apiece, trying to get that payback, goes for the Air Cutter bluff. Is Jay going to fall for it? Jay does not. Jay calls the bluff, calls the bait. It goes through, and it still did a lot of damage, but it did not do the massive damage that a payback would have done or wasting of a shield would have done to the entirety of the game. However, 2 would have been still enough to take down this Empoleon. Corviknight is still in the field. Corviknight is still boosted. Corviknight is still dangerous right now on the side of SS Thorn. Dartrix back on the field, going for a Seed Bomb. This should be enough. And it is. Corviknight finally goes down. And now it's Altaria coming in again with 2 super effective attacks against this Dartrix. This Dartrix is never in a good spot since it's hit the field in this game too. And SS Thorn knows it, wants to exploit that fact as much as it can. Goes for the Seed Bomb. SS Thorn calls the bait once again. A great call of a bait. And now we have Diggersby against Altaria, where again, this Pokemon has nowhere to go. Diggersby has nothing for Altaria. Dartrix has only one Hail Mary move for Altaria, and that bluff was already called by SS Thorn, knowing that that's going to be a much more detrimental problem later on. Jay trying to get a debuff here with the Scorching Sands, because that is double resisted. But the only chance of getting a debuff of any kind, did not get the debuff. And now this Altaria is just playing. It looks like Jay the Underdog has officially just given up, said this battle is not worth clicking any further. Gonna let SS Thorn farm him down, taking the win. And that means we once again see another Game 3 decider. A decisive Game 3 happening once more. Let's get these trainers' pages off screen. We have 2 incredible trainers. This is round 8. This is Top Cut. There is no more. Oh man, if you lose, that's fine. If you lose, you go home. You have no shot left at that $100. Both of these trainers do not want to give an inch. Both of these trainers want to see themselves in the semifinals, so they know that they are then only 2 victories away from $100 and being the winner of the Go Lounge's April 2026 tournament. So, these trainers are now taking time, going over their teams, going over their opponents' teams, making sure they know what they're up against, and making sure that they're not stuck on the wrong side of anything. Jay the Underdog knows that in this last round more than anything. He had 2 Pokemon with nowhere to go into that Altaria, so much so that he gave up at the end. And rightfully so, there was nowhere to go. It wasn't a stop of anything other than realistically that Altaria was not going down. That Altaria had everything it needed. So now all we have left is one last chance to say, how are we going to get to the next round? Both trainers are locked in, even though one screen is stuck, it looks like. Here we go. We got Weezing versus Shadow Quagsire. SS Thorn is in the spot SS Thorn wants to be in, because those fast attack moves are going to be devastating. There's a lot of lag coming from this trainer, but it's not on our end, it looks like. So we have a swap. Diggersby comes in, and SS Thorn gets a bunch of farm, is able to catch this Scorching Sands onto their Altaria. We just saw this matchup. Altaria loves this. Diggersby, Altaria loves to see this Pokemon against it because it knows there's nothing that can happen other than maybe some debuffs. He is trying everything he can. Jay wants to get out of this with a debuff, with an out, but there's nothing happening here. Shadow Altaria, even though it's being Shadow, is saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm taking you down, and you can't do anything about it. It puts Jay in such an uncomfortable position with his Pokemon. Back comes out the Weezing. That farm now paying off. In comes a Sludge, and SS Thorn chooses to take it onto the Altaria, even though this Altaria has been such a powerhouse, not knowing that that Dartrix is still back there. Quagsire is able to come back in and take this and throw a charge attack, throws the Mud Bomb. It makes contact with the Weezing and leaves Weezing with almost no HP left. SS Thorn can use this opportunity to get massive amount of farm up on the Quagsire. It is not threatened by the Sludge Bomb because it is resisted. It knows that Weezing is not going to get to another Brutal Swing. And so now Quagsire has all this energy and only one Pokemon it could fear in the back. But it's a Pokemon that SS Thorn is okay seeing because it knows that the rest of its Pokemon are going to take care of this Dartrix. This Dartrix is not the issue that it would be if anyone else was in the back. But you have Altaria in the back. You have Corviknight in the back. We saw this double matchup before. There's nowhere that Dartrix can go that's truly devastating. And Bolter still have both shields, which means that a double Brave Bird still wouldn't be enough from Jay. Jay has to pull off an incredible play here if they want to make it out of this match and into the next one. Goes for the Air Cutter. The Air Cutter did nothing. Did not boost is what I meant to say. And here comes the first Brave Bird. And Thorn calls the Brave Bird. Says, I'm not risking this here. Gets over to the Bunnelby to get out of the debuff. And Jay's going to take this Air Cutter. And it's going to be not enough to take down this Diggersby, and the Diggersby is going to go for the Fire Punch. It's the only chance that Jay has against this Corviknight. Takes it. We're now looking at a half of a Corviknight, and are you going to get to another Fire Punch? Does get to it, but it's caught on the Altaria. The Altaria being the true problem in the back like it was in the first round. SS Thorn, knowing that, catches beautifully, is able to farm down this Diggersby, and now is looking at a Dartrix that has just nowhere to go. Uses the final shield, knowing that this is going to be the most powerful attack against his Dartrix and hoping to farm down the Altaria. Can Jay do it? Jay does farm down the Altaria, but there is still a Corviknight left and half a Quagsire left, and these Pokemon are ready for battle. Air Cutter comes in, is super effective, does not get the boost, does not matter. Jay would need 2 Brave Birds and a Seed Bomb to pull this out. Gets off the first Brave Bird, needs to farm down this Corviknight, and now only chances to get to 2 Seed Bombs, but Quagsire just has way too much energy. Even though this is resisted, this should knock out from a Shadow Quagsire, playing the energy, knowing the Pokemon were going to be there, making sure the right type of alignment. Those were all the key moments that made sure that SS Thorn stood against that round 1 loss and came back for the reverse sweep to make sure that they took that victory. And SS Thorn is going to move on to the semifinals, meaning that Jay the Underdog did a phenomenal job, but this is where the Underdog story ends. What a great battle. Great battle from everybody. Thorn did not let a single thing slide in those second rounds. In the second round and the third round, made sure that absolutely there was no chance of a wrong alignment again. So, in doing so, we now have one of our semifinalists moving on. Down there in the bottom, the very bottom slot is going to say SS Thorn here very soon. And it looks like we have some other people already in there as well. M.E. Weedle taking the 2-0 against Exeggutor. Exeggutor was one of the highest pointed trainers in the whole tournament. You saw them at the top basically the entire tournament, but M.E. Weedle came in and said, that's that. I'm stopping that there. We're still waiting to see how the other 2 matches play out. We know how this bottom one played out, just isn't moved over yet. It's going to be very interesting. There's a lot going on. Oh, okay, what we got going on here? Jay's unfortunately cooked. Thorn stole my team. Dylan, well then, Thorn made it strong. At least you won 1. Jay, you did phenomenal. Jay, do not count yourself out. You played great. This was Exeggutor's only loss. That's what I thought, but I wouldn't want to misspeak without going back to the thing. Exeggutor went 7-0 in the Swiss and then took their first loss here in the top cut where it is single elimination. All those wins got you, unfortunately, only this far. But that's incredible. 7-0 in Swiss is unheard of. Way to go, Executor. You should be proud about that. You should be honored that you did that. It's a blessing. The Crispy Curse. Yes, Crispy did that in the same thing in our last tournament in the Kanto Cup. Went undefeated and then lost in the first round of first round of Top Cut. Oh man. That's right, Mystic Sparkle, the Kanto Queen. She ended up winning the whole thing. Whew, this is exciting. All right, still waiting to see how those battles play out. Almost there, though. Looks like one of them submitted. We're waiting for one last battle, and then we will have our semi-finalists. Let's take a look at that, actually. If the Crispy Curse stays true, that would be the case. But only if the Crispy Curse stays true. That's very important to this. Hi, Superboy. Hope you had a great time battling. I saw you win some. You did a great job, buddy. I'm so proud of you. Oh, he's in. He did great. I saw him in there. One more battle. And we'll be able to see who takes that final semi-final slot. Whew. Man, I'm still thinking about that last battle in the Swiss. That was such a good battle. Dark Phoenix and Eevee put on such a show. That would explain why Overlord Raiku's not messaging me back. Superboy, are you late? I thought I saw you in the bracket. What? Now you got me looking. Yeah, I saw you in there. You're Spider Boss. Superboy, where are you in this one? I saw you in there. You did great. All right. Once we get this dispute figured out, we can head on to semifinals, where I will remind you all semifinal battles are going to be streamed live here. So let's pull that back up again. It is going to be M.E. Weedle versus Ahmed 0007. And then we're waiting to see who wins round 183 to verse off against SS Thorn. Ah, he mad. Vanessa. I'm interested in seeing this Emmy Weedle versus Ahmed battle, though. Ahmed. Ahmed. Okay. Just making sure we have pronunciations right, especially if this trainer could go all the way. Ahmed is going to go against M.E. Weedle in the first semifinals round. However, we're just waiting to see who the other trainers are going to be for that final round. I know there was a dispute. I know it's being figured out. So until we get that, we really can't move on. Great name. You know what, Vanessa? You have a great name. All right? So, deal with that. Boom. Roasted. Cantaloupe time. Can I get a bite then? Yeah, sure. Here. Have a piece. That's great. Oh, cantaloupe. Someone put in the chat they want me to eat cantaloupe. I'm putting it. I'm eating it. No pants check. If you want a pants check, you got to go to the clips. All right, let's see if we have any update here. I know that battle was... okay, well. My link stopped working. Looks like Zygarde might be down again. We're waiting to see how. Can you show the bracket again? I would, but it's down at the current moment, unfortunately. Check again, see if it updated. Nope. But I know that we have Emmy Weedle versus who was it again? Ahmed. Of course. Emmy Weedle versus Ahmed, and then we're waiting to see the dispute play out to see who plays SS Thorn. Refresh. Can I battle later, Brother Greg? You can battle me later if you want. We could do a little friendly battle. That works for me. We're just waiting on this final matchup to be decided so we can get into our semifinals. We've had some incredible battles so far today. We've had some trainers bring some really interesting teams. And we've seen some upsets. We've seen Pokemon we didn't think were going to perform very well. We saw some Pokemon that did not want to be in the situations they were, find a way out. And we've had a lot of trainers just give it their absolute all. And I think that's what it's most importantly about, is that you just leave it all on the field. You have a good time and say, you know what? This was my best. I had a great day playing a game that we all love. So I'm grateful to all of our trainers that were able to battle, win or lose, upsets, close calls, just fun meta, anti-meta spices, whatever it is. I'm so grateful to everyone that participated today. This was such a huge tournament, and if you don't know where you can find the next tournament, allow me to direct you to the Go Lounge. That's ! Discord in the chat. That is for our Discord server, and that is the best place for anything and everything Pokemon. It's not just for tournaments, but it's for Pokemon Go, it's for TCG Pocket, it's regular TCG, it's Nuzlocke, it's VCG, it's regional events, it's local events, it's global events, it's you name it. It's Pokemon, it's there. It's just the best community for everything and anything Pokemon. And if you want to participate in these tournaments, which we're going to be having hopefully once a month, then you got to be in there. That's the only place you can go to sign up is in the Go Lounge. So make sure if you're not already there that you are in fact in the Go Lounge, because we're gonna want to see you there. We want this to be small compared to the rest of the tournaments we're gonna have. 67 people signed up for this, by the way. How many? 7. That's right. Looks like Zygarde's back up, which is great. Still waiting on that dispute to finish out. But while we're waiting, looks like some of our trainers are getting queued up. Versus okay, those are all queued up. I see 2 trainers in my VC. Sari, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. I see them in VC. Are we going to proceed with the semifinals before we get to the winner of this round 8? Oh, never mind. They're both gone. We shall proceed. Okay. Great job, everybody. Okay, Kelsey, great job being amazing. Well done, well done. Thank you for being just our friend and here. And I'm so grateful for you. So thank you. Getting everybody all queued up and ready to go. I see 1 trainer in there. Waiting for trainer number 2. And at trainer number 2, that's when the party starts. He's on a phone call. All right. Well, as soon as they are back, we'll get this started. Ahmed can take all the time they need, so long as they are quick about it and don't take much time at all. We got battles to get to, people. We have a tournament to complete. We got to find out who's going to win the grand prize of $100. I want to know. I want it to be me, but I didn't make top cut. Yeah, it turns out I didn't battle at all. It was very weird. Couldn't tell you. Once I see that second trainer, we can start. Oh, there we go. I see 2 trainers on my screen. One of them's broadcasting. There's the other one. All right, let's get on over. So this is going to be our semi-finals. One of these trainers is going to, where'd they go? One of these trainers is going to be guaranteed to go on to the finals and guaranteed to prize out. The other one will have to battle the other loser of the semifinals to see who takes 3rd place. It's going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to take precision like none other. We have M.E. Weedle going against Ahmed. M.E. Weedle's bringing, we saw them on stream earlier, but I'll go over it again, the Unova Stunfisk, Shadow Quagsire, Togekiss, Licky Licky, Galarian Corsola, and Empoleon. Ahmed's bringing a Altaria, Tinkaton, Feraligatr, Shadow Malamar, their own Unova Stunfisk, and a Shadow Fortress. So, some similarities, right? We see they both brought Unova Stunfisk. But after that, it kind of all tapers off. We do see that Tinkaton Fraligator core on Ahmed's side, which is really been the core of the meta a lot lately, and then 2 electric answers for everything else. On the other side, though, you do see 2 ground answers, which kind of prevents that double electric wall from being as sturdy as it would be. But I'll tell you what, I see a Togekiss and I see Napoleon, and I know neither of them want that Fortress or that Stunfisk in their path. I see that one trainer's locked in, but the other trainer's screen isn't showing me anything, so let me try this again. I don't see anything on M.E. Weedle's screen. So, judges, before they lock in, I'm not seeing anything on that broadcast at all. Help me make sure that is fixed before we move on to broadcasting. Otherwise, we're only going to see one side. There we go. Oh, no, it flashed at me. It flashed me again. It's doing a lot of flashing. This video is very unconsensual, but I'm kind of into it. All right, there we go. It's locked in. It's good. Nope, it's gone again. Is this intentional? I hope not. I hope so. Because we got 2 trainers who are locked in. Emmy Weedle versus Ahmed. Sorry, I coughed halfway through that. Emmy Weedle versus Ahmed. We've got Shadow Malamar versus Unova Stunfisk. This is going to be an interesting match. Neither of these Pokemon have any significant advantage over the other. Both of them are throwing some spammy moves. Both of them are throwing some spammy charge moves as well. Both of them want to make sure they see the other side. These are some good leads. The Stunfisk, though, is not where it wanted to line up against. You can see in the back for Ahmed, they have the Altaria and the Fraligator, who Emmy Weedle would much rather have had this Stunfisk in front of. However, that is not where we're looking at. It is right here in front of this Malamar, which is exactly where Ahmed needs it to be. No shields have been given. All charge attacks have been thrown. And they're just going absolutely berserk. Emmy Weedle decided they want to shield. They do choose to shield. They want to maintain the alignment of typing, and in doing so is going to find out that they're in a good spot, because here is that Altaria, which I'm sure Emmy Weedle is happy to see, knowing that there's most likely something that doesn't want to see Unova Stunfisk in the back. Do they think it is their own Stunfisk? Do they think it's Fraligator? Do they think that it's Tinkaton? It could be a lot of different things. Not a lot of things do want to see the Stunfisk. Altaria is a neutral bring out, which Emmy Weedle has to be considering that what could be in the back. So, a hard swap into Galarian Corsola to take this damage from Altaria. Sato keeps coming out on Emmy Weedle's side, but you know what? It's fine because the battle is not disrupted. We're not seeing any affected gameplay. We're only seeing affected screen sharing. Fraligator does switch in. Those Shadow Claws are going to start doing some heavy damage to this bulky Galarian Corsola. And we're going to see what Emmy Weedle plans to do. Does opt to not shield. Is going to have all this energy. I don't know if Galarian Corsola is going to make it to 2 charge attacks. Let's find out. The shield comes in. Now they're at 1 shield apiece. It does not. It is not enough to get to that second charge attack. Down goes M.E. Weedle's Galarian Corsola, and in comes the Togekiss. Now, M.E. Weedle has to decide, is this a bluff? It is a bluff. Calls the bait. Hydro Cannon comes in, but still does so much damage. Even though it was the bluff, it still did way too much for comfortability against this Togekiss. Ahmed knows that this Fraligator has a great advantage over the Togekiss with how much energy is built up and how the pacing is working right now. Does not want to give that up. Chooses to use last shield. Emmy Weedle also shields the Togekiss. We're in a no shields game. Goes for the catch. Gets the catch. Catches the Psychic onto the Altaria. Ahmed was probably hoping for a Aura Wheel there, but still the catch is great because now it's throwing this is trying to get to the Sky Attack and catches the Sky Attack on the Stun Fisk instead. Ahmed choosing not to use any farm here or any energy here, trying to get a little bit of farm out of that Unova Stun Fisk, knowing that the Stun Fisk is dry, but Altaria goes down regardless. Now going to get that energy on the Feraligatr. Is it going to be enough? It is. It gets to a move. Here's where we decide who wins CMP. Togekiss ends up winning the CMP, gets out that Aura Sphere, and will take down Ahmed's Feraligatr, meaning that M.E. Weedle is going to win the first round. Whoo! Little touch and go with the signal there, but I gotta tell you, great battle. Greg has been casting all day. Your voice will feel tomorrow. Yeah. Yes, I will. Yes, it absolutely will. I've got lozenges. I've got water. I've got water for lozenges. No, Superboy, it's just Top Cut now. There's no sense being in the waiting room. It's just Top Cut now. This is the final battles. Pizza Burger said lope. I'm loping. Lope time, Pizza Burger. All right, one of our trainers is already locked in. Ahmed said, I know what I want to bring for this next matchup because I do not want to go home here. I want a guaranteed prize out of at least $50, if not the grand prize of $100. I got to make sure I win this next battle and take it to a decisive game 3 like every other battle we've seen on stream so far. I mean, Weedle also taking their time deciding what Pokemon they want to bring, saying, I want to be the first 2-0 on stream. I want that $100. I want to move on. I don't want this to have to go to a game 3. I want this done and over with now. That was a close enough game as is. I do not want to give them any opportunity to bring back the heat in a game 3. Oh, anyone's his heart racing with excitement? I know mine is. Okay, Kelsey's excited. Let's see. Once both trainers are locked in, we'll know. And Heaven needs to make sure that they win this quickly because their phone's at 17%. Here we go. Both trainers are locked in. It's Togekiss versus Feraligatr, the 5-pacing, spammy, medium defense Pokemon that we've seen on so many teams, with the added twist of that Ice Beam being super effective against the Togekiss. But we saw earlier, this Feraligatr does not need the Ice Beam to take down the Togekiss. Those Hydro Cannons are going to do plenty of damage on their own. Emmy Weedle chose to block the first Hydro Cannon, and Hammond chose to take the first Aura Sphere. So now it's a fight to the charge attack, knowing that they lose CMP from the way that the last battle ended. Hammond's decided they want to let Feraligatr go down, and they do. Down goes a whole Hydro Cannon. In lieu of getting a shield from the opponent, M.E. Weedle. So now we have to assume Malamar is going to come in. No, Altaria comes in. Wait a second. I believe there might be some connection issues because the trainer is lagging pretty heavily. They're not attacking back. This is such a shame. Wanted to see how this played out. M.E. Weedle is doing the right thing and farming down to the end. But I have a feeling we're going to see a Game 2 replay here. Bueno, I agree. He's allowing them to catch up. That's very sweet. So the fact that Emmy Weedle won the last one, so I don't know if catching up's the right one. All right, looks like this one is just about down and out. Once we're going to go ahead and just shut this down for now. And we're going to go ahead and wait for the judges to call what we believe is going to be a Game 2 reset, redo, whatever you want to call it, rematch. Perfect. Any word you want to use, because there was definitely a lot of lag on that one. Superboy, no. No, Superboy. We're doing the semifinals of the tournament. But please, stick around and watch. It's going to be great battles. And I'm going to eat some cantaloupe. Mm-hmm. There's only 4 pieces left, everybody. And then we eat them all right now. We're waiting for this to fix up. Last piece. Des, absolutely not. Deep dish pizza? No, why would I want that? Get that out of here. New York style or bust. Personally, actually, if I'm being true, I like a thick crust. I like good sauce, good cheese, and a thick crust. But not thick on the sauce side, thick on the crust side. A nice little fluffy crust, you know. Yay big. Good stuff. In the meantime, while we're waiting for this to get figured out, let's head back over here and see if the other semifinalist was ever announced. And they were. It's going to be Junko versus SS Thorn in that second semifinal round. That's very exciting. Wait for trainers to see if we got this fixed. Looks like Ahmed was having a little bit of connectivity issues. Also, their phone's at 15%. I'd recommend a charger. But hey, I didn't top cut, so can I really say what they should or shouldn't be doing? That's not on me. That's not for me to decide. All right, we're just waiting for our trainers to figure out their software issues, their connectivity issues, and once that's fixed, we can get back to this game 2, where we're seeing if we're going to go into a decisive game 3 for the unknown amount of time at this point, or if we're going to see the first ever 2-0 on stream today for the April 2026 Go Lounge Tournament. We're out of cantaloupe. We're fixing phones. We're battling Pokemon. We've been here for 6 hours. We've been here for 6 hours. Hell yeah. You ate a mango? Nice. But, oh my god. What? You... No. No. No, what do you mean? Not the Pokemon Go, no. Stand by. I'm getting some interesting information real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. I'm getting some interesting information here as I bring you back to this page. So it turns out that Ahmed was having not lag. There was no dispute. It's that they had to get off their phone because they're at work and they had to get back to their job. So there will be no dispute. There will be no redo. They are saying that second battle was accurate. And they're going to give a 2-0 to M.E. Weedle. So M.E. Weedle is going to be moving on with a 2-0, which means that the next battle we're about to see, come back over here, is going to be Junko versus SS Thorn. So get me Junko, get me SS Thorn, get them into the VC. We got some battles to get going on. Stand by, I'm getting some additional information. Okay. Going further with that, what I'm finding out is that although Junko was on stream earlier, we found out that his phone is just not cooperating well with casting out the stream. So what we're going to end up doing is something a little odd, but it's going to work regardless. We're only going to see the battle from SS Thorn's side of the screen. We won't really be able to see how much energy is built up, or even what Junko has in the back. We're going to be playing this all from the same side of SS Thorn, and we're going to just view it that way. Because otherwise, Junko says he's unable to really play effectively if he has to cast as well. And they did battle all the way through here. So let's get this up and going. Let me see if I can get that in a better shot here. How do I want to bridge this? Let's clear out these real quick. Let's get our trainers up here. Junko, we got SS Thorn, and then we'll put SS Thorn on screen on this side closest to us, so it's kind of still all in the same area, and that's where we're just going to operate from. So we have no really way of knowing once Junko is locked in and ready to go. I'm just going to have to wait for this to kind of start and then turn on SS Thorn's screen in a minute. I mean, Weedle, let me tell you something. This right here, absolute cinema. Well, it just got deleted. Kelsey laughed, so it looks like it was in fun spirit, but only if it's in fun spirit will that be allowed. We really don't like messages being deleted in the chat. This is a very free speech kind of place. But it looks like it's in good fun, so I'm going to let that one slide. We're not play Pokemon. Who said that? Who said that out loud? Do you guys hear something? I didn't hear anything. You know what I do hear, though? I hear those kids. They're outside playing again. Yeah, they're back. Yeah. On tournament day. All right, I gotta go. We're gonna start. I love you. Okay. I'm hearing that there's one train that's ready to go. Waiting for the second trainer to be ready as well. And then once I see it... all right, cool. Let me get that out of there. Should I see that pop up on my end? Cindy, fair enough. That's what I'm saying. Since I saw the laughing, I figured it was in good spirit. I feel like I hear the battle going on, but I don't see anything. Okay, so the battle is going on, and it just wasn't pushing through to Discord, which is great. So, here we are. Battle's in process. We have Licky Licky versus Altaria. Sorry, guys. Trying to catch back up. I don't know what's going on right now because it was blank on this end. Okay. Unfortunately, that's going to be awkward for watching. This is really unfortunate that we can't broadcast both sides. And this is kind of the problem with not being able to broadcast both sides. But hopefully we can kind of make do what we had here. So, looks like we have that Shadow Dusknar up against Fraligator now. Fraligator's doing that super effective Shadow Claw damage. However, looks like Dusknar's up a bit of energy and able to throw multiple Shadow Punches, causing a second shield to have to go through. Thorn choosing to let Dusknar go here, knowing that the Fraligator would farm it down. Out comes Altaria, and looks like Licky Licky's down onto like 1 HP. Here goes Fraligator as well. Let's see what that final Pokemon is. Don't know what the first Pokemon was, but it's Malamar in the back. Shadow Malamar, and with no shield on the opposing side, I believe. This is going to be a quick and easy cleanup. Missed most of the battle, unfortunately, but we do have a winner here on the side of SS Thorn, taking the first win. Wish I could speak more on that battle, but like I said, there was nothing broadcasting into the Discord. And then all I could hear it though. It just wasn't showing visually. And then finally it glitched back in. So now we're waiting to see. I don't know when Junko's going to be available, or ready rather. But hopefully we'll be able to know once he is available and then visually see when Thorn is ready and go from there. Remember, guys, this is for $100. This is for guaranteed at least $50. If you make it to the finals, you are guaranteed to win at least $50, if not $100 for that grand prize. All right. SS Thorn's locked in. Junko's also locked in. We have Dusknoir and we have Altaria. And it seems that SS Thorn also brought their Altaria and the Tinkaton. Tinkaton would have loved to have seen for the fast attack against his Altaria, but Dusknoir, finding a neutral target is always important. Making sure it's not anything like that for Alligator, or anything that can really resist the moves like the Shadow Malamar. Getting in front of a neutral target means it can start doing some heavy damage and really farm up these Shadow Punches. Right now, they're at 2 and an extra for these Shadow Punches, which means Altaria is looking at some heavy damage coming in. Goes for the immediate second Shadow Punch, under taps it, Tuko lets it go. Down goes Altaria, but here comes that Malamar. Like I said, this Malamar is a better bet against the Dusknoir, but this Dusknoir does not care. Dusknoir said, I'm going to keep throwing these Shadow Punches. I'm going to keep throwing my fast attack and just clipping away your energy. This Shadow Malamar says this Shadow is taking so much more damage that Dusknoir took down a Pokemon and a half. Here we see Tinkaton in front of its prime desired Pokemon. This Malamar does throw the superpower to switch out to the third Pokemon, which is Diggersby, and Diggersby now has to face an Altaria with no answers for it. We've seen Diggersby versus Altaria many times today. With Diggersby becoming more popular, Altaria has a rebump in the meta, knowing that there's nothing, absolutely nothing a Diggersby can do against an Altaria. Best he can try to do is throw some Scorching Sands and get a debuff, but it looks like that's not even going to be the case here at all. It's just going to be a farm down to the end. I think Junko has just decided that this battle is over. I cannot win it from here. I got the wrong Pokemon in front of this Altaria. I had a Malamar in front of a Tinkaton, and unfortunately, that's going to be the end of that. SS Thorn taking the second win on screen. Although we didn't see the first one, we did see the second one. And it was a great battle, well played by SS Thorn. SS Thorn's going on to our finals. How exciting is that? Let's see what this bracket looks like. M.E. Weedle versus SS Thorn in the finale. Sauce Boss, what's going on? No, Sauce Boss, this is we do want a tournament every single month here in the Go Lounge in our Discord server. And it's always for some beautiful prizes. This time, one of these two players, M.E. Weedle or SS Thorn, is walking away with $100 in cash prizes. Probably not cash, probably digitally, but still. You know what I mean. It's a great time, but Sauce Boss, so glad to have you here. Superboy, welcome to have you here as well. So glad to have you guys here. Let's see. It looks like our trainers are already starting to lock in. So let's get our finalists up on the screen. And I'll remind the audience the same way that I'm going to remind the contestants. This is now a 3 out of 5. This is no longer a 2 out of 3. It's a 3 out of 5. You got to play a little more strategically. You got to play a little further on. Let me see. I'm asking the same questions that Junko's asking. So give me 1 second. All right. So it looks like that battle for the third place prize is not going to be streamed on. It's not going to be done on stream. It's going to be done privately between those two, which means that we are moving on to our finals here on the April 2026 Go Lounge tournament. We're going to see these two duke it out. One person is walking away with $100. The other one's walking away with $50, so it's nothing to turn your nose up to. We have some incredible trainers who are ready to battle, who are ready to get into this. So let's head over to the battle screen. We will have these scores reset. And M.E. Weedle versus SS Thorn. Both trainers are already in the Discord. They're already sharing their screens. As soon as they lock in their teams, we can get this final battle going. This is very exciting. I want to go ahead, before we get into these battles, I want to do one more thank you. Thank you to everyone that made this possible. That would be all of the admins of the Go Lounge, which is not just myself, it's Crispy, it's Overlord Raikou, and it's Spellbringer. Shout out to our mods who've been helping out all day. Ozito, Mystic Sparkle, Katie, so many great people that are helping make this possible. And just thank you to all of you that were here, that helped us make this special. All of you who watched, all of you who enjoyed the stream along the way, all of you that have been here for 6.5 hours of beautiful content. You guys make sharing this so important and so special, and I'm so grateful for all of you. So it is finally time, like Oral Raikou say in the chat, like Crispy say in the chat, we have our finalists here, M.E. Weedle versus S.S. Thorn. Best 3 out of 5. One of these two trainers is walking away with the title of champion and $100. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be the Unnovan Stunfisk, or is it going to be the Shadow Dusknoir? Is it going to be the Togekiss, or is it going to be the Shadow Altaria? Is it going to be the, I don't know, Corsola or the Corviknight? There's so many options here. Who's taking it home? We're going to find out. Best 3 out of 5 is about to start right now. I have one trainer that's locked in, waiting for the second trainer. As soon as M.E. Weedle is ready, we're going to see the first battle of the finals here on the April 2026 Go Lounge Tournament. They better lock in fast. I don't know if my heart can take it. The pressure. I'm excited. Is it hot in here? Oh. Let's do this. Waiting to find out. Once I see that screen, once I make it live, ooh, it's going to be a good one. Ooh, it's going to be a good battle. I already know these are going to be 3 to 5 of the best battles I've ever seen. Vanessa, there's a shelf here. This is as high as I can make it go. I did my best. But yeah, I'm extremely tall, so that's fair. I blocked out all the cables that were on the floor from setting up my new computer. So, do with that what you will. Right, Kingler? All right, it looks like we do. We have 2 trainers that are locked in. Here it is, round 1 of the finals. We've got Empoleon versus Dusknoir. This is going to be an interesting matchup. We got Dusknoir with that super effective dynamic punch and doing some heavy damage as a shadow Pokemon to this Empoleon. That neutral shadow fast attack is going to continue to do heavy damage to any Pokemon it gets in front of. M.E. Weedle going for the Hydro Cannon. S.S. Thorn protecting the Dusknoir, and a catch by M.E. Weedle onto his Licky Licky with this Shadow Punch. That's going to do next to nothing, but it does put Licky Licky in danger of this Dynamic Punch. Doesn't go for the Dynamic Punch though, goes for the Shadow Punch, does do the bait, and M.E. Weedle falls for the bait, shields a Shadow Punch, puts them at 1 shield apiece. Licky Licky looking to get off that Shadow Ball to take this Dusknoir out, and sure enough, it would. So S.S. Thorn uses their final shield to prevent that, looking to make sure that Dynamic Punch either makes contact or makes the last shield go down. S.S. Thorn said this Dusknoir is not leaving without a Pokemon or a shield. Chooses to go with the Pokemon versus the shield, and then a swap into their own Licky Licky, but Empoleon is also swapped in the same minute and is able to get to a Hydro Cannon. This Empoleon's resisting the rollout damage from the Licky Licky, but those Shadow Balls are going to be deadly if you let them get there. And sure enough, Shadow Ball's coming through, and M.E. Weedle's going to let this one go. Whew. The first Pokemon goes down. It is this Empoleon, but out comes, oh, we got a little lag in the picture, a Togekiss. Unfortunately, taking super effective damage from that rollout, but is aiming for the Aura Sphere. Can get the Aura Sphere, will clear up this Togekiss immediately. Does not fall for the Shadow Ball bait that time. And here comes that Aura Sphere. There's no shields left to protect. Down will go the Licky Licky. We're now at 1 Pokemon apiece. But Emmy Weedle does have the advantage with shields, but not the advantage in energy, or HP rather, because both of Emmy Weedle's Pokemon are looking pretty tough. All right, another charge attack coming through. Here comes Emmy Weedle's final shield. And the swap, trying to get some damage out on that Togekiss, is unable to do enough to make truly a difference because Emmy Weedle has 2 charge attacks ready to go and a Pokemon they can catch on their own. They're not going to get on over to, Esthorn's not going to get to that Sky attack in time. Emmy Weedle is going to get that final Psyshock, and it is going to take down this Shadow Altaria, giving Emmy Weedle the first win. Coming announce to you next time, Sauce Boss. I would love nothing more than to have you co-cast with me. That would be phenomenal. All right, looks like SS Thorn is locked in. All right. Emmy Weedle is taking their time, choosing their Pokemon. Looks like they're locked in, though. Looks like they're ready to go. Here it is. It's Emmy Weedle versus SS Thorn. We have Licky Licky versus Dusknoir. This is not where Dusknoir wants to be out the gate, but if it can get up energy, it can get to that Dynamic Punch. Unfortunately, though, it is faster pacing to a Shadow Ball from Licky Licky than it is to a Dynamic Punch from Dusknoir for SS Thorn. Shadow Ball goes through. Shield does come up. The first shield is in. Are we going to see double shield for Dusknoir in order to get both of those Shadow Balls out of there? No, even thinks it's going to be a bait. Falls for the false bait and end up taking a Dynamic Punch directly onto that Licky Licky. But here comes that Stunfisk. Stunfisk is right where it wants to be. It wants to be up against this Corviknight, getting that fast attack damage super effectively against the Corviknight. Additionally, only have to worry about the payback. It does do some pretty heavy damage, but it does take a while to get to. Stunfisk is able to get off a lot of energy here, save themselves plenty for the incoming Pokemon, while taking down this Corviknight before it can get out that final Air Cutter. In comes Licky Licky. Once again, Stunfisk is taking resisted damage, this time on the rollouts from the Licky Licky, and has all that extra energy to throw. Togekiss comes in. Dusknoir comes back as well. This is not a match that Togekiss typically wins because it is taking all that fast attack damage from the Shadow Dusknoir, plus Dusknoir has a decent amount of charge built up as well. We got 2 Shadow Punches ready to go on this Dusknoir. Is M.E. Weedle about to cash in both their shields to protect this Togekiss? We see the first one. We're probably about to see a second one if that's the case. And it is. M.E. Weedle does choose to shield, wants to maintain this Togekiss, and is trying to go for getting as much energy as possible, want to get the farm down, but thought they might take a charge attack if they did not throw here, so they were forced to throw, and now we have a 2-on-1, or 2-on-2 rather. No, 2-on-1. Licky Licky is standing by them their lonesome, trying to find a way out of this for SS Thorn. Well, actually, M.E. Weedle's Licky Licky's also holding on with a hair. They have a 3-on-1 right now. Licky Licky has to pull off quite the reverse in order to make this happen. Brings it down to a 2, but isn't able to do it without getting damage from this Stunfisk. And now, there's not much places that this Licky Licky can go unless it's up much more energy than I recall. I unfortunately don't think that this is going to be enough damage to take out the Togekiss, but it might be enough to take down the Togekiss and then... Oh, it is! Togekiss goes down! Wait a second! We're not out of this just yet! Who's going to get the Shadow Ball of their Body Slam first? It is SS Thorn! SS Thorn, Licky Licky, does a 3-to-1 reverse sweep, takes out the Stunfisk, takes out the Togekiss, takes out the opposing Licky Licky, holding on with just 1 HP. That Licky Licky did not quit. Oh my goodness. And brings it to a tie of 1-1. Vanessa, I could not say it better myself. Oh my goodness. There was so much going on. I was almost losing track, but wow. What an incredible battle. Brings it to 1 apiece. SS Thorn was on the ropes and looking like there was no way out. Had a Licky Licky and a Dream against 3 Pokemon and somehow found a way. Somehow absolutely found a way. This time, M.E. Weedle's locked in first. Says, I don't like the fact that you just took one back from me. I wanted to make this a 3-0, and now I gotta lock in. Meanwhile, SS Thorn is meticulously going over their teams, making sure they pick the right combo, the right team, the right lead, the right choice. Let's see if they were right. Let's see if M.E. Weedle picked it better. It's Licky Licky against Quagsire in this third match. Quagsire clearly with the advantage here, resisting those rollouts, getting to their moves faster than Licky Licky's going to get to that Shadow Ball. The Body Slam is still going to do damage, but the Shadow Ball is really what you want against this Quagsire if you want to do some heavy damage. Meanwhile, Quagsire has 2 moves, both of which are stab, both of which are going to do some pretty decent damage, and both are going to put Licky Licky in kind of a tough spot. M.E. Weedle goes for the Shadow Ball first. SS Thorn immediately chooses no shield and takes a massive amount of damage there. But this Quagsire is not flinching from it. Only in the yellow. Not down to the red just yet, but kind of on the cusp of hitting that red line. And throws another Aqua Tail. Both trainers have some decent energy packed up. And SS Thorn catches on their Licky Licky. Catches a Shadow Ball. And is able to take so much resisted on this extra charged up damage energy attack. In comes the Unova Stunfisk. This is again another neutral matchup, more in favor of the fast attacks for Stunfisk, but those charge attacks, those Shadow Balls, are going to start doing some damage to this bulky Unova Stunfisk. It's going to cost a lot of energy, or at least some shields, to see if you can maintain swap like doing it like this. M.E. Weedle's going for their first Mud Bomb. Licky Licky takes it comfortably, just now gets into the red, and is going for yet another Shadow Ball. Still with 2 shields, M.E. Weedle is not backing down, says, I will take this as well. In comes another Shadow Ball, knows that there's a third one that needs to come through if this Stunfisk is going to go down. Meanwhile, Stunfisk has 2 charge attacks ready to go, and is throwing the first one right here, another Mud Bomb. It's not going to be enough to take down Licky Licky, and Licky Licky is going to, a reverse cast. They tried to cast the Shadow Ball again in the reverse way, but SS Thorn said, you can't use my tricks. I'm going to throw this Body Slam, and then I'm going to get my Dusknoir out here, and I'm going to flex on your normal type. I'm going to bring it down with a Ghost type, and now you have Shadow Dusknoir against this Togekiss, which is in favor of Dusknoir. They're going to start doing more damage unless all the shields start coming out. That was the first shield used. It was by Weedle to protect this Togekiss. Togekiss going for the first Psy Shock. SS Thorn deciding if they want to use any of their shields at all. Opting to do it at the very last second. Does shield. Goes for that Shadow Punch with an under tap. And Weedle saying, I have to protect my Togekiss. I need this shield up now. Don't want to waste any energy. I'm already out of move. And I know that I can now outpace you to another attack, forcing you to either use your shield or to go down, and the shield does come out. We had a shieldless game. The catch the Unova Stunfisk saves Weedle's Togekiss with a move in case they need it for later, but this Stunfisk does go down in the process and does not get enough energy out to take down the Dusknoir, which means Weedle does go down, and SS Thorn wins the second match. SS Thorn said, I lost the first match. I used it to learn. I'm now going to try to go for a reverse sweep. It is 2-1. There are only two outcomes that can happen here. SS Thorn could win this fourth match and bring it on to be the winner of a 3-1 and the $100 grand prize. Or Weedle could lock in, win this next battle, and just like every other fully finished set we've seen on stream, bring it down to a decisive final game. I know Weedle does not want to go down here. I know SS Thorn's going to do everything they can to make sure that this is where the line stops. We are going to find out right now who is going to win and who is going to lose. Are we done with this tournament, or are we going to see a decisive game 5? One trainer's locked in. The next one is just about there. And they do not want to make any mistakes at all. They want to make sure that this is executed perfectly. And here we go. Both trainers are locked in. It's Galarian Corsola against Shadow Dusknoir. SS Thorn calling the Corsola in the front. This is a great spot for, honestly, no one. They're both taking so much damage. Corsola is bulkier, but Dusknoir does get to their attacks faster. We'll see. No shield on the Corsola. And SS Thorn taking the opportunity to protect their Dusknoir. It is going to come down to the red, but not without taking down that Corsola first. Here comes that Licky Licky, and the swap into their own Licky Licky. This is going to be very close because neither of these Pokemon are throwing anything exceptionally crazy. Obviously, it's the same Pokemon with the same movesets. We have stab body slams going back and forth. SS Thorn getting a lot of farm before throwing their first body slam, making sure that when the switch is available that they can use it and make sure they have energy to come back into when this Licky Licky re-enters the field. Weedle doing the same, also getting up plenty of energy. Does not want to be on the wrong side of an over-farmed Licky Licky brawl. Oh my goodness. All right, they're just about at the same spots each now. The only difference is that Weedle is now up energy. Throwing this body slam is going to bring SS Thorn's Licky Licky down quite a bit, but SS Thorn immediately returning, under tapping that body slam. And Weedle's going to take it. Weedle says, I'm going to save what I got left for my Togekiss. Doing no charge here. Hoping maybe just a little bit hangs on for a farm, and it does. But that could also be a problem later on, because now that Licky Licky could come back for a catch later on. Might have left just a little bit too much on the table. We got 2 shields still on Emmy Weedle and choosing not to block either of them, knowing the air cutter is the strongest thing that this could have, and it needs to make sure that it's protected in case something else in the back comes in with a more powerful charge attack. Emmy Weedle throwing the first Aura Sphere, SS Thorn taking it. Corviknight still holding on, just now reaching the yellow, getting up a lot of these air cutters. A boost here could be the end of it all. Another Aura Sphere, another taken Aura Sphere. Goes for the heavy damage payback, which is resisted, but might do more than a single air cutter. It does. It does quite a bit more, actually. Now, they're both trying to farm each other down. Togekiss does farm down the Corviknight, but Togekiss goes down to the Dusknoir. Licky Licky does not have enough to finish out both of these Pokemon, which means that the winner is SS Thorn, and that means that this game is over. SS Thorn took 1 loss and said, that is enough for me. I will be coming back and winning the rest of this. Did a reverse sweep, didn't even take us to a game 5, and ends up being the ultimate winner of the April 2026 Go Lounge Tournament. Congratulations, SS Thorn, you are our winner, but and also an exceptional congratulations to M.E. Weedle taking 2nd place and that $50 prize as well. Wow. What a battle. What a day. What a tournament. What a great time. Let's look at that bracket one last time for our top cut. Here you see it. We had some amazing trainers make our top cut after 7 rounds of Swiss, some of which were undefeated at one point. And it all came down to M.E. Weedle versus SS Thorn, who battled like champions, like the champions that they are, to make sure that this was not an easy feat for their opponents. In the end, though, SS Thorn was our champion, is our champion, and wins. Wait. Hold on. I'm actually being told that SS Thorn hit the table at the end of that battle. So, congratulations, Emmy Weedle. You win, and we're going to make no more statements. No. SS Thorn battled like a champion, made it all the way through to the end, and is the winner of that $100 cash prize. I keep saying cash prize as if anyone's going to be paying out anybody in cash. It's going to be digitally sent to SS Thorn. Emmy Weedle is going to get that $50 prize. And once this updates, I'm sure someone will tell me who takes the 3rd place. I'm being told, though, that we are able to get a post-game interview with SS Thorn, the champion, to congratulate them. Let's see if we can get them on screen. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. In the meantime, please enjoy this graphic. What's the best way to do this?
Ready to pair. Paired.
All right. Let's see. All right. I'm getting some background noise from Ovi. Ovi, can you hear me?
I'm getting some background noise from Ovi. Ovi, can you hear me?
There we go. That explains it. Okay. SS Thorn, are you with us?
I don't think he can hear you, Greg.
Yeah, you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now, SS Thorn? What about now?
I can hear you. Yep.
Wonderful.
There we go.
All right. Coming in kind of choppy though. See if we can fix that audio quality before we get too deep into it. Let me see. What's the best method of this? I know what the best method is. Hold on. This will be much better.
Hello, test.
I can hear you. It's just coming in really kind of beat up. Give me 1 second.
Smartphone
Powering off.
Let me see if I can get this to work a little bit better.
Go to the Bluetooth menu of your mobile device and select the job or product from the list.
Okay. All right. SS Thorn, how about now? Can you hear us?
Oh, there we go. That's more crisper.
Yeah, I thought so too. Thorn, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Wonderful. Audience, does this sound better? If you people in the chat can let me know, way more clear, right? Sounds good? Wonderful. All right.
Yay.
Yay. All right. So, beautiful people of the stream, allow me to present to you your champion of the April 2026 Go Lounge Tournament, SS Thorn. SS Thorn, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I've been playing this tournament for a while, so.
Oh, yeah. We've been playing for 7 hours now. Isn't that crazy?
It is.
Tell me about those last matches, right? You took the first round, lost, and then you were able to reverse sweep it and get 3 wins in a row to take the championship. What was your strategy there? How did you go from 1 loss to winning the whole thing without taking another one?
I mean, I don't know. It was so good. Like, those were not easy games. I think I just had to, like, make some calls. And I got a lot of them right, which let me abuse Dustin Lucky into 3 wins.
Absolutely. We saw that Shadow Dustinar. You're the only one that brought it. And I'm not going to lie, at one point, I even kind of questioned it, right? With the amount of dark types out there and normal types and Pokemon that are going to do some heavy neutral damage. What made you say, actually, no, I think this is Dustinar's time. I think that this Pokemon can really shine. What was the mindset going into bringing Shadow Dustinar, not only to each battle, it looked like, but to the tournament in general?
Well, this isn't my team. It's one of my friends' teams. But Dustinar right now feels really oppressive. And, like, basically every neutral matchup, the energy goes everywhere. And you can generate a lot of positions where you can reverse farm. And even though, as you say, there are a lot of dark types and normal types, the dynamic punch coverage is really, really useful.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. We saw that dynamic punch really come into play with a lot of the opponents, a lot of the licky lickies, anything steel like an Empoleon, I'm sure even things where it didn't really want to be up against it, like a Furret, you'd still be able to put on a lot of pressure. That Pokemon really kind of came back and ended up being so, I want to say almost essential to your team. It really did pull a lot of the weight. Are there any other moments that you enjoyed, if maybe not even in this final battle, but just across the tournament, things that you were like, I really loved how this played out, or I really enjoyed this matchup with any of your Pokemon, whether it was good for you or not?
No, I'm not sure.
Just the whole tournament was phenomenal?
Well, no. I did have a couple rough sets. I guess we can talk about it. My loss was to Executor. I had a pretty rough matchup there, and I ended up losing the game 3. I feel like I was playing it pretty well, and then I baited for no reason and lost. So that is kind of silly, but I was still proud of like getting to a position where I would have won. And then I ended up making top cut anyway, so it's fine.
Absolutely. You didn't just make top cut, you won the whole thing. I know you mentioned Executor. They went on a 7-0 run. So I wouldn't feel bad about losing to them in the Swiss. I think that you definitely held your own and was able to show that your team, even if it was a team that was suggested to you, was a team that you were familiar enough with to make sure you knew how to run with it, you knew how to execute it, you knew what to do when certain opponents were up against you, and really just be the better trainer at the end of the day versus all the opponents you went up against, win or lose in the Swiss, but ultimately win all the way through the top cut to completely win the tournament. So congratulations again to you. You did an incredible job. Is there anything you want to say? Are there any shout outs you want to give? Anything at all? The open mic is yours.
Well, thanks for everyone who worked on the tournament, the judges, the hosts, you for streaming it, Sparkle, Ovi. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being here. Thank you for always being such an incredible trainer. And congratulations again. We will have your prize out to you very, very soon. And we're looking forward to seeing you again across different streams, across different chats, and hopefully in more tournaments in the future.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congrats, Darren.
Thanks. Also, you guys.
Oh, well, that was your champion, SS Thorn. What an incredible day of battles. We had 7 rounds of Swiss that went on for many, many hours. We had 67 participants, all coming in with unique teams. I don't think I saw a single team that was the same as someone else's. A lot of different teams crossed over with a lot of different Pokemon, but there was never one that I said, oh, look, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Everyone added a little bit of their own personality to it. Everyone came to play. Everyone came to win, and we had so many incredible battles. We only got to see a fraction of them on the screen today. But I got to say, all the battles that we did see were phenomenal. None of them left me saying, I wish I wanted, I wish that there could have been, I don't know, that they disappointed me, to say the least. Every single battle made me say, wow, these trainers are amazing. Wow, these trainers are talented. Wow, these trainers left it all on the field, and I'm so grateful to have been a part of that. This has been such a phenomenal day. I want to once again thank every single person who was a part of this. That's our admins, our mods, our judges, our friends and family, everyone that was here, all the people in the chat, whether you just joined us now, whether you've been here for the full 7 hours or anywhere in between, you've helped make this tournament so special. This has been your April 2026 Go Lounge tournament. If you don't know what the Go Lounge is, type !Discord in the chat. That is our Discord server, and it's the #1 place in all of Pokemon to hang out, to have friends, to be social, and to get what you want out of these games. Pokemon Go, TCG Pocket, regular TCG, VCG, Nuzlocke, regional events, local events, global events, tournaments, and so much more. It is the home host for some amazing streamers that run the entire thing. That would be myself, Go League Greg. I stream live Monday through Friday doing the Go Battle League. That would be Overlord Raikou. That would be Spellbringer. That would be Crispy. You know these guys. They are some of the best. They are all very talented, and they collectively, the 4 of us, have brought to you this amazing server called the Go Lounge, which also wouldn't run without our mods who've seen them today. We are so grateful to have every single person. That's right, Mystic Sparkle, absolutely one of our mods. Like I just said, would not have been able to do it without the amazingness of all the people that make it go. Okay, Kelsey, I just messaged Sparkle. Don't you worry, I would never leave her out. Our mods are so important to us. They help make this run. She was an incredible judge today too, on top of being a mod and everything. I am so filled with gratitude and love for everyone that joined us. Thank you again for being here. Thank you to all of our contestants. Thank you to everyone just in general. And I'm looking forward to seeing each and every one of you again on the next tournament, on everyone's streams, and in the Go Lounge for whatever comes next. Until then, have yourselves a great night. Happy Sunday, everybody. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.